I just realized I didn't even have my microphone on. There we go. If you're watching this now, I'd skip forward like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I'm going to give some folks some time to get in here. And yeah, if you're watching this after the fact, I would definitely skip forward a bit. So I'm just going to hang out till some folks come in and get some other stuff ready. Where's Twidget? There it is. Connect. Do a test. Beautiful. Refresh cache. Okay. Nice. Excellent. Well, hopefully the folks come in. Out of that. Almost there, guys. Give it a few more minutes. Probably another 3 or 4 minutes, and then some of the usual suspects are here. We'll get it started. Okay. It's good coffee. Hopefully this is working. Oh, that's weird.
Of dating apps has also been blamed for the mismatch in.
Oh no. Roadcaster. Klaus, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm just having a little bit of audio trouble right now. But definitely shout out to you. If you can hear me, please let me know. Not sure if you can hear me. Huh. Now, why isn't that working?
Dating success between men and
weird. You can hear me? Perfect. Hey, shout out to you, Will. I'm kind of dealing with something right now because I can't hear the audio coming from from here. I just literally got a new audio interface, so this is kind of embarrassing. I tested the hell out of this thing too. So for it to not work is pretty bad. So I'm going to turn this on and off. It's going to take like 30 seconds. That's really weird. How the hell? Hello? Nope. Oh man. That is not good. Let me try that, Robert. Discord's not on. I think it's gonna be like a sad thing where I literally have to start this thing and then turn it off. No. Oh. See properties. Nah. That should have been good. Nope. Chat. Okay. It's probably like one little thing. And I just can't. Nope. Let's see. Output routing, mix minus, main mix. Damn. Okay. Nope. Let me try something. The only other thing I can do is try to put it in there. Not gonna work. Wow. Okay, I got it. That's crazy. Can you guys hear me okay? I think I figured it out. Wow, that sucks, man. For some reason, my input 1 and 2 for my headphones isn't working. I had to put it in 3. That angers me greatly. I have a $700 piece of equipment here. But we'll try this again. I'm sorry, guys. Cartier shades back at it. I'm trying the whole what do you call that? Blue light blocking glasses, and just see if it helps, and make things better. Can you guys hear me okay? I just need confirmation on that. You could always keel haul it. I don't know what that means. Yep, we can hear you. Okay, thank God. Wow, that was embarrassing. I still don't even really know what the problem was. I just got lucky by putting my my headphone input into something else. So it's a new piece of equipment for me, and I got it on one of the Black Friday deals. So I guess all I can say is we're probably going to run into more problems as we do this. Hey, shout out to Father X, by the way. Father X has graced the stream. Thank you, sir. Big shout out to you. Also, shout out to Klaus. Appreciate you being here. And Robert Spencer. We got JP in the building. We got Will Buzanaris in the building. We got all the people in here today. And we're going to be having a fun time. Let's see. We're going to see some more Michael Knowles stuff today. And it's about Nala. I wasn't exactly sure what to go over. I was going to go over a passport bro thing. And then I put a message in the Discord. And Dan the man, not sure if he's coming in today, but he suggested that I take a look at this video here about if Nala lied about being a Christian. And, I'm someone looking from the outside in. So, I would probably rely a lot of that. The main thing I can kind of relate this to is like Andrew Tate converting to Islam or Sneeko converting to Islam. And I think the question here primarily, revolves around is somebody using a religion or a conversion or a sort of, renewal of religion in their lives to sell more goods. And she was an OnlyFans model. And I remember her on whatever podcast and stuff. And she was like very like outlandish and very in your face about it. But then if I remember her story correctly, she met somebody who's like a TikTok guy, and he's like a Christian TikTok guy, and they got married. And so she converted. So she kind of gave up the OnlyFans life, but there's a lot of like gray area about that. because some were saying she was still selling the stuff after she converted, and that she hasn't, given back any of the money. There's all these different takes on it, you know. When it comes to me, I'm probably going to be like the easiest guy to get away with and say, well, the conversion's probably genuine. That's what I want to say. I don't consider myself to be like that perfect of a religious person. I think religion's really important, especially for those big moments in your life. Like somebody's married or somebody passes away, and somebody's born, or something really scary or bad happens, then we all go running back to some sort of divine power. Except for some of you badasses out there. Some of you guys are probably like, nah. But that's kind of how it is for me, you know. And I think someone can be of a certain faith, and just because they're not doing a good job at it, I don't think that takes away their card, so to speak. It just means they're a really bad version of that thing, So they're just not practicing it this much, or they're just a bad Christian or a bad Muslim, or whatever you want to say. So that's my take on it. And I don't think anybody can like yank my religious card, even if I'm doing something. I think that's more in here. So when it comes to this, I'm probably going to be very charitable on this, but there's still a measure of like, is this person just trying to grift a new audience, which is a very valid concern, you know? And even when Andrew Tate converted to Islam, I kind of was like, well, I'll just sit back and watch this. And it kind of is not like, in my opinion, the best idea to care that much when someone converts one way or the other to a certain religion, only because if you're going to give them that much attention and then they're going to be a spokesperson for your religion, the minute that one person does something bad, or they don't understand it well enough, it can make the whole thing look bad. So we have a video from Michael Knowles. It's like 10 minutes, and then there's a video of there's a couple clips from whatever podcast, and that's Nala basically going back and forth with Andrew Wilson, who's like the debate lord on YouTube right now. And we got two of those clips. And then there's one with Nala and her husband arguing about feminism to Andrew Wilson. So I was going to save that for last. I think we'll watch this one first. But basically what happened, if I was going to give a recap, was she was on the whatever podcast, Nala, and I think what he's reacting to is after she kind of said some stuff, because Christian belief is about the Trinity, and they're having a discussion about that, and she said something that was pretty much not true. Either she didn't understand it correctly, or maybe she does, and whatever she believes, but it doesn't really jibe with mainstream Christianity. So, and then there was another discussion about her OnlyFans and how she was basically grifting on her OnlyFans, but that might have been taken out of proportion to mean she was still grifting after. So we're not really sure what the hell's going on. But I figured for the hell of it, Dan the Man put this in the Discord. We're going to react to it and hopefully just have a good time and talk about that kind of stuff. I think I missed a lot of chat, so I'll get to some of these. Stupid ones and twos are the story of my life. Okay. I don't know what that means. Klaus can hear me perfect. You sound great. Appreciate that. The shades are stylish. Thank you. Trying to go for the blue light blockers. There's this cool podcast I like called Danny Jones, and he's like a conspiracy podcast. And he had this guy named Jack Cruz on, who's like a neurosurgeon. And he has this whole thing about how blue light coming from screens is bad for you and how it interacts with your body. So he really is about these sort of orange, dark amber, blue light blocking glasses. And I've been trying to give him a shot, and I don't know how long I'm going to keep this up. You might see me next week without him, but hopefully they're okay. I might still sound a little sick too. After the last stream, that night was terrible. The next day was terrible. I had to stay home Monday because I was sick. And then I thought I got better, and then yesterday was terrible, but today I feel better. So hopefully I've beaten the thing. But I feel a lot better than last week. So I mean, we're good. I think I'm at the tail end of an illness. I invited my pet dolphin, but it couldn't get a water helmet loan from Mr. Triton. I don't know why. Just reading that made me think of SpongeBob SquarePants. Someone married that chick from Lion King. Huh. I don't know who that is either. Anyways, let's just get to this. We've all seen Michael Knowles before on this channel. Big Daily Wire guy. And, he's essentially TradCon 1.0. We know that. He's not a fan of the red pill folks. We're all sort of degenerates. But then again, a lot of people call us that. So we'll just.
I usually avoid internet drama, including when it involves me, because I think it's mostly kind of silly and stupid and doesn't deserve a response. However,
if anything sounds a little off, just please feel free to let me know. This is my first time streaming with the new setup. Also, I do recall seeing some of Pearl's tweets kind of calling out Michael Knowles and asking for an apology. So I think this is what he's responding to.
This little piece of internet drama, which involves at least my show, I think is helpful because there's a
Oh, Nala's the female character in Lion King. Okay, I just got it. Damn. Man, someone, it has been a long time since I've seen that stuff. So her name's Nala. She's an ex-OF person, and she converted to Christianity and gave up the lifestyle. I think there's always this sense of like people wanting to feel like they won, and there is this energy that comes from like an ex-con or felon or someone who's really bad, like a badass, and in her case, an OnlyFans star who's making a lot of money, sort of coming over and saying, yes, your religion is right. And it's the truth, and it's healed me. It's made my life better. People who are really invested in their religion, sometimes that makes them feel really good. It's like, yes, I knew what I believed in was true. I'm not saying everybody feels that way, but I think there's a little bit of that. And I think even when Andrew Tate converted to Islam, there was a little bit of that in the Muslim community. It's like, oh, wow, see? You know what I mean? But that's a dangerous kind of thing to rely on, and it sometimes just leads to disappointment. So anyways, moving in.
Broader political and religious point to make on it. There's an accusation that a gal who sat down on my show for a Michael And episode, really long interview, Nala Ray, that she was totally lying.
Oh yeah, that's right. The reason Michael Knowles is in this is because he interviewed her right after her conversion and really gave her a platform to kind of sell her thing as genuine. And he was pretty charitable with her, and let her tell her story. And, Michael Knowles received some criticism for this, basically for being, the S word, kind of simping a bit, basically. And, later on, the Nala says some things on the Whatever podcast that kind of make it seem like she either doesn't know that much about her new faith, which is understandable, I guess, if you're a new convertee. But then the argument is, well, maybe the new person shouldn't be out here, leading people in this if they don't know so much. So that was kind of an issue for a while. But yeah, so that's why Michael Knowles is in this. You're lucky. I'm not at a keyboard. I'm feeling mouthy. Well, I'll count my my blessings there.
She lied to my face that she made it all up.
You know what I'll never understand? I will never understand how Michael Knowles has a cigar company. His cigars are right here on the bottom left. It's called the Mayflower. But Andrew Tate, someone who smokes cigars and makes a big deal of it, doesn't have a cigar company. It would be really easy for Andrew Tate to have a cigar company. He can have that's all he does. He can call it Tate Cigars and have a little T there on the label, and then he can have two cigars. One could be called the Top G, which is like the bigger, more premium one, and then the Little G, which is like a more consumer-friendly, cheaper one. But somehow Michael Knowles beat him to the punch. So, I think at this point, Michael Knowles is a better businessman than Andrew Tate.
Ray worked in, she was very successful in not only, and then she says she had a conversion, and she quit, and she gave it up, and now she covers up. She wears clothing that's not revealing, and she got married, and she says that she converted to Christianity. And we sat down and talked about this. I think it's a really interesting conversation. You can go check it out on my YouTube channel and on your favorite podcast app. But there's this allegation going around the internet that people kept tagging me, and that's the only way I saw it, that she was actually lying about the whole thing. The Whatever podcast posted said, so Nala was lying about everything, and then
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, so some viewers might experience buffering. Hopefully you guys are okay.
A bunch of other accounts said Nala was lying, and she lied to Michael Knowles' face, and she didn't really convert, and she didn't really give up. and it's all fake. And here's the clip that they played.
I'm hearing some in and out dropping of the audio from my end, so hopefully you guys aren't hearing that. It's probably just me though, because I'm having issues with this board, which is sad as hell, by the way.
Viral creator on. I went on so many podcasts because I knew the only way to grow my was to be viral, and it's such an oversaturated platform right now, and I've been on it for like 5.5 years. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money, and it worked. I said whatever I needed to because I understand the male brain, and I needed to make money, and I was like,
wait,
I
so
got taken down.
basically you lied about everything.
Yeah, pretty.
So this is her talking about her OnlyFans career and how she used to just, I guess, just say whatever riled people up to go viral so that she can sell more her OnlyFans. So she's coming clean about, OF being kind of like BS and all that stuff.
Okay, so that's the clip that's going around. And because I think my show was probably the biggest show that she went on.
And I did see that clip because I don't watch whatever podcast that much, but I happened to watch that one while it was live, like some of it. And I remember her saying that. And then like the next day it went crazy on Twitter. And a lot of people were like, see, we told you she's lying. And I think what they're doing is they're saying, well, because she said she used to lie to her fans on OnlyFans, she's now also doing that to her Christian fans who she's currently grifting, so to speak. That's how I understand it. So I we'll go from there.
Of all these podcasts. So people keep tagging me in this and saying, see, she's admitting that she made it up. She didn't really convert. She didn't really give up. She just did it to make money and grow her only channel and her account. And so she's...
maybe they're just censoring his video. Let me just see that again, because I'm hearing a drop off in the volume.
Admitting that she made it up. She didn't really convert. She didn't really give up.
Okay.
She just did it to make money and grow her only channel and her account. And
okay, he's saying the P word. He's saying corn. Okay, I thought there was something wrong on this end. My bad, guys.
So she's a total sociopath. That's the line. So I said, well, I don't know. I mean, I only sat down with this girl one time, but she struck me as basically sincere. So I'm really surprised to hear that. Maybe there's a little more context here. So then I look for the context. What was she saying? That's a 30-second clip or something. What was the full context of what she was saying? And this is what I discovered.
Get over the cheating kink, Nala.
I am so happy we get to finally address this. So
did you finally get over the cheating kink, Nala? Okay, so that's a question. And I remember she used to go viral for talking about how much she liked cheating, and she would like sleeping with married men, and she'd say all these like wild things. But basically she was just really about how her the thing that got her going was cheating very specifically. So that was TradCons hated that.
As a viral creator on OnlyFans, like when I was on OnlyFans about 8-9 months ago, I went on so many podcasts because I knew the only way.
Damn, so you can't say OnlyFans on YouTube, huh? I've been saying that so much. I guess they're censoring it because if they say OF or OnlyFans, then something will happen. Well, I guess that's interesting to know.
To grow my OnlyFans was to be viral, and it's such an oversaturated platform right now, and I've been on it for like 5.5 years. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money, and so many people believed it, and it worked. So that's what's so like crazy about the internet. And if you
So, I mean, she's talking about how she kind of would purposely embellish things or say false things in order to go viral. And I guess the question is if she's admitting to being a grifter prior, is she still a grifter now? Now, I think if someone's religious and they find her conversion genuine, they would probably think, well, since she has now converted and is admitting these things, she's not grifting now, where others might say, no, this is still a big grift. I think, trying to find out how much money she's making from this is probably important, because then we can say, oh, yeah, she's definitely grifting or something like that. There was someone that was on Pearl's show, and he was a guy that was kind of watching her stuff, and he had basically proven that after she had said she'd converted, she was still making money on her OnlyFans, and she was still DMing people and selling them clips. Now, I don't know how, like, that's probably true, but it may or may not have been her who was doing that, because I don't think OnlyFans creators just manage their OnlyFans by themselves. So it could be whoever the hell was working for her still doing it. I'm really trying my best to, like, give her every out possible.
You've heard it before. It's very true. The internet is not real. So like everything I've said, like, oh my God, I love cheating. Like, dude, I was so freaking dead single at the time. Like who would I have cheated on, bro? Like,
what someone pointed out to me, which was Dan on the Discord messages as well, she specifically talked about cheating with married men. So she was encouraging cheating, at least within their relationships, even though she was single.
so for me, I made up this complete character that everyone believed in, and everyone was like, I was very controversial to people, and I was very, like, some people really, really liked me. But at the end of the day, social media is just fake news. So I never had a cheating kink. I've been single for such a long time, especially.
I feel like Brian wants to say something. I wonder if he's almost like, Nala, keep it down, man. Don't tell him the freaking secret sauce over here. She's hot. She's still into cheating. I don't think so anymore now that she's converted, Robert. So, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Robert Spencer, I had a stripper friend who bought 3 houses outright by wiggling her butt. Okay. Damn, 3 houses. That must have been before the housing price increase. But I believe it, even after. That was in the 90s. Okay, never mind. Nala might just be smart with money and doesn't need to do it anymore. I'm sure she's made so much money. Yeah, I mean, and she's been on whatever podcast, so she's got all the promotion in the world, and she's been on continuously as a guest that they continuously bring on, and she's gone viral. She has millions of dollars stashed away. One thing people will probably try to say to her is like, well, have you given the money back? How can you truly be sorry if you haven't given the money back? And, the answer is no. No, she has not given the money back. Yo, Caesar, hey, welcome in, man. Glad to see you in here. And thank you so much for the donations. Very generous of you. Caesar says, what's up, Shot? Michael should stop worrying about Nala and focus on converting his wife. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you mentioning that. I think it was you, like, probably like 6 months ago when we did that last stream. And if I remember correctly, his wife isn't Christian. I think she's Jewish, possibly. I can't remember what it was, but apparently his wife is not Catholic. Maybe she's a different kind of Christian, but that's interesting because he's like a super religious guy. I'm not sure if Catholics have to marry other Catholics, if that's like a part of it. It might not be. So maybe it's not that big of a deal as far as his religious beliefs are concerned.
When I was on Only, and I said whatever I needed to because I understand the male brain, and I needed to make money, and I was like, bet.
God, I don't even know if that's just the male brain. I mean, so many influencers come up here and say the wildest thing, and they're so good at what's called like engagement farming, and just kind of saying one thing and stirring the pot and then having it go, viral. People who are like really big on social media are just, I feel like, are very good at that one skill,
Isn't the counter to this position that if you spent that much time lying about that, why should we assume you're not spending time lying about this?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's kind of what we were thinking. And then I think the other issue where this kind of position starts to make more sense is when she talks specifically about certain Christian doctrines, which are pretty much false, at least as far as the mainstream Christian understands it. This is like stuff about the Trinity. And it kind of demonstrated an outright sort of misunderstanding of central Christian beliefs. So that's what people are like, well, she's probably lying about converting if she doesn't know this.
Because you can, as a Christian, if you doubt me, as a Christian, you should look at the fruits of the Spirit. And if you really do, like if you can't have an actual conversation with.
Sounds like Michael totally agrees with her. So it's going to be interesting to hear Michael's take on this. My guess is it's probably going to be something like, well, she's new and we should be supportive.
Me to see where my focuses lie now, just ask God and look at the fruit of the Spirit.
So the context of this is she's asked, when you were on this show last time and you said you had a kink, a fetish for cheating or being cheated on, is that true? And she says, no, I lied then. I was lying on podcasts when I was on, and because I understood the male brain and because porn is a fantasy and I was giving people that fantasy, but it was a lie. I didn't even have a boyfriend at the time. And so the follow-up question, which is a good question, is, okay, if you were lying then, how do we know you're not lying?
I know, so she wasn't cheating, but her kink very specifically, and because I remember her on, I remember those clips from a long time ago because I used to watch whatever podcasts a lot more. I haven't really watched it now because it's like 8 hours long, and you know, it's kind of a similar thing. I mean, they got Andrew Wilson on there, and he's kind of a new addition, but I think he's been on there for like 40 episodes now. He's like the co-host at this point. But her cheating kink, I don't think was so much her cheating on her partner. Her kink around cheating, if I remember from the earlier clips, way back before she converted, was that she liked to convince men to cheat on their wives. So to her, it was hot when she can get a guy to fall into the temptation for her and thereby aid him in cheating within his marriage, right? So it wasn't about her. It's not about her being single. I think that's something that should be addressed. And it sounds like from what Michael said here is that he's not going to address that. So let's listen to that again.
Brain, and because porn is a fantasy and I was giving people that fantasy, but it was a lie. I didn't even have a boyfriend at the time. Lying on podcasts. Is that true? And she says, no, I lied then. I was lying on podcasts when I was on, and because I understood the male brain and because
it's crazy that you can't say OnlyFans on YouTube. I mean, at least say like OF or something. But you know, these big channels got YouTube managers, and they probably talk with the manager, and they're like, yeah, I mean, we would definitely censor that out. Otherwise, we might have to demonetize you.
It's a fantasy, and I was giving people that fantasy, but it was a lie. I didn't even have a boyfriend at the time. And so the follow-up question
sounds like he's going in there with the sort of thing of like, I was giving people that fantasy, and I didn't have a boyfriend at the time. So it sounds like he's probably saying she was just doing, you know, nudie star stuff by hiring other actors and just pretending like they were cheating, especially since she's now saying, well, she was lying back then.
which is a good question, is, okay, if you were lying then, how do we know you're not lying now that you've given up? And she says, well, you judge it by the fruits of the Spirit. Text Knowles to 989898. For those of us holding our breath, whose face debt, house out of virtual cost, to your site now, as the text 9, she further proves that the 98 get your info kit in gold. And then she further proves that previous clip was dishonest because she refers to her work on in the past tense. She's done selling her body. You can also see this visibly. She's covered up on this show. Women are often scantily clad. She's covered up. She's wearing a big hoodie. She's describing whatever you think about this girl.
She kind of has some shorts going on there, but whatever, you know, I'll give it to her.
Say you think she is insincere, or she's not a true Christian, or whatever you think about her. You certainly have to admit the first clip is deceptive. It is claiming the opposite of what she is actually saying. And to the point, how do we know you're not lying now? I think gives a really good answer here, which is, well, the way you know I'm not lying now, or some evidence for that, is previously I was in porn, and is a fantasy, is grounded in lies about human nature, lies about the purpose of sex, lies about how the sexes relate to one another and how women relate to sexual acts. So that was based on lies, and I lied. Whereas Christianity is grounded in the truth. Our Lord is the truth himself. And so that is in itself one reason why people are intrinsically engaging in lies. Christianity intrinsically inclines one toward the truth by definition. It seems to me quite scandalous that this clip is going around, that the first clip is going around to insinuate that she's making the opposite point than she's making. And it's scandalous because it is so totally lacking in grace, and it's the sort of thing that would seem to me to be leading someone away from Christ. It strikes me that if one is going to err, one should always err on the side of grace. Because you have to ask yourself, what is the end that we're seeking here? The end that I am seeking, at least, is to lead more people to Christ. That's the end that I'm after. So if someone is inclined to go in that direction, to give up a life of sin and vice, and is showing evidence that she wishes to do that, I would like to encourage that person down that path.
I think the other side of this, that maybe some people would say as well, like especially if you're someone that feels strongly about the religion and you know how seriously it's taken, is well, this person just converted. Why are you giving her this huge mouthpiece or this huge platform, like a mega horn or whatever the hell you call those, megaphone, to be able to just shout out whatever she wants to say and then sell whatever she wants to sell if she is. I think she's selling like Christian clothing or some kind of thing. She has something. I'm not even sure what it is. Is it wrong? Because she hasn't sort of proven herself to be living that life. She hasn't gone in a period of maybe just bowing out for a bit and seeking, looking inward and staying out of the limelight and maybe trying to glean some lessons. You, Michael Knowles, are incorrectly giving her a large platform to then sort of, I don't know, grift a new audience or something. I think probably what he'd say against that is, well, I would rather try to do this and be wrong because he thinks it's going to help a lot more people, even if he finds out later on that she was lying. That's probably what it seems like. That's kind of like what he's saying, you know. And I mean, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to think about this personally, right? I think it's easy for me sitting on the outside. I'm not Christian, so I can't sit here and say, well, it's probably not that big of a deal to be parading around a ex-prostitute, so to speak, in front of everybody in the church and young women and older women and everybody that goes there and celebrate them. And say, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Maybe if I was really, especially emotionally invested in that, I might not like that and say, hey, this is going to make people take this less seriously. I'm trying to imagine, like, if I went into a mosque and how I would feel about seeing something like that. I don't think I'd ever see something like that to begin with. So I would probably feel a little weird about it and say, yeah, I don't know about this. I mean, one thing if it's a story and, this happened and the person turned towards good and stopped doing something, whatever, and it fits your ethical system. But if it's that person themselves coming up there and saying some huge speech, just a second, guys. 1 second. Let this cat in real quick. Just a second, guys. Sorry, I got to check on something. Yeah, I did. Sorry about that, guys. She was tripping. Where the hell was I? Yeah, and if it's her on there and she's trying to profit off that and profit off everybody, I can see people not liking that and being pissed off about it. So I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what you guys think about that.
I think that would be a good thing. Some people, though, if they're trying to twist her words and make it seem as though she's saying the opposite of what she's really saying, it would seem that those people are intentionally trying to lead someone away from Christ or to put up obstacles that would get in the way of a person seeking life in Christ. And that is deeply scandalous, and you will answer for that. If you are putting up obstacles, if you are scandalizing people, scandal, which is a serious sin, you will answer for that someday. So that seems kind of crazy to me. The question you have to ask yourself in all of these conversations is, what is the end we're seeking? This gal got in trouble too because she was asked a question about the Trinity. This is the central mystery of the Christian faith.
Okay, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. I'm kind of interested to hear what he says about that because that was the thing that was kind of, I guess it'd be kind of cringe if you're a believer in this and you hear her say what she said because she's someone who's so new to this religion and then she's kind of preaching on it. So now the person's preaching, right? And is saying something that is not true.
How God has three persons in
Fear
one
Christ.
divine unity. God is one, and yet we have the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. This is the central mystery that we cannot really fully comprehend or articulate. Many have tried. There's a legend about St. Augustine attempting to fully comprehend the Trinity, and an angel mocks him for trying to do something impossible. So anyway, Nala got tripped up on the nature of the Trinity. And it seems to me there are two ways to engage.
She doubled down on that pretty hard because I actually was watching that one live. And it was her, talking to Andrew Wilson. And she said something that's not, it's against the sort of central doctrine of the Trinity of the Christian faith. And it was obviously not something Christians agree with. I think he's just giving her a big out
with
here.
that. Either you can say, ha, see, you've fallen into this heresy. I don't know, everyone falls into a heresy when they try to describe the Trinity, just about. Whether it's the heresy of modalism, whether it's the heresy of Arianism, which took over half of self-professed Christians in antiquity, with any of
I think he's talking about Arius of Alexandria. I can't remember my history correctly, but I think after that is when they needed to, I can't remember, have the Council of Nicaea to get it figured
these heresies.
out.
It's very difficult. Either you can respond and say, ha, gotcha, see, boom, you're not a Christian, get out of here. Or you can say, hey, you're seeking Christ, you're trying to improve yourself, you're trying to grow in sanctity. Here are some ways that maybe, here's a pitfall that sometimes you fall into, but anyway, keep going, just do your best, pray, hope, and don't worry. You do your best, God will do the rest. Seems to me that's the thing that we ought to do. But the question then you have to have is, what's the point? If the point is, and this is a broader point, even on politics, on cultural.
Klaus asks, how was the religion to Nala? I thought her father's a pastor. Yeah, he is. I think in the next clip we're going to watch, she mentions that. And that's an interesting thing because, how was the religion new? Yeah, I don't think it was. And I don't even know if it's right to call her someone who's converted. I don't think that's even the right word because her father was a pastor. So she must have grown up at least professing, and believing in the religion. So if anything, she was just probably sinning for a long time and then came back to it. Maybe she said she was an atheist before. So then I guess you can say if you declare yourself an atheist. But yeah, I think I might even remember she might have even said both of her parents were like that. But definitely her dad was. So that's true. That's true. I mean, and it's kind of even more weird then that she would get something like that wrong if she grew up in it. I guess that just goes to show, there's a lot of people who identify as one religion or another, and it doesn't even matter what religion it is, but they know almost nothing about it, That could be other Muslim people I know. I've known Hindu people who really don't know much about it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just kind of like something that you have in the background. That's a lot of people, and at certain points in your life, it just sort of becomes more or less important. And then there's certain people who are just super serious about their religion, and that's just how they live their lives.
Battles. If the point,
you know what, I almost want to ask a poll about that, but I want to keep it yes or no. Let's see. You know what? We'll do. How religious are you? And we'll put it from a scale of 1 through 10, like 1 through 3, 4 through 6, and then 7 through 10. You know what? How religious are you? Question, and we'll add options. Oh, shit. Very religious. Enter. Somewhat religious. Oh, shit. Can I edit this damn poll? No, I can't. I'm ending it because I don't like how that's starting. My poll skills are not that kind of poll. Let's see. Start a poll. How religious My bad. I'm learning, guys. Add option. I wish I could take away yes or no. That's the part that's ridiculous here. 1 second. I'm redoing it. Not religious at all. Okay. Add option. Sort of. Oh, great. They only give me that much. Fuck it. Whatever. If it's not like clear enough, we'll just put it in the comments. I'm curious, like if you guys are very religious or not, or sort of religious. So here we go.
Is just to dunk on people and own them and degrade them and debase them, then sure, pull every gotcha you.
You know, he's talking about dunking on people, owning them, and degracing them. And I kind of feel like that's kind of a shot at Andrew Wilson. And that's sort of what Andrew Wilson does. Like he's an excellent debater. He's a blood sports debater, and his whole job is to like destroy the other person in debate. He like does it in every one. And it kind of makes me think, right? Like, what's the difference between Myron, and the Fresh and Fit guys dunking on, some of these ladies or whatever, and someone like Andrew Wilson, who's like, completely from the other side of the aisle and not about the quote unquote degeneracy, but him equally crapping on the same people. Is it better when he does it, or is it maybe just as like asshole-ish as the rest of them? Is it just as bad?
Possibly can, and deceptively edit people and try to make it seem as though they're saying the opposite of what they're saying. Then don't engage in good faith. But if the point is to persuade people and lead them closer.
I don't know if I guess the clip was 30 seconds out of context. I don't know if that's selectively edited. I guess you could say that.
To the truth and to help them to grow in sanctity. Well, then you should probably do that. You should probably do that. You should probably offer them grace and try to speak the truth in love. Two very different approaches for two very different ways of life, and they'll have two very different consequences. So watch out.
All right, so that's the Michael Knowles clip, and then we'll get into the whatever clip. But see, I'm sure his comments are all super supportive of what he has to say, because they all love Michael Knowles, and he's got a lot of followers. I really don't understand why people seem to be cheering for this girl to fail. I'm with you. Better to err on the side of grace. If she's lying, she's not tricking God. He's the only one who truly knows our hearts. So that's okay. The real issue isn't if she's lying or not about her conversion. The real issue is she was blatantly wrong on one core Christian doctrine related to Jesus and the Trinity. And as a new convert, she is currently running around preaching to people about Christianity. Okay, yeah. So I kind of thought that would be the sort of other side. Like, why are they giving her a megaphone? Why are they letting her preach? It's one thing for someone to help her share her story, I guess. It's another thing for her to go around and, I guess, start telling people, like preaching about it. The letters of Paul are extremely clear about preventing new converts from being priests and preachers. This is a very plain example of why. I'd recommend everyone actually watch the whole podcast if you can spare the time. The clips are not adequate. Whatever podcast, number 210, timestamp 129, Nala explicitly says Jesus isn't God. When I say, and this is going to go into Arianism, because they didn't like the idea of the Trinity either. When I say she is wildly incorrect, and that's why Michael Knowles brought that up. When I say she is wildly incorrect about Christian theology, this was probably the most obvious example in the podcast. Even me, I'm not Christian, but as someone who's kind of like a little bit familiar with some of the beliefs, I was watching that podcast live and I was like, ooh, that's kind of a big misstep for someone who, professes to be of that religion. It seems like a lot of the different kinds of Christians tend to agree on that point. So from what I've seen, oh God, there's some chats here real quick. Real quick. First off, man, Robert, thank you so much for the support. Very generous of you. Thank you. Leave Nala alone. She ain't lying. Hey, a lot of people agree with you, and especially in Michael Knowles' comment section. Seems like some of them just aren't happy about her preaching. I can't seem to vote. I'm an atheist. Interesting. Did you grow up religious? I'm just curious. Or have you always been an atheist? I have been. Oh, I've been since the beginning of the universe. Okay. That's interesting. Michael Knowles L. Okay. Hey, Teneblet, welcome in here. Thanks for coming in, man. Actually, since prior to the beginning of the universe, my beliefs are the same as what they were before I even existed. Interesting. So I mean, if you're an atheist, would you say that's pretty much no beliefs? So before the beginning of the universe. Now, Robert, I mean, wouldn't you have to have some sort of belief of what it was like before the existence of the universe? Because, I mean, can an atheist really believe anything that's outside of existence? So by saying before the existence of the universe, you're saying nothing existed at that time. Is that compatible with atheism? I'm just asking a bunch of random questions just for the hell of it, Robert. This is not a gotcha at all. Klaus says, well, that's not how life works. If you did something bad, you'll have to gain back trust. Trust won't come back magically. I think you're right about that. And I think probably what irks people, aside from her making millions of dollars and probably having very expensive sports cars and a very nice house, and maybe a butler and a maid and all kinds of amazing things, money. She probably has jet skis. The back of her house probably connects to a river or like a body of water, and she has jet skis right there, and you can just get on the jet ski and then just go down over to some restaurant that's also by the water. But yeah, they're probably pissed off that like when someone's accepted this much with open arms, it's almost like saying it's okay for someone to do this, and it might even encourage people to do the bad stuff more because then later on they can come back later. So Michael Knowles is saying this is good. This is going to help people who are in that life. But maybe it can also damage people who aren't there and then say, well, this is an option, and then I can come back later. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's probably stories about the prodigal son there. We got this. If you're not Christian, I'm Muslim. So just to be clear about that. Let's see. Teneblet says, because the issue is she can lead hundreds of others down the wrong path as a recent convert, she should not be telling others the proper way. Yeah, and well, Michael Knowles said, I guess for him, it's like, well, it's better to err on the side of being, possibly being wrong and giving her the benefit of the doubt, because in his opinion, it can help bring other people into the fold, so to speak. The thing I can really relate this to is my experience as a Muslim is Andrew Tate, because I remember when Andrew Tate converted. So you got a guy who ran webcam studios, is effectively a pimp, a digital pimp, maybe even a real life pimp to some extent. And he's got some pretty heinous things accused of him. And he's also straight up scammed people out of money, just like Nala admitted here about the OnlyFans stuff. And she was lying. She just said she was lying to people to sell her OnlyFans. And Andrew Tate used to be on the keyboard pretending to be a woman to get money there, So it's one thing if he converts, it's another thing if he then becomes the mouthpiece. But people who are super invested in their religion and want their religion to win, and like it's all about like their ego is so like wrapped up in their religious identity, they're very tempted to be like, see, we were right the whole time, like let's use Andrew Tate as a way to show like how right we are, and use it as a beacon of showing off to other people. And that's kind of what you can say a lot of the Michael Knowles types did with Nala here. Like, you're taking someone who's an ex OnlyFans, nudie star who's bragging about encouraging people to cheat, and we're going to raise her up and give her this platform and ask everybody to respect her. So that probably ruffles a few feathers in a way. So I get it. Dan the Man, shoot, I almost forgot the stream. What's up, Hey, what's up, Dan the Man? Shout out to you, man. Thanks for suggesting the topic today. I had a little bit of trouble in the beginning with my sound system, and I'm still not even confident about this. It's kind of sad, man. I still don't even know what went wrong with this. I'm gonna have to test it after this. But yeah, thanks for coming in. We got this. If you're not Christian, what are you? I answer that. Muslim. Nah, I don't know can be a final answer. Okay, so like in terms of what came before the universe, I don't know can be an acceptable answer. Well, I guess it has to be an acceptable answer because none of us can really prove it, so to speak. I mean, it's going to have to be faith. But you're saying you're not relying on faith because you're just going to say, I don't know what it is. But if that's true, Robert, then you can also probably not say that your beliefs are the same now as they were before the universe existed, because we don't know what it was there, right? Right? Hey, Arthur Dunn, man, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Epistemology differentiates between knowledge and belief. I can't remember what the epistemology is. I think it's the study of knowledge, or what knowledge is supposed to be. I think that comes from the Greek word episteme or something. It's been a long time. Yenui Ojiak, hey, welcome in. Great to see you again, man. People like Nala are how Christianity gets conquered. It's parallel to how the LGBT movement is co-opting Christianity of their own gain. Same story with these OF girls using the goodwill of Christ. That's an interesting sort of thing to begin with, you know. I guess it kind of goes down to like a centralized doctrine and interpretation of certain things versus like a person's own individual interpretation. And any religious system probably has that issue where there is some centralized group of people who have the sort of religious authority within their religion to be able to say this means this, or this part of a religious text means this, and this is how it should be interpreted, versus someone who is a layman kind of just reading this, you know, any kind of religious text on their own and saying, you know, I think it really means this. And there are times where I'll do that. I'll be like, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and read this as that. And there's a whole body of scholars out there that are going to be like, no, you're completely wrong about that. But I guess the issue comes in when someone says, well, I think this means this, and then they start to gain traction and, you know, cause problems that way. Taniblet says spot on. Hey, Robert, I think belief can exist in the absence of knowledge. An atheist can't technically have beliefs without possessing knowledge. That's an interesting. So belief can exist in the absence of knowledge. I don't think that's wrong. To believe something, I don't think you necessarily have to know it. I mean, know that it's true, or have knowledge of it. God, I don't know. It's kind of a tough one. I would like to say, like, there are things that on an individual level, maybe if you experience, then you could say, I believe this because I know it deep down or something. But when it comes to religious beliefs, I mean, I think you're right. You're absolutely correct. We got this. Dan the Man, that was one argument about glorifying this behavior to some extent. We might encourage Christians who did everything right to do the bad behavior so they can have a story, quote unquote. Yeah, you could probably relate that to. I always hear about like the prodigal son, and that there was one that did, you know, good all the way, and then someone who did bad, and they came back and they're welcomed back with open arms. Now, I don't think there was a part of that story that then let the prodigal son go and start preaching, you know, at the pulpit and then selling his wares or T-shirts that say, you know, I'm the prodigal son fan or something like that. So that's typically where I guess this becomes an issue. And then, you know, this would probably depend on specifics of the Christian belief. Like, is it enough to just say you believe, or do you actually have to do good works and show that? Like, do you have to give away the money, the ill-gotten gains from a life of sin, and do some kind of penance or repent somehow? You know, or do you got to sit in the back of the church pew and, I don't know, like, just stay there quietly and ask God's forgiveness week after week? I really don't know. You know what I mean? So I can't say whether or not it's right or wrong, because I think it does kind of depend from within the Christian ethical system. You know, I will say a lot of times religion, at least how religion is nowadays, in the sense that religion has been pushed aside by the secular state. So it's not like the religion has legal power to, you know, punish someone legally for not believing or for committing a sin or something like that. So religion's kind of in this place where they almost have to let people get away with this stuff and still have open arms for it. It seems that way anyways. You know what I mean? And the way religion is talked about now, it's almost crafted to help out the people who are in these positions or put themselves in these positions. Um, I don't want to say that's bad. I mean, that's probably good. You know, I remember back when they used to have like the atheist religion debates, and there was always this question, and they'd say, What would you feel more comfortable with? If you're walking on a road late at night and you see like 5 guys walking towards you, would you feel more comfortable if they were atheists or if they were just coming back from a Bible study? And there was always funny answers about that. And people would say, well, like, yeah, I mean, I guess if I know they're religious, I'll probably feel like they're not going to harm me. Or if they're atheists, I might feel a little less safe. But then the atheist could say something like, well, what if, okay, they're coming back from a Bible study and we're coming back from like a charity event, or we're coming back from like a science expo. I don't know. I don't know what the equivalent of that would be from an atheist standpoint. I think that usually devolves into, can morality be rooted in like some kind of atheist framework, you know, instead of like a religious one. I know people who did that exactly. Let's see. Hey, Michael, welcome in, man. Oh, crap. I'm sorry. Hit the wrong one. This one looks good. We'll catch the replay tomorrow. Hope you'll well, Shaw. Hey, no worries, man. Thanks for coming in. And if you, I'll try to scrub it out, but you might want to skip through like the first 15 minutes of this tomorrow because it's just mostly me having sound issues. But thanks for being here. Hey, Shaw, can you expose Andrew Tate all the more? Really think you are on point. Yeah, you know, I mean, we have talked a lot about that before. I did a video on Is Andrew Tate a Scammer, you know, and I looked at some clips and it was Andrew basically talking about how he was a scammer, you know, and this was prior to his conversion. And then he converted. I'm like, okay, you know, we'll see. Then he went to jail for like a year and I'm like, well, I guess we'll wait for him to get out of jail to see if he's still a scammer or not. So, you know, I don't follow him that much anymore, but we can definitely talk about that a bit because I definitely think he's selling something that is just not practical for all men, and he's kind of perpetuating a hyper masculinity. Andrew Tate to me is the Barbie standard for men, like that equivalent beauty Barbie standard that women just couldn't stand anymore, and then they just destroyed the entire feminine ideal, and that's how we are where we are. Andrew Tate is like the male version of that, and it's like most guys can't do that. There was literally a tweet on God, I wanted to make a video about this, and I bookmarked it. Where the hell are my bookmarks? More. I'm going to have to do this without showing it on screen, only because I don't want you guys to see all my random stuff I bookmarked, like these random anime GIFs. But he basically comes out and just shames men again. Oh, I know where to find it, because I replied to one of these things. Damn it, let me click on my profile. Ooh, let me hide my direct messages before I show anybody this. Oh, God. Let me click on replies. Oh, God. How many things have I replied to? Oh, here it is. Yeah, and then here it is. So this was a reply to something Pearl said, and basically Andrew Tate had put out a tweet saying, you're a full-grown man, being a millionaire is the bare minimum acceptable standard, being broke is awfully childish. And he really does stuff like this to an annoying degree, right? To where it's just like he's shaming men, you know what I mean, for not being a millionaire. And it's just like, dude, we're all sick of the bullshit now, you know what I mean? And Pearl actually called him out and said, it's interesting to see rich men shit on the men doing the difficult but not very well paid jobs in society that allow us to do what we do. We cannot survive without the men who drive the trucks, fight the fires, and serve in the police force. I swear to God, a good example of that is that United Healthcare CEO that just got taken out. You know what I mean? And it reminds me of that Fight Club scene where Brad Pitt, you know, he ties up that guy in the bathroom, like all the Fight Club bros. And they basically like, you know, they got him there in the bathroom and he's just like, we protect you while you sleep. You know what I'm saying? And he's threatening this like rich guy. And it's kind of the same with Andrew Tate. It's like Andrew Tate is the guard outside of your house that holds the gun that I've seen in clips of people going up to your house trying to get inside. Is that guy a millionaire? No. So is that Romanian guy holding a gun outside your house who you need to hire to protect you, is he awfully childish? You know what I mean? It's just kind of stupid, right? So then Pearl, you know, there's this back and forth between Andrew Tate and Pearl. She says, I like the Tates, but when I have cousins that serve in the military, uncles that are mechanics, and men that I see work incredibly hard for little recognition or pay, I have a hard time getting behind stuff like this. So big shout out to Pearl there. Andrew Tate actually responds to her and says, I am the largest men's rights activist in the world, which is like, this is what made me want to reply, because this is just ridiculous. Like, no, you're not a men's rights. This guy is not Paul Elam. You know what I mean? You're not a men's rights activist. And that's the problem with these hyper masculine, you know, alpha male guru, say all these kind of controversial things all the time people, is that when they want to, what they will do is use men's rights as a shield. And then all that does is screw us all over, by the way, because then it just makes us look terrible. So they want to go around, profit, do all this stuff, talk all this mess on the internet, create all these problems, go viral. And then when it comes down to it, and it's like he couldn't even admit, you know, he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? But he was definitely wrong. Then it's like, well, I'm just a men's rights activist. It's like, dude, get out of here. You are not. He is everything that is not a men's rights activist. It should be the goal of every man to become as financially abundant as possible. Money allows you to move the world. Well, I mean, now he's starting to backtrack. So Pearl pushed on him back a little bit, which was good. You could say that, but it doesn't change the fact that this is the pay of the men doing the difficult jobs that keeps this country running. Doesn't mean they're childish for doing them either. I have cousins that serve in our military and aren't rich. Are they childish for that? You know, average salary for a firefighter in Illinois is $50,000, 28. Yeah, so she put some stuff in here. You know, firefighter salary I think ranges pretty high depending where you are. This is for an auto mechanic. So, you know, these are all normal people jobs that everybody needs. And then, you know, I replied to Pearl's tweet and she reposted it, which is pretty cool. So it got 50 likes. So that's pretty big numbers for a guy like me. You know what I mean? I just said, how can we call modern women's standards delusional, but then at the same time shame men for not meeting those same delusional standards, which is what he was doing. That's what he was doing in here, right? Shout out to It's Complicated channel, because this is totally an It's Complicated channel question right here. Shaming men for not being rich and fighting for men's rights are not the same thing. So, you know, this is pretty much his brand, and I get it. Yeah, okay, so this is the tough love thing, whatever. But at the same time, this just came off as like incredibly, I don't know. This was incredibly poor taste for him. So I just wanted to point that out. I was going to make a video on that. Maybe I'll go back and still do it. Andrew Tate's grift. Yeah, so that's definitely the grift, right? And it goes straight into the pimpin' psychology, right? Now, I don't, you know, I'm not some pimp over here. But I think I can say enough from reading enough of Andrew Tate's leaked WhatsApp is it's all about making the woman feel like she's like not worth anything. You know what I mean? And that's either after pumping and dumping her and then saying, I'm gonna tell your whole family, I got nudes of you, this and that. And he pretty much breaks down her sense of self. And then after he breaks down her sense of self, then it's like, well, you know, if you want to be a good girl or whatever, I'm going to need you to webcam for me. So he breaks down their sense of self. And then, you know, he kind of gets them in a Stockholm syndrome situation where it's like, well, here's the solution. And here's me presenting the solution to you. So they take it. You know what I mean? He's doing the same thing with the men here, frankly. And if you look at this, it's kind of the same pimp psychology, just expressed a different way. It's breaking down a man's sense of self. It's saying, hey, you normal guy, you're not good enough. And I'm going to talk crap to you and shame you until your sense of self is broken. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and say, hey, I got the solution, which is to pay me $50 a month at Hustlers University. And I'm going to teach you how to be, you know, like me, Andrew Tate, right? So it's the same. It's just the same thing. You know, we've seen it. That's what he's doing. It's nothing different. It's the same animal. Oh crap. There we go. Whoops, sorry for the typos. I was trying to say two things at once and it got mixed up. I think you were talking about gatekeeping Christianity, but her actions will always speak louder than words. No worries about that, man. And I think you're right here. There are so many fake Christians out there who take advantage of the grift. It's much bigger than Nala. You know, when you say that, I guess the only thing I think of immediately are like those kind of televangelists. I think of that, you know, that one guy who almost looks like demonic and he's just like all the time. I've seen like funny clips of him, but I think he's like super rich and he's just got like this intense eye contact. Maybe that's kind of one of those guys. Robert Spencer says, Andrew Tate is so annoying. He's like a cardboard cutout of masculinity. Yes, exactly. He's superficially correct, but he still can't explain himself. Yeah, I mean, you know, I call it the Barbie standard. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what it is. Shaz, a Muslim yourself, do you think Andrew Tate has really changed or is this a grift? You know, again, I'm probably like the most charitable person you can find. And this really comes from me. Just like, I'm not someone who would ever brag about being religious because I can't sit here and say I'm a good role model for it. You know, religion is good for me in the sense of those tough times in life, whether it be, you know, a brush with death, some really scary situation or something really good and profound happens, like a wedding or something like in your family, someone's born, you know, these kinds of moments, you know, I feel like having a faith has helped me, you know, but at the same time, just to be frank, there's so many things I do, hell, just on a monthly basis that I can't sit here and really be the spokesman for anything. You know what I mean? So, you know, I even when it comes to Nala, like I don't want to outright say she's lying or anything. I think the religion is bigger than that. It can accommodate that at some point. Part of me though, I don't know if it's changed their grift. You know, it's like you kind of meet those people who kind of have these things going on in their life and then they convert and they're like super like overcompensating about it. You know what I mean? Like they're super in your face about it and they can't stop talking about it and it gets a little bit annoying. I don't know if it's a grift. I know people like have called Sneako's conversion a grift somewhat. I still would even shy away from saying that about Sneako. I just feel bad about saying that if it is, you know. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It just, again, I think it's how, what really gets you screwed over into a grift and gets you fooled is when you're just like so easily impressed and just looking for a hype man. Like you're just looking for a hype man to tell you what to like and what to believe. And that's how you get screwed over like all the time. And I think people who are just like in this religious competition who like, oh, my religion's right. No, my religion's right. And ooh, this person dunked on this person. That person dunked on that person. Those kinds of people are very likely to get grifted because their ego is just so wrapped up in this. But you know, I'm not gonna. There are some times where I see maybe him or even Sneako say something, I'll be like, oh, I mean, that's cool. I mean, you know, that's cool. Like, yeah, I can agree with that, or that's cool that he's saying that, or you know, whatever. But there are other times where it's just like, man, you know, I'm not gonna listen to this, and you know, what I think about my religion has very little about what these two people's opinions are. But I would, there is a part of me that like, if there's young, impressionable guys and they see that and maybe they see some of his behavior, I think when it comes to Andrew Tate, I just think there hasn't been enough time and opportunity for him to really showcase whether he's changed or not, only because he's been under the house arrest and he was in jail for most of the time. So I think if he comes out now and suddenly he can leave Romania and then he starts doing a lot of the same stuff, then I'll be like, listen, hey, cool, man, but you really shouldn't be a spokesman or anything like that. I really don't think many people should be a spokesman, in myself included, like unless someone's really studied it and they know what they're talking about, you know? So do I want to call him a grifter? He definitely was a scammer. And he definitely was a grifter. Hustlers University is a grift. All the crypto stuff is a grift. All this Matrix and all this other talk and the real world is a grift. So every damn thing, for the most part, he's been doing is a grift. I mean, so it stands to reason that this could be a grift. I just don't want to come out and say that because, I don't want to feel bad about it. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what's in his heart, But I am tired of him shaming normal men. So that needs to change, Robert Smith says, vote. Who wants to see all of Shaw's anime gifs? Oh, man. Oh, I'm going to have to hide that. I was seeing so much crap on Twitter, and then every now and then I'd see an anime GIF, and I would just like it and bookmark it. And then pretty soon, most of my Twitter feed was anime stuff. And I'm like, you know what? This makes me feel better than the normal hate crap I see on here. That United Healthcare CEO who died. Oh, shoot. That was an accident, the horns, I swear. Man, it's crazy. Every single thing that I see about that healthcare guy, every single 3-minute clip on YouTube, every thread posted on Twitter or anywhere is the comments are just filled with people who are pissed off at this United Healthcare insurance company. It's actually insane. Let me see if I can just pull up a random one. Here we go. Former FBI agent on manhunt for United Healthcare.
Let's bring in MB.
So look, we got a normal 2-minute. I haven't even seen this, by the way. I'm just going to scroll down and we're going to see what the comments say. It just says, former FBI agent on manhunt for United Healthcare CEO. This guy's become a folk hero at this point. People who died for being denied healthcare never got this much coverage. Actually, they didn't get media coverage at all. So this is basically yeah, we don't care about the CEO. 32% denial of healthcare coverage is not good customer service. Can you guys cover the people who died due to the CEO's actions? Every single thing I've seen are it's pretty wild, man. We are sitting here looking at this is French Revolution style guillotine. We are almost there. I'm telling you. Funny how there's a manhunt for this guy, but if it were any of us regular everyday people, there wouldn't be anywhere close to this level of care. The media pretends that their audience actually is rooting for the investigation. So cute. And it's got all these upvotes. Not a murder. Brian Thompson only died because he had a lead allergy. If they ever catch this guy, good luck finding an unbiased jury. A computer search for the shooting suspect should be simple. Just search for someone whose loved one died because of United denying their medical claims. Oh, wait, that narrows it down to about 5 million people. So that's every single thing. This guy's basically Robin Hood. Robin Hood's one of my heroes, by the way. But yeah, so now does that make it right? No, it doesn't make it right. I don't know. I could try to think of the saddest story out there for this guy. Maybe he had a 3-year-old daughter, and that was the light of his eye and the light of his world. And the daughter needed some kind of medical thing, and United Healthcare denied it. And not only did they deny it, the surgery was coming up in 3 months, and they denied it at the 2 months and 3 week mark. And they denied it, and they tried to get the surgery again, and then they denied it again, and then his 3-year-old little girl passed away because of all this back and forth BS. And this guy got angry, and he went and he cut off the head of the snake. You know what I mean? Does that make it right? I don't know. I can't say that it makes it right, at least not as far as we're concerned. But, I don't know. There's a part of me that gets it, I guess. There's a part of me that gets it, that understands the anger. The joke's already played out. Pimp psychology. Yeah. Dan the man, watching the mainstream media, it makes seem like everyone cares about the CEO, but everything I see shows that everyone sides with the shooter. Some are equating him to the Joker from the Joker movie. Yeah, it's especially wild that guy, this was in New York. He manages to do this and then gets away. They think he's in, I think they think he's in Atlanta or not, somewhere in Georgia now or something. Then they really don't. We don't even know if that picture that they're showing is him, but So far, he got away, and it's looking that way. I mean, that's just how it is. You know what I mean? This is it's a tale of two cities out here. Yenui Ojek says, I have grievances against the healthcare industry, but celebrating murder isn't it. Insurance companies will just double down on screwing the customers with no meaningful change. It will backfire. Yeah, you know, and I'll be honest, you know, like I'm not a fan of how the healthcare works out here either. You know, like I voted for Trump twice before, but then before that, I voted for Obama twice. And you know, I was 18 and then I was 22. But I really was convinced by the universal healthcare thing. Now I was a young guy, you know, and what we ended up getting was nothing like what was discussed. But I don't like the idea of healthcare being tied to the job. And I hate that, like, you can get, I've been to other countries and I've seen healthcare specifically in different places. And I've seen the cost of it and even the quality of it in some places. So it kind of sucks how expensive it is here. And I hate just how much bureaucracy there is, and it sucks that you got to think twice before calling an ambulance. And so that is something I'm like very sympathetic towards. Caesar Quintana says, hey man, thank you. I got to get some other sound effects. I do got some preloaded sound effects on this board. Oh man, that headphone thing really annoyed me today. This is a very expensive board and it sucks that it's giving me problems. But thank you, sir. Thank you. Caesar says, like Jordan Peterson selling Bible study commentary, admittedly high on shrooms, and he isn't even Christian. Man, I think I told you my story about Jordan Peterson. I was like a huge Jordan Peterson fan, like when he was new. Like we're talking pre-Daily Wire Jordan Peterson. If you guys heard the story, just stop me. I don't want to torture you guys with this again. But he came to Sacramento, and this is back when I was working at child support. I think this was like 2018 or 2017. But he came to Sacramento and it was $100 to see him. And I paid the $100 to go see Jordan Peterson, who was like, you know, he was like making waves at that time. And he had his whole speech or whatever. I listened to the whole speech and then it came to the Q&A. And someone in the audience, and I wish I could have recorded this, but they were very like specific about recording devices. So unfortunately I wasn't able. And somebody specifically asked him, if he believes in the literal crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ. And it was like, that's what they asked. And he answered that question. I swear to God, it must have been like a 25-minute answer. And in that entire 25 minutes, he did not say whether or not he literally believed that to be the case. So as soon as I read what you said about him selling Bible study commentary, he admitted being high on shrooms. Wow, that's pretty wild. It's very funny because I think back to that moment and yeah, I mean, if he couldn't say that outright, I mean, maybe he'd say it now all these years later, but back then I would say, yeah, he probably definitely could not be considered a Christian. Now, what he would do is he'd have these like Jungian psychoanalytic, esoteric interpretations of biblical stories. And I love that kind of stuff. I find that interesting. I like reading about psychoanalysis. I got Jung's Psychology and Alchemy right here. I got his Ion, Synchronicity. I got, what is that? Eric Newman's The Origins and History of Consciousness. I think he was a disciple of Jung. And they talk a lot about like the creation myths and different, you know, religious myths and things like that. So that's probably what his commentaries about the Bible center around, because that's what he's been doing for years. So yeah, anyways, let's kind of get into these clips. We got two of them. There's Nala and her husband, and it's Andrew Tate talking about, or not Andrew Tate, Andrew Wilson, sort of going back and forth over feminism. And then there's Nala versus Andrew Wilson on converting Christianity. I think we'll do this one first because it's more relevant to the Michael Knowles. I think we will just, you know, I do want to read a couple of these comments. I did get distracted with the Andrew Tate thing. The most basic claim of Christianity is that Jesus is God. If you do not believe that Jesus is God, you are not a Christian. It'd be like if you said you're a Muslim but believed Muhammad was a false prophet. The two claims are mutually exclusive. So yeah, I mean, yeah, this person has the right of it. Just claiming you're Christian doesn't immediately mean you're being truthful. I guess that's true. You do your best, God will do the rest. Michael Knowles, love this line. I would say what people have a bigger issue with is her just freshly converting, if we are to believe her, and making money on Jesus merchandise. Yeah, I don't know much about the merchandise, but I heard about that. And it's like, again, if I don't know if I ever would want to be the kind of person who my sole income comes from social media. I would love for social media to be a thing in my life. I would love to make money on social media. I think anybody would want to. But when your entire income is based off social media, I think you just become a very specific type of animal that I don't ever think I want to be. You know what I mean? And it's like, on the one hand, it's OnlyFans, then it's okay, now she's doing this religious thing. But the only way they know how to make money is by making viral clips and by selling stuff to their viewers. So I guess it was only guaranteed that it was going to happen this way when she stopped the OnlyFans, for the other thing. And I think her husband is a TikTok guy who does all the same stuff. So they're just monetizing their audience as much as they have before, or as any other influencer has at this point. And it kind of reminds me, this is like a new version of a kind of televangelist, basically. This is the new sort of Gen Z social media type YouTuber personality type televangelist. That's just what I think we got to get used to seeing. There's going to be a lot of those people, and they all got something to sell, and I'm sure the jet skis are just that much more fantastic. She was baptized in December, but still had her OF for 5 months after. And she raised her prices on her content 4 times during those 5 months. Yeah, and I know this part was true. If I was going to be charitable and give her an excuse out of this, it's just the maybe she's locked into a contract with these OF companies and they're selling old content, and some guy from India who's helping her sell stuff and writing things in the DMs to upsell subscribers is just selling stuff to sell stuff, and maybe it really wasn't her. I mean, if I had to try to give her an out here, you know what I mean? Then she conveniently finally deleted it just before going on Michael Knowles' show. Well, I mean, maybe she could have deleted it before. Now she's making the rounds on all of these podcasts advertising her Jesus merch. She's 100% fake. And that's how a lot of people feel. Basically, she didn't get rid of the one profit stream until she landed this huge podcast, guaranteeing another profit stream. Michael Knowles is either an idiot or he unknowingly participated in this sham. Personally, I don't think he's an idiot. Well, I mean, that's true. Michael Knowles is also a social media influencer. And this Nala story was going viral. So, I mean, he has a business incentive in platforming her because it's sure to get views on his channel. Now, I mean, was that the only reason? I'm sure he would say that was not the only reason. You don't know her heart. Now, this kind of sounds like me when I'm talking about Andrew Tate. Regardless of the things, she's newly converted, and anyone who claims to have spiritual growth and understanding in a year is a liar. All our walks are different. Things take time. Stop condemning someone you don't know. It's prideful to speak about one's heart when something only knows God. I think they missed a word there. Either way, okay, so that's what that is. Now let's get into some whatever podcast entertainment here.
It is you get to.
We're all familiar with the whatever podcast.
Someone
There's Nala. Now, here are the shorts I was talking about. So Michael Knowles did say she was covered up. But, you know, it depends how picky she's going to be. I don't think that's that big of a deal at this point, I guess. The table's mostly covering it, and she does have the hoodie on. Let's not forget, he used to do naughty things on camera, so he has to defend stuff like this. That's a good point, too. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, he was in the Rainbow flick from his college days, which we saw and was incredibly surprising. So that's true. Yeah, I mean, he is invested in this idea of redemption, and anybody with the past is probably going to fight, you know, as much as they can to keep the sort of lane of redemption open, at least, you know, for people like that, right?
donated
Sorry.
$200.
It came out.
BS.
It says, BS, do not talk about fruits of the spirit if you did not give back all of that money. Okay.
Do not talk about
It was the OnlyFans money.
fruits of the spirit if you did not give back all of that money.
Oh, can I please talk on this?
Wait, do you still have, question really quick, do you
She's
still have
passionate.
someone, thank you for the TTS, do you still have your Lamborghini Urus?
No,
Damn, she had a Lambo. That's way more than a couple of jet skis.
I don't. I sold everything. I sold my house. I sold my cars. I sold all the designer things I had.
If you wanted to throw the Lambo my way,
That's because she's got a nice provider husband now.
I'll take a Lambo.
I will also take a Lambo. For free?
So
Wait,
I would.
okay.
Well, here's the thing. It's one thing to, because the person asked about giving the money back. She said she sold her house. She sold the Lambo. So the money's still in her hand, sitting somewhere. I don't know if that counts. I mean, it's one thing to sell it, not drive around in a Lamborghini. But, I mean, it's not like the money is gone from what she got. I don't even know how I feel. I don't know if she should return the money. You know what? I'm going to make that a poll. 42% of people are not religious, and poll. Not religious, 25% are religious. Or 50% actually, because there's yes and not and religious, and 8% no. 12 votes. Let me make another poll. Should Nala give the money back? Should Nala give the O space fans money back? Whatever the hell. I don't know if money back or I'm just going to say away/back. I don't know if she can actually individually give all this money back to the people. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't even know how I feel about that. Like, am I going to sit here and be like, she has to give the money back? I don't really care, to be honest. I don't know if it's that big of a deal to me. Hey, Mr. Pitt, welcome in, man. Sorry if I still sound a little sick, guys. But I'm definitely not as sick as I was last week. So I'm getting better. Great to see you in here, Mr. Pitt. Appreciate you, man. That makes sense. Selling the stuff doesn't mean she gave the money back. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, for all I know, I mean, she profited on that vehicle. Who knows? Maybe it's like a collector's edition and she barely drove it and it's not on sale. And some guy in Dubai was like, I'll give you $50,000 above MSRP for that. And she came up on it. Like, I you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, right? Just because she sold it doesn't mean it was like some total loss and it doesn't matter. So that's still the money. And she's probably just sitting there chilling on the money right now. Unless she used her OnlyFans money as a dowry. So she has this huge body count. Let's say she's sitting on $4 million of OnlyFans money plus a Lambo and a house. And she's like, hey, Mr. TikTok influencer, sir. Maybe he's like, I'll marry you, Nala, but we got to do this the traditional way, you know? And maybe that's what happened to the money. So who knows? Maybe Nala beat us to the dowry punch over here.
I'd love to hit on this topic. So many people are like, you're not Christian.
Man, I found this amazing paper that was like really fun to read. I should talk about it, but it was called Love. It's about love and capitalism. It was a scholarly paper, and I spent pretty much all of yesterday reading it. And it just talked about romantic love and the evolution of romantic love and all that kind of stuff. She made money on a fair transaction. She shouldn't have to give it back. Hey, I think that's a great, so from our kind of secular sort of overall ethical system, it is fair. She didn't do anything illegal, except for the lying part, in which she did claim that she was lying in OnlyFans about a lot of things. Someone like Michael Knowles might say, well, the whole industry is about selling a fantasy. Atheists might say the entire religious thing is about selling a fantasy, but I mean, hey, that's weird. So if it's a fair trade and they knew what they were doing, she knew what she was doing, she shouldn't have to give it back. I could see that. I could see that as the answer. The dowry, hey, man, you guys didn't think we were going to make it through this stream without me mentioning the dowry at least one time, right? Come on. All right.
Unless you give back all the money. Let me break down the money for you.
Oh, here we go. All right, she's about to let us know what's up with this.
So number one, I was living in California while I was making this money. California taxes are ridiculously insane.
I don't know if I care about that. Yeah, okay, you paid your taxes like everybody else. You're still making a good chunk of change.
takes what, 20%? OnlyFans takes 25% of what you make. It didn't matter how much of what I made my gross income that got. So my gross income got taxed 25%. So 25% of that got taken out. Then the tax I pay in California. Then
I think this whole tax thing, this doesn't even matter right here. That she's just, I don't know. I'm not buying any of that. You still profited a lot. It was worth it. You were working hard. You were going hard at it. You had the Lambo. You had the house. You're making good money.
The creator people that I was with took 50%. The agency took 50% of what I made. So you're left with all of that. Whatever's left out of all of that taxed. It's not like I just got $9 million. All of that got taxed 3 ways, and then whatever was left got sent to me.
I don't know. I'm not really buying that, guys. I'm sorry. I don't care about the tax argument.
And no, you do not. You are not required. And nowhere in the Bible does it say. So there was this one man that Jesus told to sell all his belongings to and follow him. There was one man. That is not a stipulation to sell everything that you have and then go follow Christ. If Christ told me to sell everything, which I've already sold everything, and follow him, I will. However,
you can sell everything, but then what do you do with the money that you got from the sale? Are you going to give it away?
Giving up all your money is not a requirement to be able to follow Christ. So if you're not a Christian or you are a Christian and you're saying this, you need to get that out of your head. Because if God specifically told me, like reached down and told me, you know what, you need to be homeless in order to follow me, I'd be like, you know what, I know you'll provide for me no matter what, I'll be homeless. But I do not feel called to do that. Regardless of that, I have sold everything I own. I literally drive a Jeep now, and I live in South Carolina. So what do you got to say?
Hey, man, Jeeps aren't cheap. I mean, what year is that Jeep? And is it kitted out? Does it have a bunch of accessories on it? You know.
Say, Andrew.
It's not like she said she was driving a 4-door Toyota Corolla from 2005.
Really, I'm so intrigued.
I'm just gonna follow up on the super chatter. By the way, I mean, I don't even know why you're so hostile with.
Robert Spencer says, "Who is this weird guy that keeps appearing in the middle?" I think you know who that is. That's Andrew Wilson. He's like a big up and comer. He's more trad than trad cons. I guess you would call him a paleo con. And he pretty much just ass whoops everyone in debates, and that's his thing. Now, does that mean that everything he says is true? No, it doesn't, because sometimes people argue just to win. They don't argue for the sake of the truth, but I guess it depends, you know. Can you let him know that I'd pay him for his beard? Dan the man, she makes seem like Jeeps are cheap. Yeah, it's exactly what I was saying. Also, this whole time she didn't answer the question. Yeah, the tax thing, I'm not buying the tax thing. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't buy that. Like, it obviously wasn't that bad if you had a Lamborghini Urus, which I think is the SUV one, and a big ass house in California. Let's just be honest. I mean, she wasn't living in the ghetto. You know what I mean? So I don't know, you know. She's separating the assets she was able to afford from the OF income from the income itself. Yeah, come on, Nala.
I mean, we haven't even really disagreed about anything most of the night.
Hey, is Brian being paid by Arby's? Interesting.
Most of the night. No, absolutely. But my thing with you is that, like, how, not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I.
This guy, he's hostile towards everybody. That's just kind of his brand at this point.
Did. And there was no love.
It's blood sports debating every time. I think that's kind of why Brian has him on so much, because this guy could just, he's like Brian's pit bull. You know what I'm saying? So Brian just sits there and then lets the pit bull do the
your heart from me.
That was good.
As a Christian, you think it's okay.
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute. And you're like, Andrew, why weren't you just nice? Like, what are you talking about? Good.
I have a question.
Didn't Jesus wash the feet of prostitutes or something?
By your own
Didn't Jesus wash the feet of prostitutes or something?
Jesus got a prostitute washed his feet.
Deceiving, deceitful, satanic prostitute by your own admission.
Satanic?
Wow, that's a new one. That's a new one.
Hang on, Nala. You told me.
Yes, Andrew.
You told me that that you had faith in Jesus Christ then, that your parents were pastors, that you had faith then.
You're getting it wrong already. So
her parents were pastors. Well, she says we're getting it wrong, but I mean, she'll let us know. Mr. Pitt says, as long as she didn't commit a crime, she should keep the money. In actuality, Deuteronomy 23:18 forbids sex workers from donating to the church. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. So because I was wondering, well, yeah, if you sell everything, and I was thinking in my mind, the next thing I guess logically to do would be to donate it to the church, I guess, but I didn't know that. That's really interesting. What's wrong with that poor woman in the background? She looks like she's choking. Well, you see, Robert, this is made to be choking on something, if you know what I mean. It's one of those kinds of things that the Tesla bots are kind of working on nowadays, I think. Dan the Man says, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't either. Thanks for dropping that gem in here, Mr. Pitt. Robert Spencer says, someone definitely needs to give her some mouth-to-mouth, even if she is a dummy. Dan the Man, she doesn't have to give the money back to the church, but at least give that money to help men and women who are struggling with corn. That's a great point. Yeah, that's actually a good point. She can donate it to something that helps kind of recovering addicts. And, you know, I think I'm not like, I don't know if I would, God, maybe I would if I woke up on the wrong side of the bed that morning. I don't know if I'd vote to like outlaw nudie videos. I'd like to say I'd take a libertarian thing about it, but giving that up and not having that in my life, I think was extremely beneficial for me. When I look back over the years and think about that, I'm very, like, that was a very good decision. And I really think that it's pretty bad. You know what I mean? So I do think it's harmful, and it has harmful effects on that. Now, I don't want to demonize anybody, and I wouldn't get on anybody like that, I guess, but that, I don't know. I do personally believe that it's bad. So yeah. And I think she probably believes that now also. So I could see, I mean, her trying to do something or to start something maybe to help the ladies to get out of that. She can start something like that instead of selling merch, or maybe she can do something to help guys get out of it too. So yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point.
To unmisquote you.
You were gonna do it.
You can play the quote. You can play the clip if you want.
Let me finish, and you can respond. Okay. You said even then that you knew the truth, but you turned away anyway. Okay, so that you could basically make money. Now you say now, okay, well listen, that was all a character. I'm willing to believe that. I didn't ever say that you weren't playing a character. I'm willing to totally and completely believe you. Okay, but there's no way for me to determine that. I can only determine things based on what you say. So you say to me, well, I'm a degenerate prostitute who lies about everything, right? And it's like, okay, what did you want me to say to that? What would you have wanted me to say?
So number one, you completely misquoted me. I never.
Robert says, corn isn't that tough. I was able to kick its ass when last I was attacked by a gang of corn. Was it yellow corn or was it white corn? Hello. Hey, Male Space. Welcome in, man. Great to see you. You missed out on me having audio issues earlier, so I'm glad you're coming in now. It was kind of a rough start, this stream, but I think we're doing okay now.
Once said.
All right, so she's saying she got misquoted.
Back then that I lied. Number two, I never said that I knew what to do and knew how to follow Christ. I said that I was hurt.
Does she have tattoos all over? Like, are these tattoos? I don't know why. It's just kind of interesting.
By the church. I said that my dad was a pastor.
Hold on 1 second.
What?
Then that I lied. Number two, I never said that I knew what to do and knew how to follow Christ. I said that I was hurt by the church. I said that my dad was a pastor before I started OnlyFans. So there's the clarification on that. I was hurt by the church. I've been through 3.
Interesting. I wonder what she means that she was hurt by the church. Like, I wonder what she means by that. That's an interesting thing.
Can
you play the clip? Because this is crap.
I recently watched the clip. Did you say that your dad stopped being a pastor when you're 18 years old?
Okay with it.
Yeah. clip.
No,
And I
hang
wasn't
hang
on
let me finish, let me
OnlyFans.
finish. You said that I was a bad father because I would disown, unlike your father, right? Because I would disown my child based on some like.
I'm not saying
stipulating
you as a father
circumstance.
should condone what your kid was
Nala,
doing
can I
on
finish? And then you can
OnlyFans.
respond.
But you
You know what? That gives me another poll idea. Also, 75% of people said yes, she should give back the money. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm going to do another poll real quick. Start a poll. Would you disown, or you know what? Ah, shit. I feel like maybe it's not the best to ask it personally. Would you disown, the hell with it. Would you disown your daughter if she was on the poll? POLE, I think is an okay way to say that. Because it sounds like they're going to start talking about disowning kids here, and I'm just feel like let's just preemptively get this one out there in the chat. So, all right, new poll.
keep interrupting what I have to say, so it's like
I won't interrupt you. Okay, so just listen to what I'm saying. You literally made this comparison. You said you're a bad father if you do A, C, and D. I said, does your father know you do OnlyFans? You said yes, and he's fine with it because you take care of him, right? That's what you told me.
oh, absolutely.
That your father was fine with you doing OnlyFans.
So
Was that a lie?
No. Listen. I don't think as a father you should disown your kid because of what they turn out to be. That's not their real plan. Do you think I wanted to be on OnlyFans the rest
Why
of my
does
life?
Jesus send
Absolutely.
people to hell?
Once again, interrupting me, like I just said. So if you
Okay,
want
go
me to
ahead,
finish
go
my
ahead.
statement and respect me as an
Yeah, you can
adult,
go ahead.
that would be
Go
great.
ahead.
All right, here we go.
So anyway, my dad accepted me as his daughter. Yes, I was supporting him financially. Was that right that he told me and actually encouraging me to stay on OnlyFans? Absolutely not. I was saying it was wrong for you to disown your
So she was supporting her dad. So I guess, okay, so she's paying the dad's bills. And he used to be a pastor, but then he stopped being a pastor.
child just because of their life choices. You said that you would literally stop talking to them. And how right is that as a father to guide your child when the Bible literally says, train up a child in the way that they should go?
Robert Spencer says, my kid disowned me for voting for Trump. I feel like you're joking about that. I mean, I've heard of that, but I don't know about, I mean, I'm sure you're kind of making fun of that, right? Like you're just joking. Disowned your father, like God, because you voted for Trump. That's just too much.
But you said if your daughter did OnlyFans, you would completely disown her. So how is what you would do biblical?
I'm going to explain. It's called consequences.
Okay, well, damn. All right. The other man says, I grew up in an Asian household. They would kick me out or their daughter if they did stuff like this, so I wouldn't mind. Yeah, I can see that being the case. They totally would do that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there'd be some disowning. Listen, the fact is that, like, you know, we live in America, right? So it's like there's not much you can do. I guess you can try to use the powers of reason to convince them not to. But as I don't know, who was it? Polemarchus or somebody in Plato's The Republic told Socrates, at the beginning of the book, when they see, you know, Socrates down at the Piraeus, and they want Socrates to go back to their house for some reason, because they're like, hey, man, come over, Socrates. And Socrates is like, you know, I'm not sure. He's not really sure. And they're like, if you don't come with us, we're going to force you to come with us. And he's like, what if I convince you guys to let me go? And then they're like, what if we don't listen to what you have to say? So what if we just cover our ears? How can you convince us if we don't listen? Now, if my only power as a father to stop my daughter from doing the thingy is to use reason, but she doesn't want to listen to me, no matter how much I try to talk to her, and I can't go over there and literally like take her down the thing and bring her home, because that would be illegal. And I am now violating the freedom of another autonomous adult human being, U.S. citizen. Then hell, I mean, all I really got left is disowning the person. What do you want me to do at that point? You know? So, you know, that's where we're at. She literally blocked me, for real. Damn, man. I'm sorry about that, dude. Hopefully she comes around. That is just so wild. You know, man, I know that probably even some of you guys believe this, like, oh, this was the most important election of all. But I feel like every time an election comes around, the media is so good at convincing people that this is the most penultimate, final, most important election ever. You know what I mean? And they always convince people of that to where it's like, oh my God, you know what I mean? And then afterwards the election happens, and then Biden is, you know, congratulating Donald Trump and saying, hey, peaceful transition to power. And then they're talking to each other in the White House and everything's fine. You know what I mean? It's just not that big of a deal. I mean, to stop talking to your parent over. I'm not laughing. I just mean, like, it just sounds ridiculous, you know? Dan Man says, rest in peace. Did you get to punch me, Dan the Man? Because I saw your profile picture. Oh, what the hell? Here, incoming fist. All right, well, let's get back to this. So back to the disowning. So far, 75% of the poll who answered it says that they would indeed do the disownage.
And there's always consequences. If you look at, for instance, the prodigal son had to come back home and humble themselves after they came back home, after they squandered their entire fortune. That's what they had to do. Okay, so the thing is like, for you to say that if somebody is doing something that is horrific or satanic or something like this, that I have to allow them what? In my home? Do I need to allow them around my family? What do I need to do to capitulate to them, Nala, which would make me a good father?
In no way, shape, or form.
Let them experience the consequences of their own actions, because that's what a good father does.
A good father completely disowns their child, as in, like, stop speaking.
Well, I mean, we are talking about an adult child, by the way. So, I mean, when she says child, I think she's kind of tugging on the heartstrings of like a defenseless child. But we're talking about like a 21-year-old woman who wants to do whatever the hell. We're talking about an adult at this point, right? So really he's disowning, you know, an offspring of his who is now an adult that used to be a child but is now an adult.
To them, I never once said that you had to let your daughter into your home, that demonic spirit into your home. But
the Jezebel spirit.
What about praying for them, sending them Bible verses, regardless of what they believe in? That is honestly what saved me. So you disowning your kid could actually have detrimental.
Now, from I guess a red pill perspective, if you wanted to go there, that's kind of like begging, sending over the verses, trying to convince them, basically kissing their ass to come back. And you know, we know that that's probably not going to work. So frankly, not talking to them and ignoring them and letting them just deal with it and stew in your absence is probably gonna get you more respect than less respect, right? I think this does ultimately go down to how much respect, you know, they have for you.
Versus saved you? No.
I said that my husband sent me Bible verses.
Be with saved you, right?
Just give me their phone number.
Can I interject?
Uh-oh. Okay, I think he kind of took a shot at her about how it wasn't the verses, but it was some guy she's in love with that saved her. Uh-oh. Is that what he said? Something like that?
No.
Could actually have detrimental.
Bible verses saved you?
Said your father sending you Bible verses saved you, as a question.
No.
No.
I said that my husband sent me.
Said some guy you found really attractive saved you.
Bible verses.
To be with saved you, right?
Some guy you found really attractive that you wanted to be with saved you. Uh-oh. Ooh, man.
Can I interject?
He's like, how dare you?
Go ahead, quick.
So when it happened to Mary Magdalene, right, and she was a prostitute and they were about to stone her, what did it say?
Mary Magdalene was not a prostitute.
Okay.
Is that fake news?
Totally fake news.
Fake news.
Mary
Okay.
Magdalene is not a prostitute.
So when they were going to stone
I
the
have
prostitute.
no idea where people come up with this.
Okay.
Mary Magdalene was not a prostitute.
Question.
Okay, next question.
When it came to the prostitute and they stoned her, what did Jesus say?
He said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Okay. Okay. So
she's basically saying,
Yeah,
like,
so
who
you
are
don't
you
get
to
to go
cast the
stone people
stone
to
on
death based
someone
on their
like
sin.
like,
Yes,
who
I
are you
agree.
to judge her? Because we all have original sin.
Wait, stop. First
righteous
of all,
judgment is
Hold
an
on, hold
actual
on, hold on.
biblical
Let
thing.
him finish.
First of all, I'm not judging her, right? I mean, we're going over a previous conversation where I now have been told that everything she told me in that conversation essentially cannot be trusted because she was a pathological liar at the time because she was playing a character. Now, I'm not. That's what she just said to me. So we're
Dude,
going
I was
over the
literally dressed in a
conversation. That's
Spider-Man
why
outfit,
I
and you
haven't even
believed me. Like,
I haven't even gotten.
that says
to
a
any
lot about
judgment
you.
yet. We haven't even gotten to any judgment yet. Right now, we're just talking about the facts of the matter. There hasn't even been any judgment. And 3, it's perfectly acceptable for Christians to judge. Where this idea came from that Christians can't make judgments, especially value judgments, we make them all the time. Otherwise, how would you even know who was walking down the wrong path, who needed salvation, who did? How would you know any of these things if you couldn't make value judgments? You couldn't.
Righteous judgment has to do with coming out of love from your heart. In no way, shape, or form does whatever you have to say to me from the day I was dressed in a Spider-Man costume to right now have any love in your heart. You're just condemning.
You know my heart?
There really is a stark contrast here between Michael Knowles and Andrew Wilson's method of dealing with this, which I find interesting. It's like they're, I guess, opposed, very much so. Just give me their phone number. One of these days, maybe we'll have you call in, Robert. We'll do the call-in show. A daughter who doing OF already doesn't respect her father. So what is the point of a father trying to give advice to someone who isn't listening? Do they want people to keep fighting no matter what? Yeah, and I agree with you there. I mean, how can you convince them if they won't listen? They're going to have some sort of awakening of their own or run into some really bad problem. And, I guess in her case, she was supporting her dad, she says. So I guess she was paying his bills. But, whatever. Hey, welcome in, Happy Bachelor. Good to see you, man. Evening, fellas. Good evening to you, my good sir. I'm very grateful that tomorrow's Sunday and I get to get a lot of sleep.
You know my heart
I
now?
don't. I really don't.
Yeah, well then why would you make the accusation of condemnation? All I did was repeat back to you what you said to me.
I never once said I was demonic.
You were lying.
Robert says, I'm sorry, I'm with the Lion Queen. This is like all the people taking Trump seriously. I kind of feel bad for her a little bit. Maybe that's just me being a simp. But yeah, part of me, I guess maybe him grilling the hell out of her will make her a better person, I guess. So we'll see.
About everything. And
it's probably in some sense necessary. I mean, there's kind of a good cop, bad cop going on here. There's Michael Knowles, who's like really celebrating her. And then there's Andrew Tate, who's kind of like bad cop in this situation. He's just like, what about all this BS? So, maybe both of those things together will be really good for her. She was obviously playing around. Lighten up, dude.
I'm doing is trying to get clarity.
Lying about being a character on.
Well, that's the thing, Robert. I mean, this guy, like his sort of MO is to, he grills everybody he talks to. Like that is just his thing.
Social media, you're offended that I literally spoke the truth about, like, you really think that social media is real? Like, please tell me that's not true.
Oh shit, she's breaking the fourth wall over here. You're not supposed to do that.
I mean, listen.
Because I said that I was lying about what I put on social media.
Just pivot. Why are you pivoting?
Pivoting off of what? This is a big.
I mean, she put probably all of her religious conversion on to, or revival, whatever it was in her life, on social media as well. So she could be lying about
part of
that.
the topic.
So listen, all we were discussing right now was that when we had a previous conversation on the Whatever podcast, by your own admission, everything you said to me potentially was a lie.
About
Perhaps
what?
Not everything you said. Stop, Nala. Just let me finish, and then I'll let you talk. Okay? Perhaps not everything you said to me was a lie. Perhaps not everything you said to me was a lie, but by your own admission, if you're playing a character, and I shouldn't trust anything you say, then I assume everything you told me was a lie until I get it clarified otherwise. All I've been doing is just ask.
Well, I guess, yeah, she could be lying now because she was lying before. And then I guess the question becomes, what can she do now to gain the trust back or to prove that she was not lying? Some might say giving the money back. Others might say stepping out of the limelight for a bit. I don't know. I mean, I wonder, what do you guys think she could do to earn the trust back, I guess. Um, Sorry, I think this is obnoxious. Well, I got another clip for you after this where her husband is there, and it's her husband and her versus this same guy. So, we'll be getting there real soon, and it might get even more obnoxious. Um, Michael Sand says, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his city shall stone him to not aliving with stones." Yeah, I mean, see, and that's kind of what I was getting at earlier when I said that the church kind of has to rely on this redemptive thing, especially nowadays, since they don't have the same legal power that they used to. This probably would not have been much of a story before, because what probably would have happened is they probably would have got to the stoning or whatever it was going to be. They would still give them a chance to repent, but the act of repenting did not stop the executioner's axe from coming down. It was really more just for your soul, I guess, would be the reasoning there, right? It does not stop the consequences in the material world we're in from happening thereafter. So, but you know, they really can't do that anymore. So they have to figure out what to do with these people, and it tends to be this kind of, well, welcome back sort of thing, you know? I was lying, and everything I put social media is a lie. She puts her conversion on social media. Is that a lie? Yeah, and that's why I'm like, so what can she do to earn the trust? You know, Robert Spencer says, to earn the trust for this guy, who cares? I guess I could see what you're saying. She's already got Michael Knowles' trust and a lot of other people's trust in that regard. So, but I hear what you're saying. There's the answer for him is I'm sure he'd come up with stuff if you asked him what she can do, and a lot of it would involve her not being on social media. But yeah, there's probably very little.
Asking you clarification questions. You have been spurting out and upset because you feel like it's condemnation. I haven't condemned you for anything. We've just barely even started having a conversation.
Called you a Satanist.
You literally called me a Satanist.
What, you're
demonic?
I guess you can argue calling someone a Satanist or you know, comparing them with Satan is a form of demonization, and probably the highest form.
Prostitute. In no way, shape, or form was I a I mean, okay, so I understand that showing your body online is like selling yourself. Understood. But in no way, shape, or form.
Maybe a digital prostitute?
Online. What are you talking about?
Did I not just admit that? Like,
Yeah,
what do you
that's
have a problem with?
prostitution. By any metric, that's prostitution. What are you talking about?
Okay, but
That's
like by
prostitution.
standards, prostituting is literally standing on the road, getting cars and having sex
No,
with them.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that, but she did also admit to, you know, having the cheating kink, which I guess she's saying she's lying about now. But what, you know, I don't know. There were things going on with people, you know, I guess at best you can say she was paying other nudie stars to star in her films, right? So if she was doing stuff with other people for money, to make money this way through OnlyFans, while also paying other actors to perform with her, they're both making money. You know, maybe you could say it's a similar thing. Spurging. Anyone who uses that term deserves being taken seriously. I didn't really know what it means, and it really wasn't until I started watching his content. I think that just means someone like just going insane during a debate, or no one, yeah, deserves to be taken seriously. I don't know the origin of that word. For me, she needs to get off of social media. Most porn stars say the attention is what leads them to this life. She could come back several years when she is no longer relevant and the attention. Ah, I see. So the greatest demon in her life is really as the attention. And by, you know, professing that she's converted or, you know, revived in her religious life and all this stuff, the one thing she should then be fighting against is this obsessive, addictive need for attention. So until she proves she can live without that, has she really become a better person? You bring up a very excellent point, Mr. Dan. That is a good point. Cesar Quintana says, prostitution was tolerated by European kings during the Middle Ages at the height of the Catholic Church's power. Yeah, I think it's probably something that's never really gone away. Now, has it been formally outlawed or not, I guess is important. And if it was not formally outlawed, then that's probably better than it being outlawed, but it's still being around. So I believe it was definitely there, especially when you had a woman who didn't have a dowry and so really couldn't figure out how to get married and couldn't, really work for a dowry. Maybe she just ended up doing that. There is gone. There is gone so we can see. Damn it, I'm not sure what that means. Caesar says, not that I approve or support it. Yeah, I think you have to have none of it or all of it be legal. That has been my position for a bit. I think if the nudie videos are going to be legal, then prostitution should also be legal. I'd like to think that might do something to bring down the profits of the nudie videos. However, if prostitution is going to be illegal, then the nudie videos should also be illegal. This gray area stuff, I'm not really a fan of that. It should either all be legal or all be illegal at the very least. The Happy Bachelor. This gal would be better off to just step out of the spotlight and live her life. And she's married now, ostensibly to a provider husband. I'm not exactly sure what their beliefs are on that. Well, actually, we're going to see it in the next clip because Andrew Wilson argues with her husband about feminism. So I guess we'll find out. But yeah, she technically probably doesn't need to work. I mean, either she has all this money left over from the Lamborghini and the house, and that can get her a long way, Robert Spencer says, from the spotlight and live her life, her actions will bear out whether or not her conversion is genuine. I think that's true. It's all about the actions. Robert Spencer says, would you accept a dowry if it was obtained by prostitution? Ooh, that's a good question. It could almost make a poll too. Would I accept a dowry if it was obtained by prostitution? Now, on a philosophical level, I'd like to think that a woman can have a big enough dowry to balance out how far gone she is. So, I mean, you can say that her husband is kind of in this position, especially if she's coming with a lot of money to this marriage. So she's kind of a asset on the board. And even now she continues to make money with how popular she is, which is kind of derived from her more prostitution-like days, right? And he kind of took that deal. Now, there wasn't a formal dowry between them. Oh my God, look at all this leg down here. Wow, what's going on? There's a lot of leg. You guys seeing that? Ooh, that's questionable. Let me go ahead and cover that. But I think he kind of took that deal. You know what I mean? Would I do it? I guess it depends how big the dowry is. I mean, back up that thing and let me see what's in that dowry trunk and see what you got in there. So, it probably depends on a lot of things. But, I'm not going to say no.
What is a prostitute?
Is it not a prostitute?
I don't know if they need to split hairs on whether or not what she was doing was actually prostitution. I mean, for me, it's she's paying what serves as an avatar to have coitus with her, right? Even though money's coming from OnlyFans, there's still a real life human avatar which the viewers identify with while they're watching the scene. So there was a real person that was there helping her to profit from these digital viewers or whatever, right? So something was going on. And she said she was single at the time, so it wasn't her boyfriend. I don't know. So, just to be to split hairs over that, I guess. YouTube has a character limit. I couldn't put my whole text in one chat. That's no problem. Not to get preachy, but according to Catholic doctrine, jerking off is worse than prostitution. The reason is even though prostitution is a sin, it still follows the order of nature. Wow. At first I was going to be like, that has to be wrong. Cause I was thinking about the whole, if you've thought about adultery in your mind, it's just as bad as if you'd done it. So I thought it was like on an equal playing field, but to say it's actually worse than prostitution is, wow, that's very interesting. And the justification you put there, it seems like that would make sense. Follows the order of nature. Yeah, I mean, I can see how that would make sense. Now, a lot, I mean, if you're going to look at it from like I guess you could be like, well, at least there's not another person and someone else might not get pregnant, possibly leading to child support. But when you really think about like jerking it, isn't jerking it like a really weird thing? You know what I mean? Like someone is essentially looking at lights on a screen. Like none of this is real. That this looks like a guy, but it's really just a bunch of lights on a screen. You know what I mean? And somebody is like looking at that and then they're sitting there and they're just getting it going on with some lights on a screen, which is all essentially a product of a man's imagination. Like even if there's women on the screen, that whole way that it's shot and what sells isn't even what people probably care about in real life when they're doing that. It's just like what some guy's imagination that he thinks looks good, and then he tells the characters how to act. You know what I mean? So it's really based off of a figment of some guy's imagination. It really is unnatural when you think about it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very interesting point, Caesar. Adultery is different because adultery is violating a solemn vow of matrimony. Ah, yeah, that's a good point too. It's not just about that. That makes a lot of sense. How is jerking it not following the order of nature? I would be interested in what a Catholic perspective on, that is more deeply, I guess. What do you mean by order of nature in the context of prostitution? Man, Caesar, you got everybody's ears perked up over here. Better than having some chick stealing all of your shit and a few years later. Now here comes the secular rational perspective. I can get that, right? Like, let's say there's a husband and wife, and the wife's mad at the husband for jerking it. And he's just like, well, I saw this once. I can't remember if it was divorce court. And I can't remember which divorce court lady it was. I used to watch divorce court growing up, which is extremely weird, considering how many divorce orders I then went on to read. But anyways, the husband's retort, and I remember being like 11 years old, probably homesick watching this. And he was just like, well, it's better than me being out there, taking risks with other women, like catching diseases or whatever, or, possibly getting them pregnant. And the judge was like, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. He's got a point. Oh, man.
No.
Where are you, bro, in your mind?
That's called hooking, because you're trying to hook somebody to be a John.
No shot, bro. Say that.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're arguing about that. I feel like that's kind of not that important,
It's a prostitute. No.
A prostitute is someone who goes and stands on the side of the road, gets into somebody's car, and has for money. That is called a prostitute.
There are like a lot of different ways someone could prostitute themselves. So, I mean, I don't think you got to be on the road, standing next to a car, wearing high heels, asking if someone wants to party.
The bunnies at the bunny ranch, they're not prostitutes.
Can you Google it, Andrew? Can you Google it? I don't have my phone.
As long as they go to a hotel room and there's a camera, it's no longer prostitution.
It's any job that sells sex. That's
okay.
For
so
money.
Then what is the criteria of prostitution?
I'm not saying that I wasn't prostituting myself at all, but like you're defining it in a manner where I'm literally going to people's houses, grabbing money from them and having sex with them. But yes, what I was doing was very simple. And
okay, yeah, so that's enough of that. Let's just get to the She acts like Jeeps are bad or cheap. I like how that's the first comment. So she is pretty much saying her pimp took a big cut and we should feel bad about that. There is no salvation until the defensiveness disappears. Getting defensive of sins is not the path of the faithful. She is on her manipulation high horse. Nala, don't interrupt me. Then proceeds to interrupt Andrew at every opportunity. One of the worst whatever podcast I have ever seen. I have watched all of them completely. Damn, this guy's like a whatever podcast super fan. Did not finish this one. I believe there was collusion talk before the show. Oh, damn, it's a conspiracy by the guest, which I guess is Andrew Wilson, possibly. The first 7 women all white knighted for each other. They all laughed in unison at Andrew at the same time, effing annoying. Then the simp husband came in. Okay, that's the next clip. And said the same stuff. He was probably watching the podcast on his phone and said exactly what Nala said. Nala should not be allowed back. She admitted she completely lied last time on the podcast for money. Her goal was to troll the show, specifically Andrew. Let's see, one more. My original stance was I wouldn't believe her until she washed the red out of her hair. Now, her hair having no red, I believe this is 100% a grift. She is defending her actions harder now than she ever did before. All right, well, I do want to look at this one. Real quick, though, before we do that, let me just catch up here. Oh, crap. How far are we? Here we go. Michael Sayan says, Christian perspective, Robert is right. That is why women were not allowed to initiate divorce. Okay, Robert, you got some support there. Caesar says, according to nature, man have sex with women, not, as Shaw said, masturbated, spill your seed to lights on a screen. I see. So, I could see that being the case, about how that would work from a natural perspective. So then what if there were no lights on a screen and you're watching live? Okay, yeah, so if you're watching live, so, okay, guys, let's close our eyes for a moment. And I want you guys to picture yourself on the savannah, and we're on the African savannah, and, there's competition. There's competition, and it's rough out there, and there's predators, and it's also really hot. And there's some chicks, but, the really strong guys got the chicks, and you got to beat up the strong guys to get the chicks, I guess, if you want some. And then you just get frustrated and you see them just kind of doing what they're doing in broad daylight because we're on the savannah a long time ago and nobody cares. And you just kind of, so it's not lights on a screen. So you just kind of start, choking the chicken a bit, I guess. And it's just kind of weird. Is that unnatural? I guess it still might be unnatural because you can say, well, they should technically still be chasing the biological imperative and either trying to, defeat the other male or find other women or something instead of kind of accepting defeat. It's almost as if sitting there and choking the chicken in that situation sort of betrays a sense of consciousness and a soul, which you might be able to argue is unnatural in itself and maybe even supernatural. And there's also lions on the savannah and giraffes. Man, going on a safari would be really cool. You guys ever see those safaris where like they're in like those trucks that don't have a top and then suddenly like a lion, because they weren't paying attention, a lion is just like all of a sudden jumped in on the back seat and is sitting across some of the passengers and everyone's like, oh my God, what the hell do we do now? There's a big ass lion right here and we can't just drive off hella fast because it might get pissed. That would be so crazy. Like Sneeko and sitting on the chair. Yes, the chair. I couldn't whack off without visual stuff. Man, let's just get to the other clip, man. This is getting...
I think that...
So this is the same show, and then the husband comes. I don't know if Nala's still here, but this is Romeo, essentially. And this is who convinced Nala to, go down the religious route and to change her ways. So Andrew Wilson and this guy are going to have a discussion about feminism.
That Christianity is inundated with feminist and feminist ideology, and I have a huge amount of proof that feminists use massive corporations in order to fund their infiltration into Christian churches. They actually allocate a huge amount of funding for this, and why you see LGBT.
Oh, that's interesting. That's actually really interesting. That sounds like a really interesting rabbit hole to go down right there. Just corporations funding churches in order to promote a certain agenda. Damn, that's interesting.
LGBTQ pastors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think you would disagree that that's true. The 2 points of contention that I had with Nala this evening was because of this feminist invasion, you also see tons of workers also who use Christianity as a shield from criticism rather than coming to the religion and the faith itself from a form of humility and repentance and trying to come to the faith the correct way. Instead, they're infiltrating and using it as a shield from any form of criticism.
I think Andrew kind of has a tough thing to go against here. Now, I guess it really depends because there's different types of churches, different types of Christians, right? And if corporations are convincing the more mainstream churches to allow this stuff, Nala and this guy probably have more to lean on because they can probably point to a church, like a bona fide church, and say, hey, this is accepted and you're wrong. And that kind of puts Andrew more in this position as one guy who is saying, no, this is how it's really supposed to be. Yet, there are actual churches that are backing them, ostensibly because they're taking corporate monies to do that. Now, I mean, Andrew's church might not be doing that, so
that was the first contention that we had, and then the second contention that we had was over the idea of submission, what submission means.
Also, I don't know how old these two are. I'm guessing they're probably still in their 20s, and then this is like, a 50-year-old guy.
She thought that because I said that the man has not only the last say, but doesn't actually need to make justifications to his wife or significant other, that somehow equated to slavery. And so, yeah, I wanted your takes on both those things.
So I would definitely agree with you just on the fact that, church has definitely been more watered down. You have one side of like the religious Christians who don't actually have a relationship with God, but point fingers at all the people who do have a relationship with God. And also a big part of that is, though it's so quick for them to point out somebody else's sin, but rather justify their own sin. And then also within that, I would also go into the part where, like Christians themselves, they'll go to like all these mega churches and stuff like that, and they won't actually get any, like, I guess you could say like meat. It's more just like milk. Yeah, milk, and like there's no substantial stuff. You hear more of a feel good pastor rather than like a convicting pastor. And in order to actually change your life, you need conviction. That's a big thing that the Holy Spirit gives you. And then as for the submissive thing,
how do you know when it's the Holy Spirit?
Oh, once
okay, now we're going to get into an issue of subjectivity over
you actually have a relationship with God,
What does that mean, though?
Now, I could kind of see where he's coming from. Like, if you have a very intense personal experience, you're just like, I know, because this came from somewhere, deep from whatever. Like, this was such a lucid experience, a spiritual vision or whatever. And that's just the way it is.
Once you have a relationship with God, you know what conviction is, because it goes more than just, I feel bad about that. Like,
I don't know if I necessarily agree with all this or whatever, but I'm just saying there is such a thing as having a spiritual experience that you're just like, this was something profound.
It's hard for you to eat. It's hard for you to sleep. And you're constantly thinking about it because God's putting it on your heart. Just like if you had a strong relationship with God, he would be convicting you about how much you swear where you do have the title as a Christian, because every single day.
Your wife called me a pussy.
And trust me, that's crazy, because I can't believe you talk to women like that. But like,
hang on. Your wife called me a pussy. Mm-hmm. And it's incorrect for me to call her a bitch back.
No, it's incorrect.
That's interesting.
No correction.
It's incorrect for both of you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but,
so how come you didn't call her out for? All right, hold on.
but only I need the correction, right, sir?
Well, you are the man, and you are supposed to.
Yeah, but you're the man, and then you're supposed to correct her and not just call him out. Okay, so let's see where that goes.
I see.
You are supposed to talk to a woman with respect.
Are Christian women supposed to be calling other Christian men?
And I mean, women should be speaking to other people with respect also. I agree with him, and I'm an atheist. I know, weird. Well, I mean, there's a lot of aspects of life that you can agree with someone else's take on something. I have a buddy who he grew up in a very religious family, but he is a self-professed atheist and always has been. And I kind of like to point out to him sometimes, I'm like, you're the most Christian guy I know, because this guy is like a straight arrow, real short haircut, keeps the lawn mowed, wife and kids, gets up early every day, isn't out there doing drugs or gambling or really doing anything bad. And it's just so funny because he's just like such an atheist, but it's almost like we live in such a like upside down world that of course it's the atheist that happens to be behaving in the way that religion wants most people to behave. It's just like, it's like a big gigantic joke sometimes, So yeah, I can see how you'd agree with them on something.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Oh, okay.
So all night when you've been throwing the F word around, that was okay?
Hang on, just to make sure I got this right. When there's a provocation my way, the correction must come to me, never to your wife?
Well, I'm speaking to you man to man, and I'll speak with
And
her.
Man to man.
Speaking to you man to man. You need to correct your fucking wife's attitude.
Well, watch your language again. Again, if you are Christian, you would watch your language.
She just
If you are Christian, look, okay, so what happens if he doesn't watch his language? It appears what he's going to do is then attack not his manhood, but attack his spirituality. Well, if you are a real Christian, this is kind of similar to like the real man. If you're a real man, well, if you're a real Christian or a real this or a real that, then you wouldn't do that, right? So this is an attempt to yank, his Christian card from him. Now, I personally believe nobody can yank anybody's religious card, no matter how ridiculous it is. I think it really is up to you. But that's kind of an interesting thing.
A random guy a pussy.
Okay.
And you called her a bitch back.
Well, you've been calling her names all night. You called her a whore earlier. You called her a whore.
I mean, he did call her a prostitute, but that was more, I don't want to say a statement of fact. I mean, they did get into an argument about what that is, but, she was doing the OF stuff.
Literally called me a whore.
The most,
You've been saying stuff all night.
most swears I've heard tonight have been from you.
Former liar, right?
The most swears I've heard tonight have been from.
This conversation like went in a different direction, but okay. Dan the Man says this conversation shows the problems Christians now have now. They will call out the men's behavior, but never call the woman's behavior. They will tell men only God can judge women, but they will judge men instantly. That's an interesting point, man. Klaus says, being atheist doesn't mean to abandon morality. That can easily align with Christian morality. Yeah, I think atheists can be moral or behave morally. So that's true. I know a lot of the debates about can morality sprout up from a completely atheist thing, and then they start talking about utilitarianism and all these kinds of things, I think, if I remember right. But yeah, I mean, from like a rational standpoint and wanting a good life, I mean, you can say, well, rationally speaking, avoiding this and doing this can lead to a better life, even while atheists. They are more mad about Andrew than Nala. Yeah, at this point, it seems that way. He is kind of, he's a dick, right? And it rubs a lot of people the wrong way. And, he's an asshole, I guess, in some ways. And I think there is an element of tact that you can use to, or maybe that's necessary, but I don't know. Sometimes you got to be an asshole and a dick also. So I guess we could just have this conversation.
You, not anyone else here.
Oh, no, I said the word fuck. Oh, my God.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, and where in the Bible?
Damn. Okay, so we're questioning. So see, his strategy is going to be to attack his Christian card.
Can you tell me anywhere in the Bible where it says
perverse language?
Cannot.
Perverse language.
Look it up.
And what is perverse language?
profanity.
No, that's not.
And speaking like a sexualized language.
Okay, so do you realize that all...
Robert says he should be a dick. He's defending his wife. Oh, no, I was talking about Andrew. Like, Andrew is generally like a dick to most people. I mean, like, whenever he debates. I don't know about most people, but, like, that's just kind of his brand, is to just, you know, totally destroy somebody and you know, the kind of blood sports debating, and that usually entails, like, all that kind of stuff. I don't even really know if this guy's being a dick. I don't really think he's being too much of a dick, to be honest. But yeah, he's defending his wife. So just real quick, I'm gonna do one thing. Just let the cat in. We'll see if she manages to not screw this up. All right. Let's see. He should be a dick. He's defending his wife. Hey, Braylon Barnes, welcome in, man. Thanks for being here. At this point, talking with these people are just a waste of breath. People like them will never. People like them will never meet in the middle. Anything, just gaslighting. Well, yeah, I mean, essentially what it is, I mean, I can't say what it is definitively, but it seemed, you know, they both got a brand to defend, and it's about arguing for the sake of winning the argument. And it just seems like they're not really willing to make a compromise on either side. This complete atheist is not a fan of Andrew. I thought you were a fan of Andrew, or is it just not with this stuff, I guess?
Forms of what you consider...
Maybe I misheard. I thought you said that in like some prior streams. I might be mistaken, Robert.
...to be cussing are cultural. They're cultural.
Okay.
Saying the word fuck or shit or damn or things like that, this is not an affront.
But you're representing God.
I'm trying to explain to you this concept. Let me start with the explanation.
But you're representing God. Okay, that's interesting.
Then you can make the argument. That's fair, yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. So we start with this, okay? Let us assume for a moment that you did not know what any of these words meant. Shit, damn, fuck, any of that, right?
I will say I try my best not to cuss. I do feel bad when I do. I feel like it's just not something that I can really do. I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. Though sometimes I do, but I am actively trying not to. That guy, I used to do 10 push-ups on stream if I cussed. That's kind of what helped me lower it a bit. That guy in the middle, he's a condescending jerk. Yeah, that's Andrew Wilson. It's kind of sad because I guess anybody at this point named Andrew just seems to be that way, whether it's Andrew Tate or Andrew Wilson. But, you know, I don't know. I think he's making some interesting points on this matter, but being condescending, I don't like bullies. So yeah, I think that could be annoying.
And I said to you, hand me that fucking wrench. And you handed me that fucking wrench. Okay?
Now, if you talk to somebody like that, some people might choose to not associate with you. It really depends on the context. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just some guy and someone's like, hand me that effing wrench, I'd be like, screw you, man. And then just, leave or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody would want to be talked to like that. That is kind of disrespectful. Now, if you guys are dealing with some shit and it's a high intense situation and you're like, hand me the effing wrench, I don't think that's a big deal. Not going to be like, hey, don't talk to me like that. It might actually be necessary for the moment. So it is kind of context dependent.
Who have I affronted here?
I think you've affronted probably a lot of these people. He would probably say it's an affront to God to cuss a lot while representing it. Might clock you with that wrench. Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be talked. Like, you definitely couldn't do that in the workplace. You couldn't do that with your own friends. It would have to really be an extraordinary circumstance to be like, hand me the effing wrench. I
would say the biggest thing, because of my prior military background, I'm used to being around a lot of people.
Oh, snap. He threw the prior military background in there. Man, you better watch out.
People that swear, because a lot of the people who do join the military are, one, you have your patriots, you know, the good old boys. And then you have the people who literally are, they could have gone to jail or go to the military, and they go to the military. And then you have people from low income areas where, you know, they're surrounded by that, and they go into the military and they're constantly swearing here and there and here and there. But that doesn't have anything to do with them. That has to do something with you. You know, it's like if you are representing God, you know, and
you haven't answered my question.
And you were speaking.
Who's affronted?
Yeah, who's being affronted? Well, here he's going to say, well, you know, the way you're representing is an affront towards the, you know, them as Christians, to be representing Christians in this way. I'm guessing that's what he's going to say.
I guess I could say me.
He should have probably just went with what I said. I don't know. He's got like this funny look on his face, dude. He's just like, he's been like this the whole time. Like, oh, no. You stay here. Let me handle that.
So well, how would you know if you didn't know what the word meant?
Well, I do know what the word means.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about actual facts right here, right now, not something in Egypt.
Somebody didn't know what the word meant. Egypt.
Actual facts right here, right now, not something in Egypt.
Somebody didn't know.
I was just in Egypt.
Know what the words meant. Okay, they understood what wrench meant and hand and me, and you said, hand me that fucking wrench, and they didn't understand what fucking meant, but they understood what the rest of the words meant. Then who have you affronted with the word fucking?
Well, they don't understand that word, but their spirit understands it.
What is their spirit understands?
Yes.
What?
Yes. We are all spirit. This is just our body. We're a spirit.
Okay, so have you ever, in a good-natured way, said, hey, fuckhead, how you doing?
Before I was saved, yes.
Okay, post-saved.
He's not the best of speakers, granted. Are you talking about the husband? Or the... God, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who you're referring to.
When you said, hey, fuckhead, how you doing? And you're joking around with your friend, let's say.
Okay, yeah, that's a completely different circumstance. I mean, if that's how you guys joke around, I guess... Now, I mean, that friend might be building up resentment against him, and maybe Andrew just doesn't know that his friend actually doesn't like getting talked to that way. It really depends on that relationship.
Right? Who have you affronted then? How could you have affronted their spirit when you don't even mean it in a coarse way?
It's still perverse language.
Yeah, but perverse has a meaning. And perverse is to be, or to have perversion. So the idea here is that...
hey, Tree Monkeys, welcome in. Lamau, is that? No, yes, that is. That is the TikTok star guy.
You are perverting something as an affront to a thing. This is what you're talking about is cultural relativism. Let me give you an example of what I mean. If so you follow the Ten Commandments, right?
Yep.
Okay. Honor thy mother and father, right?
I don't know. You know, I've known a lot of Christians in my life, and I'd like to think every single Christian household I've ever been in, you'd probably get in some trouble if you said a cuss word or a curse word, as it actually is said. So I don't know. I mean, I think they're kind of all on the same mind about it's bad to say the curse words. I mean, unless there's some pastors or somebody getting up there and giving sermons cussing and it's not that big of a deal, but I don't think I've heard of that, you know?
Do you agree with me that the way that you would do that in Japan when you walked into your house and took off your shoes and bowed would be different than how you do that in the United States?
Robert says, yeah, he's clearly not the best spokesperson against Andrew, who is condescending AF. Yeah, I think the thing about Andrew, it's like if someone's going to debate him, you have to kind of come out of the gate, I guess, being an asshole, unfortunately, only because he's going to do that to you anyways, it seems like, whether or not you wanted to be an asshole or not. But, you know, again, he's a guy who's like used to blood sport debating, and that's just what it's going to be. And he's just not going to be your friend. And if you want to be friendly, it's just not going to be the case. So I don't know. I don't know what the hell the best strategy is, but yeah, he's just going to do that to everybody.
Okay, so then we're adhering to the same principle, but the way in which we get to that principle is going to be different depending on culture, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then if it's completely acceptable within a culture to say, hey, fuckhead, how you doing? Like it is in our culture for men to do.
Well, if it's acceptable in that culture, then maybe it's not so much a cuss word, I guess.
Do that. How could that be an affront to anybody?
But the circumstance that he's using it in right now is not with his friends, at the old tavern, or on the archery range or somewhere, or they're all working on a car together, drinking beers, which sounds like a dangerous thing to do. Do not jack up a very heavy vehicle while drinking beer. It's in a place where it's being beamed to thousands of people, and I don't know. Maybe it's
so. Let me say this.
Principle, you're still adhering to the principle.
If Jesus was in front of you right now,
damn, I thought they were going to talk about feminism.
would you say that to him?
Say what to him?
Hey, head, pick up that wrench.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, that's a good question.
Say it to him.
Exactly. So why do you do it to other people?
Why?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
Because it's culturally.
Oh damn, man, this young guy right here. Now what he should probably do is say, well, she called me a pussy, so I called her a bitch. But he's kind of walked himself down this whole fuckhead route. Sorry for cussing, guys. Damn it. Oh, there we go. I did it again.
Acceptable. We live in a sinful world. Just because it's culturally acceptable doesn't mean you gotta accept it.
Oh man, that's his moment.
You should know that as a Christian.
I would get on my knees and worship Jesus Christ. Would you get on your knees and worship me?
No.
Then why wouldn't you do that?
Okay, he's saving it.
That's sacrilegious. You're not God.
Right. So the thing is like, so what you're saying is you're drawing a delineation and saying, if something is holy,
is he so stupid as to not understand
which is in front of you, would you act differently?
The Holy Spirit's around us right now.
And would you give it exactly the creed?
I'm surprised, Robert. I don't know why. I thought you were like a fan of his. I really did. I get it though. I mean, yeah, he definitely is very condescending. I don't know. There's an argument to be made, right? It's like maybe that kind of behavior pushes more people away than it brings in. I think that his kind of thing for being here on this podcast is to bring people closer to his religion. That's what he's arguing for. But if you're acting this way, will it bring more people or will it push more people away? I guess that can be debated. I really don't know. In Andrew's defense, they keep changing the topic or not even answering the question. Yeah, this has gone a long way. Now, I hear what you're saying, Dan. I do hear what you're saying, but someone like Andrew Wilson, he really does sell himself as like an expert debater or a master debater. No, not the other thing, a master debater. And he should be way better at stopping this from happening, yet he did not stop that from happening, and he let this kind of line of inquiry go down there. So, I mean, I think most other people can give a break, but this guy generally has all the debate skills, and he himself didn't call that out. Maybe because I'm secular, I tend to like religious folks way more than other atheists. That's kind of an interesting point. I can see that being the case. I don't know. I think people are just like that in general as a personality trait. I'm kind of like that. I have a lot of friends that are of a different stripe or whoever, and it's more interesting that way. I think you could learn some more. A master what? Yeah, a master debater. Man, so master debater takes me back to a memory back in 11th grade. And we were in AP US History. That's Advanced Placement US History. And one of my good buddies, so we all had our textbooks out, and the teacher was having us read paragraph by paragraph of this US History textbook. And it was my buddy's turn to read, and him and I, like, man, we were jokesters, especially this guy. And he's reading, and suddenly a sentence in the book is talking about some guy and about how the guy was a master debater. And the way he said master debater and like paused for a second. I was surprised he was able to continue reading because I was about to lose it.
In which it is.
Did you hear that, Andrew?
The Holy Spirit is around us right now.
Bro, let me finish the argument and then count.
There's no argument.
Yeah,
they are not.
How do you know?
It's you trying to
is. Yeah, well, he's supposed to be the debate lord. I mean, he really is the debate.
Defy
lord.
your sin.
How do you know you haven't made? I haven't made the argument.
Hold up,
right now,
bro. Let me finish the argument and then counter.
There's no argument.
Yeah. How do you know?
It's you trying to justify your sin.
How do you know you haven't made? I haven't made the argument.
You don't need to make an argument.
I do think he's kind of getting on him, and which is pretty rare because this guy is usually pretty good.
I already know what you're trying to do. You're trying to justify your sin.
You won't let me make the argument?
You're trying to justify your sin. There's no argument to be made.
Make the argument.
Make your argument. But I'm going to say the same thing. You're still trying to justify your sin.
No, okay. Well, my argument then is that you have no justification whatsoever for making the justification for what sin even is. Go ahead and tell me what sin is. Let me give you an example. Is it okay for me to lie to a person in order to save somebody who's going to die if I don't lie?
Let me rephrase that. Do you think Jesus was cussing?
Stop pivoting.
Do you think Jesus was cussing?
Answer my question. Is it okay?
That's an interesting question. 78%. I'm going to end this poll right here. Damn, I don't know why I'm so into polls tonight. I don't know why. I feel like I could sit here for like literally 5 hours tonight. I don't want to torture everybody. I just got all this energy for some reason. I'm not going to ask, is it okay? I'm going to say, would you lie? The hell with it. I'll just ask it as he asked it. Is it okay to lie to save someone's life? Let's see. I'm just going to put if lying is a sin. Okay.
For me to lie in order to save the life of somebody with the lie.
No.
I guess they would say, yeah, lie. And then once you save their life, you can come clean and be like, man, I lied about it. Please forgive me. That's probably what I would do. You know, I mean, because, you know, you're kind of, you should try to save their life, right? I mean, I think, right? Tell me what a sin is, but only if you tell me what I just said. Yeah, that's kind of what he does. So I did watch a live stream debate, and it was about polygyny within Christianity. And, you know, Andrew was in it, and he totally, like, got on the other people. And it kind of was a butt whooping, you know, but there was definitely a lot of dominating over the other people and stuff. Keep the stream going, Shaw. Man, I appreciate that can-do attitude, honestly. I might. I don't even know why. Maybe it's because I drank all this coffee. I'm just...
No. Okay. Is it okay for me to say a swear word to save a 9-year-old?
It wouldn't ever.
No.
So it doesn't matter.
No, it's not okay.
You know, I guess the thing about this is like, here's the problem with the what ifs, right? It's like you can say, well, is it, you know, I'm trying to think of another sin that isn't like an innocuous one, like lying. Is it okay for me to steal someone's livelihood in order to save a 9-year-old? You know, I don't know. Is it okay for me to beat up an innocent person to save somebody else's life? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I really don't. I guess. And then once I beat up the person within an inch of their life, I could say I had to do it to save the 9-year-old, even though you're innocent. You know? So I've never been a fan of the whole what if stuff. I guess it can help you think of things, but it's like, well, what's the point of the what if it's not something that will ever happen? I guess, you know, some philosophically minded person might argue me on that. Dan the Man says, I watched Andrew and other debaters one tactic I think they try to use. I get people to lose emotional control first. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. And I don't like that. And I mean, the best debaters on YouTube are all about getting under the other people's skin. It's like if you watch Destiny or Andrew Wilson, those two are kind of made to argue with each other, by the way. Do any of those arguments end up helping anybody in the end? I don't know. Is it entertaining? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, that's true. I mean, but it's almost to the same level of like gladiatorial fights. I watched Gladiator 2, by the way. Worth one watch, but I don't think I'll rewatch it. It was so weird I had to purchase Gladiator 1 on YouTube for $16.99 just to get the taste out of my mouth. But yeah, I mean, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of virtue that can be seen in watching two of the best fight each other to death. But does it serve any purpose? And I think there's a certain point where just arguing for the sake of arguing almost becomes barbaric in itself, because it's just about, destroying each other's egos and being assholes. That's why we are wasting time on swear words. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. Hey, man, thanks for the $5. Appreciate the support, man. Very generous. Sometimes it's a matter of degree. Swear words versus death is a no-brainer to me. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there.
So
I mean, yes. If you think about it, but yes, as in the fact that it's easier to, lie or swear to save a 9-year-old. The 9-year-old's life matters 100%.
To ask you this directly, so then to ask you.
I think it's funny that you remember The Price of Gladiator 1. Man, yeah, I mean, it's just such a good movie. And it's crazy because Ridley Scott directed the second one, and I just don't understand how it can, the story can just be like that, not compelling. There were some okay moments in it, but I expect more from Ridley Scott, and it just really goes to show you how much movies just suck nowadays, I almost think it's a conspiracy. I think that the new contract on Gladiator 2 sucked, so Ridley Scott came up with an idea to make the movie suck so that people would get so annoyed they would go and buy more copies of Gladiator 1, thereby allowing him to benefit from his original contract of Gladiator 1. And it was like a 4D chess move from Ridley Scott to get everybody to rewatch the first Gladiator so that he can make some good money on it because his first contract terms were hella better or something. I just don't understand why it was that whack, I don't want to call it whack. It was nice to get a little bit of fan service, but I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it. I watched Destiny. Oh, crap. I watched Destiny a bit back then, and this is what he did. That's why you need moderators. Yeah, I used to watch Destiny 2, and then I finally stopped. I mean, it just becomes very disrespectful to everybody, and I can't anymore. And I used to watch Andrew Wilson when he had 10,000 subscribers. I used to like his channel, and then I eventually had to unsubscribe from him. Pretty much any Bloodsport debater, I'll watch every now and then, but I don't want to be subscribed to them. I just can't watch that all the time, Destiny needs to lay off the meth. He's had an interesting week. Well, I'll say that.
This record. If you could say the word fuck and it saved a 9-year-old from having cancer, would you say the word fuck?
That's a tough.
I mean, I would probably say the swear word. If he wanted Gladiator 2 to fail, he would have kept the gay kissing scene. Yeah, I heard about that. I can't remember who told me that. It was not in the movie.
Are you justifying?
Yeah,
that may have been a studio decision.
You're still trying to justify.
You're just justifying.
You're still trying to justify.
I think he's right because he's using all these what ifs, but he's just trying to find a way to justify it. He has had to go out on a pretty big limb here.
Answered your question. He said no.
Oh, yeah, no. Okay, so.
But why would the saying the F word save a child from having cancer?
It's like
this is not even a real conversation.
I can appreciate her saying that. A lot of the what ifs kind of get.
Can't even fucking hear him because you're spurging. Just calm down.
Chill out, Andrew. Bro, chill out. Because what you're saying doesn't even make sense. You're literally saying that if you said the F word, it would save a 9-year-old's life, but that has never ever been the case.
Guys, I got another video on something about incels that maybe we'll watch after this. I was kind of saving it, but if you guys are down to just keep going longer, then I was gonna watch that, but I say we just do that. I don't know where I'm getting the energy from.
In the history of everything.
It's a hypothetical to test the logic. I know. I get it. But anyways,
you're still trying to justify your sin, man.
Back to the hypothetical to test the logic. I'm going to ask you again.
This dude seems like he's got so much charm. This guy seems like, you can just smile at him or he'll smile at you and just somehow make your day better. You got to watch out for those guys, though. Those people can be very dangerous. Dude, they really are trying to get each other to lose control. Yeah, that's what this ends up being every time. What if her spurging involves F words?
Okay. Would you say the word
literally?
He'll ask you the same question a million times.
I don't know why you do everything.
Doesn't he have to go to bed?
I'll answer whatever question. In fact, when you asked me a question, I answered directly yes or no and then gave the justification. So I'm going to try this again. Right? Remember, I have an earpiece in. When multiple people talk, I can't hear. It becomes garbled. So real quick. Would you say the word?
Keep the stream going, bro. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let me just find it real quick, just so I can hype you guys up, just to see what it is. Oh, damn it. Oh, crap. crap. I had to No, that was my dating app one. Oh, God. I got so many freaking tabs open. Don't worry, guys. Oh, nope, not that one. Oh, God. Nope, that's understanding women's language. Dear God, where'd it go? Oh, thank God. Oh, man, I almost scared myself for a second. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, crap. I got to bring up all my damn things again. I'm sorry, guys. I really am. I got to bring up all my freaking tabs. Damn, Caesar. Cesare Quintana. Wow. First of all, I think that's I really need to get a framed picture of you somewhere and get a dedicated camera on it. We'll call it the Caesar cam. Man, that's a very generous donation, and I'm very humbled by that. Keep the stream going, Shaw. I'm in it to win it now, sir. Very generous of you. That really is, man. That's a lot of money, and I will try to respect that money. And, you know, not spend it on anything frivolous. I don't even know what I would, but again, thank you, man. That's a lot of money. I'm going to really do my best here to come through, man. I appreciate that. That's a freaking lot, man. God, bro. I just feel like that deserves like every single freaking sound effect in here. I got to give you some American money just right off rip. This is the sound of $99.99. That's that feeling. Man. I mean, we got the police in here. Man, Caesar. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are the only cool ones that I got, sadly. That's not going to work. Thank you again, sir. Really. Shit, Caesar. I got a feeling Robert's like got a few beers cracked. Mr. Pitt says, keep the stream going, bro. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah, we're going. Oh yeah, this is the video I want to show you guys. Too many men, too few women. The demographic cause of the incel crisis. This is from 3 days ago. I saw this and it looked pretty interesting. So I think we should watch this. Has nothing to do with it's got nothing to do with the topic of the show, but I just figure why the hell not? And I don't want to wait till next Saturday to do this. I found this like last minute and it was after I already put the premiere up. So it was, it was just going to be that. She could save all the cancerous kids just by cussing with the don't know. Spend on frivolous things. Man, well, I'm glad I have your blessing on that. I can't match Caesar, but I'll do my best. Man, shout out to you, Robert, honestly. And again, it's not about the money. I want everybody to just be in here having a good time. Again, I would hate to be a guy whose life is 100% streaming and pressures people into donating. I don't want to be that guy. I do want everybody to be entertained. Is that not why you are here? And just to have a good time. Man, that's going to be a sound effect, by the way. I need to get that back on the soundboard. I used to have that, the gladiator sound effect. I can't match Caesar, but I'll do my best. Thank you again, Robert. But in all seriousness, this convo with Andrew is getting nowhere. Let's skip and maybe read the comments. I think you're right, and we'll go straight to this incel thing. I was hoping, it said they were going to debate feminism. So, you know what I'll do? I'll skip it a few minutes, and hopefully they'll get back to it. It sounded like they're not going to, though. We really ought to convince women that young men are their retirement. I mean, that's what they're intended to be, because they grow up to work hard and then provide in their older age. But those young women better bring a dowry to those young men. Don't get me started. Or skip ahead. I heard the husband left. Oh, all right. Let's see real quick. I am willing to see the comments on this one.
Fuck to save a 9-year-old from.
Bro, you're trying to justify your.
Okay, justify your.
There's only 3. Can you? You can create. Because with your position on what Christianity is or is not, so we can determine that it's logical.
Then ask a logical question.
What does this have to do with you swearing? I feel like I'm talking to Chad.
Oh God, they're still on
it shows.
You can now. Here's the thing: if you can point out where there's some type of contradiction,
that's not a real question.
They're not taking it seriously. I do wonder how the comments.
What
felt
if God's
about this.
testing you?
So then, if that is the case, that
By
was
having you
part
say
of
that
God's
word.
God,
You just
Okay,
answer
they're
his
still on
question.
the
Oh, wait, no, you
cussing?
didn't.
I did answer
Can we
it.
move on?
Is
Hold
part
on,
of
guys, hold
God's-
on.
is part of God.
No, he can't.
He can't make a rock too big for him to lift, right?
No.
It got into these weird like philosophical things. They never went back to feminism. I was
Okay,
lied
so
to.
then that means that he must have a nature which would confine him from making a rock so heavy he cannot lift it. That means that he's confined to the idea that there cannot be a contradiction.
But by
that
your
would be
standards-
the only way. Stop Nala for a second. Make a God more powerful than himself.
This has, it has nothing to do with what it started. I'm gonna pin this one on Brian. Actually, to be completely honest, I think this is Brian's fault for not getting this on track. I'm gonna.
It is
blame
getting
him.
a little late here, Andrew. All right, Andrew.
He is, and to dive in. But anyway, have a good night.
Okay. Oh, so then, yeah. So that was that. Man, Dan the Man, you were right. We can get on to this next good content. This guy is the final boss of Simps. He's talking about the husband. That's actually incorrect. The final boss of Simps is right here. This is the true final boss of Simps. Just to be straightforward. I mean, imagine you didn't have breakfast this morning, but I did have breakfast. They're trying to make fun of Nala, but still. I hate when someone is so stupid they think everyone else is stupid. If you didn't have breakfast today, oh God, a former OnlyFans star talking shit because someone curses is wild. Calling a 304 is not an insult. It is a statement of fact. Just being Nala's husband is a self-own. Don't need a debate. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like he's hitting peak because he's going out with this woman. I was thinking about this once. You remember how Destiny went out with or was married to the open marriage woman, whatever, what was her name? Melina. And when I think about his career and his sort of meteoric rise, people make fun of him for that. But I actually think it's because he was in that relationship and married to that woman that he became as popular as he did. That's why he was really making the rounds on the Red Pill podcast, because it's like, here's this open marriage guy. Here's this open marriage guy. And then now you got this guy, Nala's husband. And it's like, I think it's only helping his fame and his career. If they end up splitting, that'd be something. Maybe they won't. I don't know. And is he really losing? I don't know if he's really losing. It seems to be bringing in a lot of value for him in the same way that Destiny's wife did for him. It made him have this special symbolic thing that helped their careers, if that's what you care about, We really have to, oh, no, I just read that one. He sounds just as obnoxious. My bad. No, it's all good, man. Oh, Jesus, this was resolved in the 1930s. Next time I should have watched before sending it. Oh, dude, don't worry. I mean, this is great. I mean, I'm having fun with this stream. I just, for some reason, I just wanted to have fun. Like, I didn't feel particularly strongly about anything this week because I was sick for like most of the week. So I didn't even think about anything, even though I did read a couple papers on the dowry. Oh, I read one on love and capitalism, which is peripherally related to the dowry because I'm trying to track how affluence and romantic love are related. So yeah, I don't know. I just didn't think about much for the stream. So I appreciate you sending anything, man. I appreciate when people send stuff to review. I had no clue this is what would have happened. Oh man, don't worry. It was supposed to be yesterday. I'm sorry, but I think Andrew is a bonehead. I mean, listen, I think at this point he's cultivated an audience that expects something from him. And so at this point, I think maybe like every damn debate, sorry to cuss, he goes into, it's just going to have to revolve around like him owning the other person or like delivering on this promise of like a bloodbath every single time. I watched him on Glenn Lawrence's show and he was debating polygyny with some other guys. And man, I think he was pretty messed up to those guys. And I think the other guys were more polite. But, if you say that, they're going to be like, well, why are you tone policing? Who cares? You know what I mean? So it kind of has this same level of like Andrew Tate level of bravado where it's like, he's an expert debater, but he's just good at making people lose, emotional control, which is ironic because it seems like he loses emotional control sometimes too, but whatever. Make a poll if you should do another poll. Yeah, we're at 80% on this poll. What the hell was that poll again? Oh crap, I can't even remember. Oh, is it okay to lie to save someone's life? 20% said no. That's interesting. I would definitely trust you guys. With that 20% who said no, I feel like my opinion of you has increased significantly. I respect that. I just hope that nobody ever asks you to lie to save my life. Will I still respect you if I'm in that situation? I don't know. I think the only reason why Destiny made it to the RP podcast was because no other leftist would go on those pods. I remember FNF would ask leftists to go on and none would but Destiny. That's an interesting point, and you're probably right about that. I figured there was just like this circus factor of like, oh man, this guy, you know, other women bang his wife, ha 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 ha. You know what I mean? So it was like, it had this sort of, and then he's really good at debating, so it had this like interesting thing where it's like these masculine RP dudes, can they, and then he like looks like the typical like just, you know, I guess beta bucks guy. I don't know. I just thought it was this weird thing where it's like, I felt like his relationship with that woman, because then he's on Lex Friedman and Lex Friedman's like they're on there to discuss their open marriage. I think it just helped him get more notoriety, you know. Robert Spencer, I want to vote in that poll. All right, you know what? Let me do the poll right now. This is actually a smart idea, because if you guys are getting sick of polls, then I do want to know. Should I do another? I'm going to put, should I do another poll? Question mark. I don't know why I like these polls so much. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm actually curious about how that poll goes. A poll about a poll. I think we ought to poll whether Dan should poll. Okay, you guys. All right, let's get into it. Let's just see the, oh no, we saw the comments. All right, hell with that. All right, so this is called Too Many Men, Too Few Women, the demographic cause of the incel crisis. I haven't watched this yet, but I did read a few of the comments, and I felt like it gave a lot of promise. So I think this is interesting. It says, in this video, I analyze fascinating demographic data that suggests that the current incel dating crisis ravaging the Western world was pretty much inevitable. Interesting. The male surplus in relevant age categories was destined to create incels. All right. Finally. Let's see what this guy's got to say. Ooh, that's loud. Huh. Is this not playing?
A lot has been said about the massive crisis of relationships
sounds German. Might be wrong. Sounds like European.
Between men and women, ravaging the Western world and, quite possibly, many other regions as well. Rising rates of sexlessness for both sexes.
Man, this actually looks like a good time just hanging out with your buddies after work on like a Friday night. I don't know.
But most predominantly for young males, and rising amounts of people living single, and thus most often childless, are undoubtedly one of
this looks like the childbirth rates, fertility.
The factors contributing to the demographic low fertility crisis. The mentioned causes are usually culturally determined, such as the ascension of dating apps like Tinder, the female educational hypergamy being impossible in a world where women are, on average, more educated than men, the collapse of traditional cultural norms connected to Christianity, and so on. All of these are surely very significant influences. After all, such a massive...
That's not a German speaker. I should know. Got it. I wonder, I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious what he is, just to think what country, just if it affects this video in the sense of like, I wonder where he's at, you know, and if it's as bad there as it is in the US. It must be that bad if he's making this video. But yeah, shout out to you, Klaus.
Social change is undoubtedly a multi-factor issue. However, in this video...
Man, this is a strange looking graph. I just want to say this looks like the top half of something very familiar. I'm sorry. I mean, this is one hell of a graph for an incel to make. I'm not saying he's incel. I'm just saying, man, are you seeing this? All right, I'm sorry. This says the demography of the world population from 1950 to 2100. Shown is the age distribution of the world population by sex from 1950 to 2018. And the UN Population Division's projection until 2100. Okay, we're back. Oh, God, I don't even know how to begin reading this. Let me just get my mind on straight. I'm sorry, guys. It's just so ridiculous. Oh. Okay, I don't know what the hell this means. All right, okay, the age distribution of the world population by sex from 19 okay, yeah, this is 1950. And then it's okay, so it's going out. God, you really got to be like an intellectual genius to be able to read this map. I mean, like, this is the map. They should really show this during IQ tests, because this is going to separate, you know, the wheat from the chaff here. Like, if you're a low IQ person, you're going to see something and you're not going to be able to see anything else. And if you're like a genius, you'll be able to look at this and know exactly what it means instantly. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'm going to try to look at it again. Okay, yeah, so 1960. Okay, so men are on the left. Okay. I think I sort of get what the hell this is. It's showing the ages of the guys going up. And it's showing the, oh, the hell with it, man. I'm going to need him to explain it for me. I'm going to need him to explain it, man. I have absolutely no idea. Mine to explain. I'm sorry. It's inappropriate. Let's guess where he is from using a pole. Let me end this poll and start another one. Dude, I got tears coming out of my eyes, bro. This is bad. This is embarrassing, dude. Okay. Let me just start a poll. Do you see something interesting? Do you see something strange in this graph? Let's just leave it at that. All right, I'm sorry. We're gonna get back to it, guys. I'm gonna get serious. All right, median age in 2100. Okay, let me just try to look at this before he explains it. God, this is from licensed. God, dude, I'm sweating so crazy. This is bad. All right, 1950, 1960. If I can distinguish what the hell the difference between, okay, the green is just these different years, and the green is up to like present day, and then everything else is a future projection. Okay. God, the hell with it. I give up.
Go. I want to look at the issue from a more purely demographic perspective.
Sorry, as soon as he said pure, Amin must have said, hey man, shout out to you, bro. Thanks for being here. Incels, man, they're so deprived of 1 sec that even those graphs look like Vegeta. Oh God, it looks like a blue waffle. I mean, it looks like an unfurled onion or something.
Very interesting demographic data suggest that a relatively large part of the issue is caused by a simple and pretty obvious, yet often overlooked variable. The sex ratio among the population in the relevant age groups. Women and men increasingly do not live in the same geographic areas, which creates significant sex ratio imbalances.
That's interesting. I mean, you could think of like all the hot chicks like moving to the big cities. Like it just seems that way. Like if you go to LA, San Francisco, Miami, New York City, it just seems like every young hot chick is just like, it's like a magnet. All these women just end up going there. And hell, some of them just do a circuit. Like they just fly from each of them all around doing their thing, while guys are just like everywhere else, unless you can really afford to be in like a big ass city.
That makes the dating crisis pretty much unavoidable due to purely...
Honestly, Robert, yeah, this guy man, I feel like we're about to get some knowledge dropped on us just by the way this guy sounds. Like he sounds like he's one step away from being like a mad scientist. I do trust his IQ level after seeing that graph.
Mathematical concerns. Before I get to the nitty-gritty of it all, I want to give a shout out to my Swedish friend David Lorentzon, who did a lot of research regarding this topic, brought it to my attention, and wanted me to make a video about it. He has a presentation on YouTube on this topic.
Mass female migration patterns in Europe. That actually sounds really interesting. Guys, I think this is really going to be worth it, man.
If you want to watch it, the link is in the description. So, let's get to it.
The geographic segregation of the sexes. He sounds Greek to me.
The crucial variable is the different occupational and educational orientations of men and women. Women tend to attend colleges significantly more than men, and then tend to predominate in fields such as education, healthcare, psychology, sociology, anthropology, government administration, care work, personal assistance, artistic and entertainment professions, or journalism. In comparison, men tend to heavily predominate in fields like construction, carpentry, and the majority of other trades, metalwork, manufacturing, mechanics, engineering, or natural resources extraction. To simplify, women prefer people-oriented jobs.
Sorry, I started looking at this and I was getting suspicious.
In contrast, men prefer jobs focused on things, on objects. Now, purely from this brief overview, one can see that female occupations have very significant urban bias. Not only are universities...
Female occupations have significant urban bias. Okay, so I think he's going to say that like the women flock to big cities or more urbanized areas. I guess that would make sense. So let's see.
These logically mostly urban affairs, but most of the occupations are firmly connected to metropolitan service-based economies. Large hospitals.
Okay, yeah. Metropolitan, I mean, you know, New York City, Miami, San Francisco, Los Angeles.
Large educational or bureaucratic institutions are, absolutely logically, placed in large cities where they make the most economic and logistical sense. On the other hand, most of the heavily male occupations either do not have any clear bias and can be practiced equally in urban and rural areas.
Hey Max, welcome in, man. Shout out to you. That doesn't make sense, LOL. Engineering and STEM is in urban areas. I mean, I'm waiting to see what he's gonna say. I'm guessing probably I wonder if compared to the overall population of men, it's a minority of men that go into engineering and STEM. It seems like he's comparing like construction and car mechanics and those kinds of very hands-on jobs, like, you know, working somewhere like this, I guess. Maybe after they get college educated, they end up in places. Yo, 1 second. I'm just gonna let this cat out. She's crying. Sorry, guys. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, let's go on. Let's just see what he's getting at.
Such as construction or trades, or do have a rural bias, such as mining, farming, oil and gas drilling, forestry and whatnot. Manufacturing plants are also usually located outside of the largest urban areas due to factors connected to labor and energy costs and available land. The result of this dichotomy is clear. Women from rural areas tend to heavily migrate into the cities, significantly more than men do, since
that's also a result of like the rise of capitalist systems. I was just reading about that in a paper, specifically about how capitalism kind of sucks people into more urban areas than ever before.
men have a higher economic ability to make a living outside of metropolitan service-based economies.
I wish I could find it, huh? I got the paper up. Let me just see if I can find that paragraph. That was from Love and Capitalism. Oh, God, please tell me this thing reads urban growth. 9 places. First industrial, England, large urban. Industrial proletariat. Oh, man. 1 second, guys. I'll have to find it later. I don't want to hold this up too much.
That, however, creates an issue in the form of unbalanced sex ratios, with male surpluses in rural areas. Now, one has to take into account that all around the world, purely naturally, more male babies than female babies are born. The reasons for this biological phenomenon are not entirely clear.
That's interesting. More male babies than female babies are born. I didn't know that. I always thought it was kind of like 50-50.
But they are not really important to the subject of this video. But it is a fact that in Western countries, for every 100 female babies, 105 male babies are born. So there is a slight male surplus in every population among its younger age cohorts. This male surplus then tends to get turned.
I'm not gonna lie. This one doesn't look that much like that.
Around between. So there is a slight male surplus in every population among its younger age cohorts. This male surplus then tends to get turned around between 40 and 60 years of age in most countries.
That's interesting. Okay, so when people are younger, there's typically more males. As they get older, there's typically more women and less males. So maybe the males pass away. I wonder from what factors. It could be health, or I wonder if it's war, things like that, or just more riskier jobs.
Where the higher male mortality rates tend to overwhelm the sex ratios at birth and migratory trends. In the older age brackets, women tend to predominate, often heavily. However, in the age brackets relevant for mating, gender imbalance remained a significant issue. In the past, significant male mortality rates usually took care of these surpluses. But that is not the case in the contemporary developed world. Almost everyone survives up to an old age, and the cumulative surplus of males in the age brackets relevant to mating is thus often quite significant.
Here it is. Damn it. The cause of the revolution was the development of capitalism. Market capitalism was probably at the root of the revolution in sentiment being like romantic love. According to Shorter, capitalism broke down the small, economically self-sufficient communities that had been universal in the traditional societies, existing up to the 18th century. Markets opened up, mobility increased, people were caught up in a new and open environment with money and market values dominant. Secondly, capitalism improved the standard of living. That would go into his infant mortality thing. This altered the material conditions of life. Thirdly, capitalism, or more particularly its manifestation in a particular industrial form, led to the breakup of the rural communities. People were sucked into an urban and industrial proletariat. So something about our system kind of makes it so people get driven into urban environments more so. Let me catch up with the chat real quick. The video is pretty interesting. I do find it interesting. Like San Francisco, just dodge the poop on your way into school. Yeah, I mean, the digital revolution was supposed to help us get away from urban environments so much, especially with remote work and stuff. LOL, men have the ability to make more. Oh crap. The other man says, last time I checked, China had a one-child policy and they favored men. That's true. I mean, one of the dark sides about like the dowry, and then like places like India is sometimes like for female infanticide because they don't want to save a dowry for that woman. Now, on the opposite side of that, we got women out here online bragging about literally going to the abortion clinic because their son, their baby that they're pregnant with was a male. So, pick your poison. Both terrible. Also, in the U.S., there aren't there more women than men? I think so. I'm gonna have to look that up. Men have historically been more disposable. I guess it would be important to look that up for the younger generations and not just for the population as a whole, because there might be more older women, but also more younger men. Men have historically been more disposable for war and death and whatever. Yeah, I always have this like nagging idea, especially for like first world countries, that nuclear weapons have actually made it so that we've had this population boom. And like if nuclear weapons were never invented and mutually assured destruction wasn't a thing, we probably would have been in so many more like wars and just, instead of where we see them, we typically see the most fighting where maybe one side doesn't have a nuclear weapon. So the populations here have been allowed to just go skyrocket high, where otherwise some fighting would have eventually happened at some time. So I think the nuclear age helped in some way to make the population go crazy. Women are biologically more important for breeding. Caesar says, I've seen studies claiming industrialization correlates with lower birth rates. Yeah, and I think that's true. People tend to start, even we see it now, like people don't even have kids until way later. And then if they're going to, it's going to be, one, maybe two kids. So I think that's true.
The issue is clearly revealed to us when we look at the data. Here is a map of EU regions from 2016, showing the sex ratio among the 20 to 33 age bracket, which is the
difference in the number of male inhabitants with respect to the number of female inhabitants between the age of 20 and 34.
Most relevant one for mating. When you examine the map, you can clearly see large metropolitan areas, such as capital cities, having a female surplus in this age category. Other than that, the vast majority of areas have a male surplus of various intensities, most often up to 10%. 10% is quite a lot. In an area with 2 million inhabitants, a 10% difference means 200,000 more men than women. You can also see certain clear hotspots of heavy male surpluses, most notably in ex-East Germany or rural Sweden and Finland. The males...
I guess, I don't know where he's going with it, but I feel like there's probably plenty of guys in those urban areas that are still probably having trouble with dating regardless, right? So even though this is a mostly blue area and there's a lot of women there and there's a surplus of women, there's probably still a good amount of incels, living somewhere here that are still having trouble. So I don't know if it translates exactly, but we'll see.
Surplus in these areas often reaches 20%, which is basically a Chinese level. East Germany is an area with low population density, so there are not a lot of large cities, from which mass emigration to the western part of the country occurred. As we can see, this emigration had a big female bias. But the whole of Germany is very badly affected by this issue. Interestingly, a bunch of countries seem to be in a better position, with larger numbers of females among this age cohort, specifically France, the UK, and Ireland. France...
And, those places are all probably like the most liberal places of Europe.
And the United Kingdom are among the countries where the overall immigration has a female surplus. That can be possibly explained by the large number of international students at the local educational facilities. In the UK, the proportion of female international students was 55%. In Ireland, it was 54%, and in France, it was 53%. I have not found this statistic in Germany. However, since the most common fields of study for international students in Germany are engineering, manufacturing, and construction, it can...
What'd you miss, Robert? Let's just go back a couple seconds.
International students in Germany are engineering, manufacturing, and construction. It can be presumed that there is a male bias. However, other factors explaining these female surpluses are surely relevant as well. Do not worry, I will mention the influence of international immigration in the next chapter. Now, this is somewhat anecdotal evidence, but
A first scan of the phenomenon, number of incels users sorted by country. I wonder how accurate that is. And why is Germany so high? I mean, I guess he was saying there was a male bias since a lot of international students in Germany study engineering and these kind of male-dominated construction. Let's see what he's got to say.
I checked some EU report on the issues of incels in the European Union. They checked the countries of origin of users of some incel forums. You can immediately see that the order of countries does not precisely follow the population numbers. By far most of the users were from Germany, 3 times more than from the UK, even though Germany has only 20% more people than the UK. France, even though it has the same population as the UK, was in 7th place, lower than Poland or the Netherlands. Now, once again, I am aware that other factors most likely play a role. In the case of France, it may be a language thing, where they have their own forums where they complain in French. But it is interesting nevertheless, especially considering that Sweden, a country where the issue of unbalanced sex ratio is very pronounced, is in 3rd place, even though it has only 10 million people.
That's interesting. Let me just catch up on chat real quick. Why the F do they all have a labia? Like, oh man, don't get me started again, Robert. The graphs, I mean, not the women. Male immigration, it's bad. Yeah, okay, and I know he's going to touch on immigration, so that's probably going to have a lot to do with it. So, and Klaus, I think you're probably referring to Germany specifically, with it just being pretty bad out there. They're calling people who aren't willing incels.
Once again, language might be a factor. Swedes are known for their fluent English. Nevertheless, there are more than 5 times more Swedes than Irish on the forum, even though the Irish have half the population and are native English speakers.
So apparently, okay, so there's a lot more in Sweden. I think they probably have more immigration also too compared to Ireland, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the numbers. Sweden had the same male immigration problem. Okay, yeah, so that would make sense. Wonder how that compares to Ireland.
So, the sex ratios in these countries certainly might play a role. To stay in Scandinavia, here is a map showing the male surpluses in different Scandinavian regions. As you can see, the issue is prevalent in regions outside larger urban areas. We can now move across the Atlantic Ocean to examine the situation in North America. Now,
all right, guys, here we go. All right, yeah, so this is what we're talking about.
I could not find any age-specific sex ratio data for the United States, which is a bummer. But the US Census Bureau just does not provide such data. So, we can only look at the overall population sex ratio, without insight into the situation in the age brackets relevant to mating. However, even on the whole population, we can see a clear correlation between male-biased sex ratios and population density, and thus, the rural and urban divide. Most counties in the part of the United States west of the Mississippi River have a clearly visible male surplus. If you consider that among the age groups over 60 or so, there is almost certainly a significant...
Okay, so more men here is blue. I think it's kind of opposite on the other map. So there's more of a surplus going this way. I mean, this is more rural stuff. And then, you know, obviously California, big metropolitan, LA right here, that's pink. So that's going to be more women. Yeah. I mean, so San Francisco, very pink. Portland, Seattle, Miami, New York City, very pink. Okay. So it's very similar. It's very similar. Robert, oh, why would you be asking that? Nope, just a brother, but we are both old, so not relevant to that discussion. I have a big house and will give you many nephews. Robert, I feel like you're drinking a horn of ale and you are like in a Viking, like you're living the life of a Germanic tribesman or some kind of Viking, a Nordic Viking, and I will give you many sons.
Female surplus even there. It means that the male surplus in the younger age brackets must be very significant. I have also found a map showing the sex ratio in major metropolitan areas in the United States. Here, the results are more varied than in Europe, since many metropolitan areas in the western half of the United States have male surplus. However, here, we can observe a pretty strong correlation with military bases being present in these metropolitan areas. In Canada, there is also no data on the sex ratio in the most relevant age groups. However, the sex ratios for the population aged 18 to 64 also reveal a clear trend of male surplus in the less metropolitan regions, with a higher share of extractive industries in the economy. Moreover, there is a fascinating study researching the characteristics of areas in the US where inceldom seems to be more prevalent. The researchers analyzed millions of tweets that somehow revolved around issues connected to incel stuff and found out that the best geographic predictors were a combination of demographic male surplus in the area, low percentage of single women, and
so incel activities is linked to areas with a male surplus. I mean, it makes intuitive sense because the more males that are in that area, the harder it is to find somebody.
Economic inequality. So these sex...
I got another video, by the way, on dating apps that I wanted to react to that I also haven't watched. So maybe we can watch that after this, and it's about how dating apps ruin dating.
Ratio imbalances certainly play a role. Yet another factor that likely significantly influences the shortage of women is that marriages, or serious long-term relationships in general, do not last that long nowadays.
This is the revolving door of marriage and divorce. You know, it used to be people get married and then they're off the dating market. And this is where the dowry is important, you know, because the dowry, one of the major problems with this is that the guys that are at the tip top are, you know, are getting it in with all the ladies. You know what I mean? And they're not committing. So there's this revolving door of them just in and out with the ladies. And the dowry system works to wrangle these guys down. By wrangling these guys down and putting them into one woman commitment, it opens up dating and mating kind of down the hierarchy. So if you got a guy that's quote unquote top tier or whatever, and he's offered a sizable dowry, it becomes rational to do lifetime monogamy. So he's being paid such an amount from the dowry that it effectively takes him off the dating market. But absent that, it's just, you know, it's essentially a state of nature in the dating market. So it's like, oh, married today, divorced tomorrow, in a relationship, not in a relationship, just hitting it and quitting it. Those guys need to be, it needs to become rational for them to stick with one woman. And the dowry system allowed that to happen. Otherwise, it's essentially bride price and warlord stuff going on. So that's kind of interesting. And what divorce is happening, it's just like people are in and out of the dating sort of game when they normally would not have been. So that's interesting.
The average length of a marriage ending in divorce is between 10 and 15 years in Western countries.
You know, I was reading about like the mortality rates and things like that in that Love and Capitalism paper. And it was talking about how if you looked at kind of what the mortality rates were, marriage was different back then because if people weren't living as long, the average marriage was only about 17 years anyways, because of that. And it's funny looking at these average, I mean, it's still shorter than that, you know what I mean? But with life expectancy going up so much, it's like people, I guess, maybe weren't expecting to be married for, you know, from age 18 all the way up to 72, where prior when life expectancy was so low, it's like married early and pass away.
And the divorce rate is somewhere between 40 and 50%. However, there is a significant gap in remarriage between men and women. Older men tend to remarry significantly more than older women. While this likely has multiple reasons,
well, so if they're not marrying the older women, then they're marrying younger women.
it is at least
and that's taking away from younger men, unless younger men are going to get with the older women.
Partially caused by the fact that it is significantly easier for somewhat older men to remarry and have a new family with another, often younger women.
There you go.
It is definitely not uncommon to see men being so-called second-generation fathers, where they have one set of children with one woman, and then a second set of children with a second woman later, often a younger one, especially if the men are economically successful and thus desirable. These younger women is then not getting into relationship with a man of her age, thus further enhancing the sex ratio imbalance. In countries with low fertility and thus a significant decline in births from generation to generation, there is also another issue. Generally, women tend to prefer slightly older men, and vice versa. Men prefer somewhat younger women. Well, if you look at the population pyramids of countries
we're not going to laugh.
like Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Poland, Italy, or many others, you can see that the population decline itself presents an issue, since you have significantly more people in the 30 to 40 age brackets than in the 20 to 30 age bracket.
And it's kind of, I mean, this reflects the lower birth rate too. Now, I mean, I can get this. The first one was hella confusing. But there's most of these people here. This is sexual revolution, birth control. And, you know, here's kind of a shortage just in the birth rate going up. And then this is mortality hitting people up here. So I don't know. You know, I kind of like this video, to be honest. I think it's interesting. At first I was like, oh crap, I don't know how I'm going to get through this, but it's really not that bad. Bro, these graphs are killing the fun. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just, but you know, I think I'm starting to see it.
It means that, once again, more men compete for fewer women. If you add all these factors up, the natural sex ratio...
Yeah, he's loving the graph. But I mean, okay, I could see it. There's less women. These people are getting divorced, and these older guys are taking these younger women. And so then these younger... I mean, there's not that many guys, but there's still more of them than women. So the incel crisis is hitting these dudes pretty hard.
For fewer women. If you add all these factors up, the natural sex ratio imbalance caused by biology, and the fact that this imbalance is nowadays accumulating over most of the age brackets relevant for mating due to historically super low mortality rates for males, the geographic disparity in where men and women tend to concentrate due to the different economic and educational preferences, the fact that a lot of marriages end in divorce, and past a certain age, it is significantly easier for men to remarry and have a new family than for women, and the fact
older men
that in countries with low birth rates and declining populations, there are just significantly more people in older than in younger generations, the result is clear. Even if we do not get into all the cultural and technological stuff, like dating apps and hypergamy and weaker monogamist culture norms, and focus purely on the population numbers, some form of dating or mating crisis was pretty much inevitable. You can ban Tinder all you want and return to strict monogamist norms.
I got a video that's literally about these dating apps, so we'll do that next. But he's kind of moving away from that, so that's interesting.
Or whatnot. You can ban Tinder all you want and return to strict monogamist norms or whatnot, but in many of these areas, the women just physically ain't there. Now we can proceed to the issue of international immigration.
That's interesting. So he's saying, you know, even if you got rid of the dating apps, when you look at the population of available women for men, it's still going to be an issue regardless of the dating apps or not. That's an interesting argument. Oh, crap. He's got like no sound, so I can't tell if I'm...
I have already covered this in my video on Sweden, but I think this issue
this is the migration stuff, and you know, we hear a lot about this. So let's see what he's got to say and how this figures into the insight.
Very interesting and deserving.
And maybe I don't know what he's going to say, but maybe it's going to center around like migration taking in maybe more men than women possibly. So it might exacerbate
deserves a more thorough description. One of the most interesting things that my friend David found
yeah, I think this picture might confirm that.
out when researching this issue is that while mass immigration into Europe or Sweden is, in the popular consciousness formed by media coverage, usually perceived as being heavily male-dominated, the overall immigration statistics are relatively gender-balanced. With the exception of the UK, there is usually a slight male surplus, but nothing drastic. For example, 52 to 48% in favor of male immigrants.
Okay, so he's saying it's relatively balanced. I thought he was going to say it's probably more male. Let me just go back just to make sure.
Overall immigration statistics are relatively gender-balanced.
Okay.
With the exception of the UK, there is usually a slight male surplus, but nothing drastic. For example, 50...
So with the exception of the UK, there's typically a slight male surplus, but nothing drastic.
2 to 48% in favor of male immigrants. So, international immigration is an additional factor, making the already existing sex ratio imbalance even worse. But it is not as large of a factor as many people likely think it is, especially considering that most immigrants migrate to large urban centers that generally have a female surplus in the relevant age brackets.
I kind of wasn't expecting that. I thought I was going to say the opposite, but well, he's not done yet.
However, when you look at the data regarding the countries of origin of different immigrants, there are massive differences in sex ratios. Looking at the statistics of countries that actually publicly provide information about the gender and countries of origin of immigrants, for example Sweden, United Kingdom, Germany or Italy, there is a very distinct pattern. There are certain regions of the world from where immigration is heavily male-dominated, most notably Middle Eastern countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, North African countries, and most of Sub-Saharan Africa. These are the classic migrants who usually come to Europe via the Mediterranean or the Balkan route to claim asylum. This migration is notoriously male-dominated.
I wonder if the asylum-seeking immigration is figured into the graphs he was showing earlier. Because if they're not, then there might really be a skew.
Other male-dominated source countries of immigration are usually Western countries. In these cases, it is probably caused by more conventional labor migration, possibly often in more male-dominated technical areas. There are no big surprises here. Where it gets more interesting are the female imbalance countries. There is a very diverse and seemingly heterogeneous group of countries from which females heavily dominate the migration. Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, Latin America, China, and so on. In some cases, especially in Southeast Asian nations like Thailand or the Philippines, the number of female immigrants is really overwhelming. Now, why is that the case? The most likely correct answer is that this is a marriage/relationship-induced immigration. Real Asian nations like China and so on. In some cases, especially in Southeast Asian nations like Thailand or the Philippines, the number of female immigrants is really overwhelming. Now, why is that the case? The most likely correct answer is that this is a marriage/relationship-induced immigration. Other explanations are surely possible, such as the prevalence of female immigrants in these countries' healthcare or social care systems. Since Filipino workers are the second most prevalent foreign group among workers in the British NHS, this certainly plays a role. However, it is not the whole story, and it is also not entirely mutually exclusive. One can marry a woman who works in healthcare after all. One gets a useful insight when you look into the immigration statistics of places like the Faroe Islands and Svalbard, remote, cold, rural northern islands with very low populations. These places deal with severe sex ratio issues due to the immigration of young women seeking education and employment elsewhere.
I wonder if that's what Alaska's like.
They are thus a perfect, even though extreme, proxy for the situation of rural, remote regions dealing with these issues. In both cases, there is a significant immigration of women into these islands.
Did he say female immigrants are more valuable, or did I hear that wrong? I don't know if he said that. Let me go back and see if we can catch it. I think he's just talking about specifically female immigration from places like Thailand and the Philippines. especially when it comes to healthcare workers, or relationship immigration, where maybe somebody marries like a Thai wife and brings her over here. I think that's what he meant.
Entirely mutually exclusive. One can marry a woman who works in healthcare after all. One gets a useful insight when you look into the immigration statistics of places like the Faroe Islands and Svalbard, remote, cold, rural northern islands with very low populations. These places deal with severe sex ratio issues due to the immigration of young women seeking education and employment elsewhere. They are thus a perfect, even though extreme, proxy for the situation of rural, remote regions dealing with these issues. In both cases, there is a significant immigration of women into these islands, with close to 10% of the population of Svalbard being Thai and Filipino.
Oh, I think I get what he's saying. He's basically saying that these rural areas or these extreme situation areas like these islands that most of the women there leave to get educated elsewhere, they actually have a huge immigration of women coming into these islands, especially from these countries, because the guys that are there are probably going to Thailand and the Philippines and marrying a Thai or Filipino women and then bringing them back to that island, kind of like this Alaska clone, except in Europe somewhere. And then therefore the numbers reflect that there's a lot of women immigrating to those islands, probably through, marriage and relationship.
The vast majority of these being women. Most of these women are in relationship with local Norwegian men, whom they met through online matchmaking websites. As was already mentioned, the United States does not provide a gender breakdown of immigration from different countries. However, it is for sure interesting that 37% of all immigrants to Alaska are from Southeast Asia, and 30% from the Philippines.
Southeast Asia to Alaska. So that's so that's a similar situation, and they're probably all women.
Alone. It is pretty clear what is going on there. It can be reasonably presumed that similar immigration patterns are prevalent, even though in more moderate numbers, all over the Western world, in areas dealing with significant male surpluses in the relevant age groups.
I guess you wouldn't call them passport bros, but it seems like the guys in those areas who I guess generally have good jobs because they're working these jobs in these rural places, whatever it is, those guys save their money. It's like they're not wasting their money on dating. And then they fly over to Thailand or the Philippines and they find some woman and then they bring her over to those areas, which is kind of interesting. Robert Sister says, women are useful for making babies. Hate to make that their entire duty. Well, yeah, I mean, there's just no women over there. So they're just like, you know what, screw it. And they're just bringing women from elsewhere.
Like other Scandinavian countries, Germany, Canada, the UK, or the United States. Men from these regions are generally considered attractive by women in various international polls.
Oh, I guess that's like the Asian chick going out with the white guy stereotype.
Presumably due to the combination of looks and economic resources common in these developed countries. If you look at the countries from which this female-dominated migration is coming, it also makes a lot of sense. Generally, it includes middle-income countries, not completely impoverished with a lot of illiterate women, but pretty far from Western living standards, that are culturally relatively compatible, and people often see them as countries where you can get the so-called threadwife. That is a trend that will continue for as long as the massive dating crisis exacerbated by the deep sex ratio imbalances continues. And it most likely will continue. It is an interesting paradox.
I wonder how that works, because it's like if these guys are marrying the women over there, then they're creating more of a gender imbalance in those other countries. I wonder if the guys then that are there then tend to immigrate to the other countries. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you see a bunch of Filipino guys or Thai guys going places.
In the heart of the system. When it comes to men and women's opinions of immigration and ethnic change, men are usually much more opposed to it than women are in Western countries. However, they are significantly negatively affected by the dating crisis caused by the aforementioned demographic factors and other cultural forces. As I already noted in my video on the possible similarity...
That's an interesting thing. So it's like, well, if a lot of the guys can't find somebody to marry or whatever, pair up with, and and they end up having no choice but to go to like Thailand or the Philippines to find a wife and have kids with, and those kids are, they're going to be mixed race kids. So there's this whole other avenue of I guess a change in the ethnic demographic through that. I don't know. This is an interesting video.
Between future ethnic composition of the West and Brazil, where the majority of the population is to various degrees ethnically mixed. Throughout the West, there are generally no strong cultural taboos regarding intermarriage in place among the native white majorities. When Western men are facing a dilemma in the West, there are generally no strong cultural taboos regarding intermarriage in place among the native white majorities. When Western men are facing a dilemma between being unable to find a spouse in their own country or finding a non-European spouse abroad, most men will choose the latter, at least if they have the money to pull it off. While people do have an in-group preference in mating, both cultural and genetic, this preference is by no means rigid in the West. The imperative for reproduction is stronger than the imperative for in-group preference in reproduction. While such immigration flow won't make any news headlines, since there is no crime and upheaval connected to Filipino women marrying Swedish or German men, the cultural impacts will also be notable and interesting. Since these immigration streams usually lead to family formation, the direct cultural and ethnic diffusion is immediate. As I mentioned in many of my videos, the fastest growing ethnic group in most Western countries, at least those that provide such data, is the mixed race group. The continuous trend of Western men being unable to succeed in the mating market with male surpluses making competition even harder, importing women from abroad will surely accelerate these trends.
Man, yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect any of that. That's kind of interesting. I thought this was a pretty good video. I don't know how you guys felt about it. Maybe it wasn't that entertaining. Hopefully the next one will be. I got another one lined up, but I'm glad I watched that. That was some interesting numbers on that. We'll see the comments. Let me just catch up on this. Dan says, I just remembered my cousin is from the Philippines. She got a work visa to the U.S., but she got mad at me for wanting to go to the Philippines and getting a wife. Like, why? What's your thought, Shah? Why would she get mad at you about that? I don't... Why would she get mad about that? I don't know why. I mean, sounds like are you Filipino also? I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable. I don't see why not. Unless she has some reservation about Filipino women, but so many people go over there and do that. I don't get why. I don't get why your cousin would be mad about that. She got mad at me for wanting to go to the Philippines and getting a wife. That's weird. I mean, and it's like you'd probably go over there and just hang out and see if there's anybody you like, I really don't know why. I'm curious to see what she told you, if anything. Robert says, give me Filipino. Robert, weren't you just asking to meet a nice German lady? I don't know how many German women I've actually met in my life. I only think about my one German buddy who was a foreign exchange student back in high school, and him and we played tennis, and we were doubles partners together because we both were not that good at tennis. His name was George. He was a good guy. Georg, I think was how you said his name. He was a good guy. He's my German buddy. Dan the man, she lives here and she is more oh, okay. That's probably what it is. Yeah, she probably wants you to just meet someone from here. She probably has probably not the best opinion of the women over there. She probably thinks they're money hungry and that they're going to use you or something. Now, there's a huge irony there, especially when you look at a lot of people over here, but, she probably doesn't see it that way. Klaus says, and there are a lot of male immigrants that do not have a permanent status. Yeah, that's one thing I did wonder while watching that. So if the asylum seekers are, there are people who try to sneak in or whatever. If they're not on the books, then those numbers might be inaccurate. I guess the most surprising thing to me were these other areas where, the guys are meeting women from Thailand or Philippines and bringing them back. There's a race conversation there. And, there's people who are very vocal about the whole ethnicity thing. But, listen, if you're a guy or whatever woman and you're in a situation and you can't find somebody on a long enough timeline, a lot of those guys have to choose between not meeting anybody or going somewhere else to find somebody. And he's basically saying that's what they're ending up, that's what they'd rather do. And I can see why that's the case. She didn't tell me any reason, but got upset. That's weird. I don't know. Maybe she's been seeing some of these Passport Bro videos and it kind of makes her unhappy. And she's like, wait a minute, you too? Are you a Passport Bro? And she got upset, and there are a lot of male immigrants that do not have a permanent status. Oh yeah, my bad. I read that already. I'm not picky. Robert's a humanitarian. She definitely looking for husband while she is here. I see. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see why she can get mad at you then, because it's like she's coming here to get married. I don't see, listen, I don't see any issue with going anywhere to get married or not. It's just, if it's when it comes to getting married and all that, for me, it's just about, is this a good deal? And that doesn't mean one person has to get screwed, but like, is this a good deal for everybody involved? Is it a good deal for you? And if it just makes better, if it's all about the negotiation. If the deal makes sense, then it's fine. You know what I mean? I'll trade status for a baby. Well, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? I again, I don't know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I get it. At the end of the day, I think this kind of unraveling of the ethnicities to create all these mixed babies is a sort of result of the new way we live, industrialization, capitalism. We're all kind of competing in markets, whether we like it or not at this point. And, another problem is that a lot of us don't really own land, so to speak. If you own land and you're part of this tight-knit community, who you get married to and who your sons and daughters and your extended family get married to really matters. Because if you guys choose wrong, the land you guys all own as a community, in one generation, you might lose a lot of that land to another family, as people pass on and then the land belongs to somebody else. They can give it to somebody else. Before you know it, there's a huge patchwork in your whole land development that's not even your land anymore. And you're like, how did this happen? So there tends to be a strong kin group sort of camaraderie when it comes to marriage, or ethnic camaraderie, when there's actually land that you're passing on to your kids. But all of us in urban areas who like maybe live in an apartment somewhere or like just a house, you know what I mean? It tends to be very, very different in that regard. And, there are just so many things that have changed about the world. Caesar Quintana says, would you ever go the Passport Bro route, Shaw? When you say Passport Bro, I imagine going somewhere and living there and not really coming back. Now, when I went to Turkey, I really believe the women I saw in Turkey were like the most beautiful women damn near that I've ever seen ever. And I don't know, a lot of them were just really my type. They just had that look. And I'm just like, man, there are a lot of attractive women here. Now, would I go live in Turkey? I can see myself staying there for like a year or some amount of time, but I do feel like this is my home and I do like living here. My friends and family are here. So if I got married to a foreign woman, I can see myself doing that. But regardless of the laws or whatever, I can see myself bringing her back, to be honest. Maybe if I had some really good employment somewhere else and I was like, well, it's worth it to be here. I did enjoy Turkey, but I do value, living around my friends and family here. And I do feel like I'm pretty much ensouled and enculturated by this place. So I'm an American at this point now. So it would be tough to go live somewhere else, but I mean, I could see myself doing some more traveling and, if I met someone, she probably would be around here somewhere. So I'll probably bring her around. So, I don't know if I'd specifically go somewhere and stay put, I guess is my biggest hold up with that. But I don't blame guys who do. I mean, again, it's all about the deal, and if it's a good deal for you or not. And if it's not a deal that makes sense, then there's no point in doing it. Maybe it's like the Indian who immigrated to the US for a better job only to find out the jobs went back to India. Yeah, that's a good point, especially like a lot of tech jobs or something like that. They come here and then it's like, wait a minute, they sent them back over there. Yeah, I mean, again, that's another effect of capitalism and free markets, like and I'm not saying it's a bad system. It's clearly a system that we're incentivized to use where profits are made. But one of the issues is for me specifically is like if you're supportive of free markets to an extreme and you're supportive of globalized free markets, you are now competing with everybody in the globalized market. And a lot of like when it comes to jobs getting sent overseas and things like that, it makes rational capitalistic sense to the businesses involved to do that. And regardless of your cultural values and norms, most of the time, these people will say that takes a backseat to making money now. You know what I mean? So that's the tough part about all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's how she feels. Oh yeah, as far as your cousin goes. Yeah, I can, I can see that. Who knows? You did say she's trying to find a husband here. If she's having a hard time finding a husband here, and then, you're talking about going over there to get a wife, maybe she's feeling some frustration with that. That could be an issue, very much depending. So I'm not entirely sure her situation, but maybe it has something to do with that, Let's just see the comments real quick. Then I have another video, how dating apps ruin society. So we'll see how that one goes. I think I can make it to the 5-hour mark. 4 hours and 6 minutes right now. So let's see the comments. Great to cooperate with you, Kaiser Bouch. That sounds kind of German. But I don't know. On making this video. Glad to see the research. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, this guy's Kaiser Bouch. I'm going to give him a thumbs up. Glad to see the research and ideas I've done on this subject spread far and wide. If anyone got questions, just reply to my comment and I'll do my best. Okay, so this is the guy who gave the information. Let's see what he says. David Lorenz. Did he even reply to any of these? Damn. How long has this been out for? 3 days? All right, well, he got plenty of questions and we got no answers yet. Well, that's too bad. Oh, no, hold on. Show more. Nope. I'll have to check back. It's like we're living in a damn socially engineered dystopia. Scientifically explaining why it is over for you by Kaiser Bausch. Explains why Genghis Khan can convince so many men to fight for him. Who could have thought that upsetting the male to female balance by adding more males would result in problems? I recall chatting with the German guy about the rise of the far right in the former Eastern Germany some 15 years ago. All the young females have moved west. Young men are left unhappy. They want a radical solution. I can confirm. I used to work a government job in a small village in Moray Og Ramsdale in Norway. I probably butchered that. That saw an exodus of women quite early because it was smack dab in the middle of two economic powerhouses. The women moved to these places to study when education became free and either stayed in the city or moved to bigger cities. The men left in the village still had high-paying local jobs in mining, fishing, or electricity production. The men in the shopping industry the men in the shipping industry naturally had an early advantage and already could get wives from Southeast Asia as early as the 1950s. Dang, they were doing that back then. Then in the 1980s and 90s, it became cheaper and more available for the other men to travel to Thailand. Suddenly, the village was full of life again because the new arrivals opened businesses or got jobs in nursing homes and nurseries. The kids these women had with their native husbands justified keeping schools and kindergartens open and gave these places a new chance. The town I am speaking of is now full of halfies. like half Thai kids or whatever. They are way more integrated in Norwegian society than the mostly urban Middle Eastern, North African asylum seekers. And that would make sense too, because these half kids are raised by Norwegian fathers. So the Norwegian fathers are probably, instilling the values in their sons and daughters. That would make sense. They also have good jobs, so there's probably stability there. Versus, these guys coming from here. So this is a very interesting. This is a very fresh look at migration and demographic patterns and ethnicity patterns. So I don't know. I like this video a lot. It wasn't probably like super entertaining, except that it literally brought me to tears with those graphs. But I'm really glad I stuck that through, Mr. Pitt says, I could see you 20 years down the road streaming from Turkey permanently. I'm sure the JUCO in Turkey is fire. Shout out to CGA. Man, listen, I'm telling you, from what I saw in Turkey, if the JUCO exists over there, it's fire. It's gotta be fire. I'm telling you. I know this sounds crazy. And Mr. Pitt, I feel like not that many people have either know about it or been there. I shouldn't even be saying anything right now. I'm messing it up for myself. But yeah, very, very possible. I could see that too. Istanbul is a really cool place, man. And I like its positioning. I mean, you can take a short flight anywhere if you want to go to places in the Middle East or you want to go to places in Europe. Turkish Airlines, it's pretty much a hub, Istanbul, when it comes to traveling. There's that, and then there's Dubai, and they're two major airlines. But I mean, navigating around, going around, it really wasn't that bad. So I could totally see it. I mean, I have good memories from there, which I'm grateful for. I'm really grateful I got to go to those places, man. I know I got hecka sick when I got back. And man, traveling was freaking exhausting and I was jet lagged, but I'm very grateful I got to see those places, especially Egypt, man. I think of Egypt all the time. You killing it, Shah. Thank you, man. Kaiser is German, right? I think Kaiser is German. I think so. Yeah, Kaiser Bausch are German words, but they don't make sense as Kaiser Bausch. This guy wasn't German. I would guess maybe Polish. Okay, yeah, I believe you on that, Klaus. I mean, yeah, maybe something similar, and people have all kinds of German names, but I know you can tell from the accent. I'm gonna read a couple more of these comments because they're pretty good. Then we'll move over to the dating app one. Man, I appreciate everybody who's shout out to everybody staying strong in this stream. I mean, I know I can make it. But man, thanks guys. Let me see how this poll turned out. 64%. Oh, damn it. Where the hell's my poll at? Huh, it's not showing it. I ended the poll and then that. Oh, there we go. Do you see something strange in this graph? 64% say yes, thank you. I was beginning to feel like I was the only one. It means something like emperor gut or something like that. I think it comes from Caesar. So, Julius Caesar, like the Roman, I think Kaiser is a derivative of that. And I think Caesar's a wrong pronunciation. It's actually pronounced Kaiser. So I think it comes directly from that. Mr. Pitt says, I sure hope the passport bros don't invade Turkey and ruin the dating market for you. Exactly. By the time I get there, it's over, like, dang, like it was this amazing place I saw. And I was like, wait a minute, this is the spot. And then when I finally get there 20 years from now, because it would probably take me that long. I mean, honestly. I really wouldn't go and stay there unless I can. And I know I just got done saying I would hate to for this to be my primary income. I really would. I'd rather get like a remote job and work over there and then still make content. But if it was like, I don't know, chill travel content and not like something where you like have to have outrage views. If it's outrage views and like that type of stuff, I would not want to be a YouTuber that lives that life. I just want to be a chill tuber, you know what I mean? But yeah, hopefully not, man. But yeah, there it is. That area is a nexus of, it's right by the, there's the Mediterranean, there's all these different peoples and stuff, but There were a lot of like these nerdy chicks, and I kind of like that look, like that big circle glasses look with the sort of black hair, and just it's almost like this kind of, I guess Coach might call it, it's like a Turkish plain Jane sort of. There were a lot of attractive women there. Yeah, I can keep saying that over and over again. 20% of, you know what? I got to read the replies on this. I wonder at what point where relatively rich Western men slowly siphoning women from other nations spark some kind of conflict. It's sickening either way. Integrated halfie is more dangerous to the genofond than non-integrated one. This guy seems like an ethnic purist. That was very racist of you, racist carrot. What's wrong with wanting to preserve one's tribe? I don't know if there's anything wrong with this. I think the problem comes in where like there's this huge desire to do that, but then the women of that same tribe don't want to have babies with you. I'm not saying this is specific to one race or another, but it's like there's all this talk about saving the ethnicity, yet the people within the ethnicity aren't mating together. And so, you know, and it's like you could blame people, you cannot blame people. I don't know. You know what I mean? I always seen immigration more so as a downstream issue from family creation. And, you know, if the birth rate was high, there would probably be less need for immigration. So I think that's kind of the tough thing. The other part of me doesn't really believe any race can really be stamped out. I mean, maybe, but it's like, man, there's a lot of Asian people. There's a lot of white people. You know, I don't know. There's a lot of black people, Middle East. You know what I mean? There's a hell of a lot of subcontinent Indian people. Tell you that right now. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just about people wanting to pair up and stuff. So, you know, inbreeding bad. That's God. I don't know why I clicked on the damn comment chain. I knew it was going no. Okay, this guy looks like, I'm from a small town in Finland. I've procreated with a Kenyan. I get you. Man, I'm sorry. I know English isn't their first language, but I just hallucinated myself on a dating app asking someone like, hi, would you like to procreate? I've procreated with the Kenyan. I get you. Local Finnish women are picky for no reason, yet they can't explain why they require the extra investment. And he's probably big chilling with this Kenyan woman. I'm sure, you know, she's cool. They've seen an athlete on social media or some celebrity offer them a drink once, and now they're smitten. God, so Finland's dealing with it too. They're blissfully unaware of the fact that only a small portion of these guys they admire are what they portray, and that the quiet millionaire or even 100,000-aire next door can be a secret Prince Charming. He just doesn't have the need to post his adventures for strangers to envy about. That's true. I mean, I think you could probably live a more peaceful life that way too. Mostly for men, publicity is a negative unless it's under management. Well, it's good to not become a high value target. That's true. 20% of males is dating 80% of the females. That's the norm I'm noticing over the years. I think the historic norm for men was 40% had offspring versus like 80% of women. I think the exception was Western Christian culture, where the percentage of men peaked at like 65% to 70% of men having offspring. I'd be interested to see a study on that. Since married men are more productive than single men, it might explain Western cultural success. That's interesting. Even with a healthy age population pyramid, you get a serious disbalance on the dating market due to differences in reproductive ages for men, 18 to 60, and women, 18 to 35. As a result, we have 2.5 times eligible men per eligible women in any society, because that's including the older men. Add socioeconomic factors, the rise of the internet, smartphones, etc. on top of that, and we end up where we are today. Yeah, I could see that. Let me just catch up on chats real quick. Oh man, where did I left out? Caesar says, hey, speaking of Kaiser, I was in Ukraine for a year. The capital, Kyiv, was pretty much the same as here. But Mariupol in the Far East was pretty cool. Oh yeah, I could see that. So the more urban capital center was, you could say, yeah, pretty much just like here. Hell, sometimes it would make sense, even though it's in Ukraine. A lot of those big urban centers, especially if they got internet and everything else, and a lot of the same patterns are going to emerge. If I knew what I know now, I would have never brought my wife here. Man, yeah, I know you're just giving us good advice, and that's true. What you're saying is true. Um, yeah, there's just something about our culture that is like, if you're gonna marry someone and the deal is to be a certain way, um, and then when they get here, it's like they're going to pressure her to rebel against you. You know what I mean? And you're gonna be shamed for running your house the way you do. I'm sorry, I just got to point out this video. Oh my God, Moon literally. I just got to point out this thumbnail. There's something about this thumbnail. Not Kim Jong-un here. I just mean up here, but sorry. Let's get back to this. But yeah, I mean, I get why you're saying that. It really makes complete sense. Well, Mariupol isn't a good place to be right now too. Yeah, very true. I love these long Saturday night streams. Man, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I really am, because I'm having fun doing it. I don't know why. Today I just wanted to like hang out for some reason. Like, this is my version of going to a bar on a weekend. It's just this is kind of my version of going to the tavern. I know Indian, South Asian women tend to prefer men outside of their race. I think they kind of fall into the same thing where, there's kind of a skin thing over there. Caesar and I were talking about it last time, where the white skin is just hailed as something amazing over there. So, it just happens to be that way. Hell, even myself, I mean, I've mostly just dated other women. I mean, there's been some Middle Eastern women in there. And there was one Pakistani woman, but I don't know. So yeah, here in California, it really is a mixed bag. See, now I want to say your name like Julius Caesar. Cesar Quintana is probably the correct way. Caesar says, is responding Klaus. Yeah, you're right. Would have gotten bombed. I actually was arrested by the Russian army when the war started. It was in the news. No way, dude. Wow, man. They came after you. That's one hell of a story. I mean, I'd read that news article. Damn. Hey, man, +1 for the Russian army for letting you go, man. Shout out to them for that. I mean, they arrested you and you're over here now. So there must have been some type of reasonable things going on. And they let you come back over here. They let you go. I would have been like, I'm leaving. I'm getting the hell out of here. I might have even done one of these and then just, that's kind of scary, man. That is pretty scary. Yeah, so these comments are freaking too good. I'm just going to read a couple more and then we'll move over. This guy says it's over. If only you knew how bad things really are. And yet they keep bringing trucks full of only male refugees for some reason. This reinforces the theory that urbanization is the main reason behind the modern demographic crisis. I can't breathe. Oh no, I just got what he was saying. The child that isn't embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Or they'll go to Southeast Asia and find a wife and bring her back. Here are the hidden issues regarding the demographic crisis. Okay, this sounds interesting. Number 1, unrealistic expectations. Before the ubiquity of media and images, people in villages and towns just married whoever was nearby and were fine with it. They may have seen 1 or 2 pretty girls in the village, but that girl got married off and you barely saw that girl again. This guy is really giving us this guy freaking went on the magic school bus and got the first-hand view and he's bringing it back. A time-traveling alien UAP came down, picked this guy up and showed him what it used to be, but we'll keep reading. You were fine with the dumping wife you got married to. But then magazines, then movies made images more accessible. You saw really beautiful women all the time. Well, not to mention like makeup women too, and like graphically enhanced images of women. It went into hyperdrive with the internet and availability of nudie videos. Now the average girl or boy isn't good enough anymore, and people are holding out and lusting for the girl or boy that meets the beauty standard. Listen, I can't even say he's wrong. You know, we're all kind of conditioned from Instagram and things like that to want a certain thing, and there is an element of, you know, living by this image that maybe isn't exactly reality. It also doesn't help that obesity's up, at least in the U.S. Like 3.5 out of 10 people are clinically obese in the U.S. And then another 3 are classed as overweight. So you're at about 7 out of 10 people are already overweight. So, I mean, it's one thing to say IG is kind of messing up what we are looking for, but then the other 7 out of 10 people look different also. Now, I am not, you know, getting on overweight people. I don't like to see people get bullied for that. I myself am about 15 pounds over, so I need to do something about that. But anyways, going on. Now the average girl or boy isn't good enough anymore, and people are holding out and lusting for the girl or boy that meets the beauty standard. It's like people were happy before they knew anything, but now they have seen what's possible. What they have in front of them isn't good enough. I get that, man. And like, you know, people in rural areas sometimes seem a lot happier, but I really worry about them now that they have cell phones and access to the internet. Man, the internet's so freaking corrupting, man. Sometimes, I mean, it's really, you know, technology is a double-edged sword. It really depends how you use it. But anyways, lack of steady income or job security. That's number 2. It's not necessarily the low pay, but the job security that makes people not want kids. It's the anxiety behind that. If jobs were guaranteed, the anxiety would be alleviated by a lot. Okay, well, I think we read enough of that, and we can get into this. So we're at 426. I mean, I think I can make it. I'm in it for the... God, this looks good, too. Our dating apps pay to win. I swiped 139,221 times. This is another... I mean, this looks like 16,000 views. Maybe it'll be good. I haven't watched this. It could be not good, but you know, we'll give it a shot. So Deanna the Man says, I gotta go. I'll watch the early part of this video. Hey man, no worries at all, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, anybody that's gotta go, I am not mad at you, bro. We've been going for a long time. I think it's just the coffee I drank, or I had some lamb chops earlier that were really good. I got from this Afghan place. Man, it was like so good. Like, even after I ate all the meat on the lamb chops, I had to keep going back in just to try to get any amount of flavor from those. So I had an amazing dinner. I just got a lot of energy today. But yo, Dan the Man, thanks for suggesting stuff, man, and thanks for being here today. Robert Spencer says blarg. All right, here goes.
The golden age for dating apps is over. Many are thrilled because what they've done to an entire generation is seriously messed up. How did online dating go from a revolutionary development of normalizing virtual connections to a cesspool of desperation, greed, and anger? Before you say how you...
Sounds like our health insurance system.
...or someone you know met their partner on dating apps, you need to know that it's not the same anymore. These apps are all getting worse. For example, Bumble's founder is now teasing the introduction of using AI to date on your behalf.
You're dating your computer?
The market for dating apps is weird. One moment you're the hot new thing, and then suddenly the app is abandoned for something else. There always seems to be a new dating app being advertised that this one, unlike the others, has some unique feature that is supposedly guaranteed to find you a partner. These are almost always a gimmick, and in time, all these apps will have you churning through endless profiles, teasing glimpses of excitement and possibility, yet rarely do they allow for love to prosper. Swipe right, swipe left. It's all a game of your emotions, but what they don't tell you is that the longer you play, the more single you remain.
Now I wonder if that's because the apps specifically screw you over just to get you to make more money. I mean, I'm on the apps, man, and they're all just trying to sell you garbage. But, the thing about the apps is that, like, they suck, but every now and then something happens. And sometimes, it's like, oh, when you make it happen, like every now and then, even if it's like, I don't know, once every like 6 months or something. And then like when it works once, then it's just like, well, I'm much more able to tolerate all the BS I got to deal with the dating apps, because something just seems to happen every now and then I'm like, all right, well, that's what it is, you know.
We all know that dating apps are statistically easier for women. For every female on Tinder, there are 4 males competing for her attention.
Damn.
And women swipe right only 14% of the time compared to men's 46%.
Real quick, sorry, I just want to hit these comments. Damn it, I hope I didn't miss a lot of these. My phone died. I just date AI. They can make naked pictures. Robert, my good sir, you are living in the future. I'm too old for apps, says Klaus. I'm still living in RL in real life. Hey, you know, I'm sure RL's fine as it is. So as long as you're all right, then, you know, it's okay. It really is a generational thing to some extent. I mean, I think older people use it too sometimes. But I don't blame any folks that are from an older generation that aren't tripping off of it, you know. It's probably not worth the headache. I've been trying real women for years. There's no point. No point to the apps or real women. Oh, you mean compared to AI? Never mind. Real women in general. I'm bad at judging people in real life. I wouldn't know how to figure out a person by some images. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to dating apps, like, you just really got to have like the lowest expectations. And especially like that's where things like ghosting and all this other stuff comes in. And I think if you just really lower your not in the sense of being okay with low expectations, but just like low expectations in the sense of like, yeah, this probably isn't going to go anywhere. Or a lot of these are probably bot profiles or catfish. So I guess just don't get too excited too fast, you know, and then it's all about like that first date. So it's like that first date's really where you're going to, you know, it's like, okay, do they look like their picture is good? I mean, are they cool? And then sometimes they're cool. And if they're not cool, it's be like, all right, well, hey, listen, you just can't be afraid to hurt feelings at that point. It's be like, hey, it was really cool, but I got to go. Just be like, hey, you're really awesome, but I got to go now. Just, I got a lot of things to do. And then just be like, hey, I really enjoyed my time with you, but, you know, I just can't do this. I don't know. You know what I mean? You just got to, the only way, because more often than not, you're probably going to be a little disappointed, but then every now and then it's like, okay, you know. Given how old I am, I actually feel a little sorry for modern women. Yeah, I can imagine. I feel like guys around your age probably look at younger guys. At this point, I'm middle-aged, but like, just the younger people, and you're probably like, oh, thank God I grew up when I grew up, because it's hella weird now, you know what I mean? So, you know, like that one guy from Jurassic Park said, life will find a way. And hopefully, you know, the young folks figure it out too.
There are many reasons for why this imbalance occurs, but what's clear is that generally, males are expected to attract.
Man, they're tripping. I mean, unless they already made it happen before, and he's coming in and he's about to, you know, make it happen. She's giving him that look. This ain't no first date right here. This is something else.
The females. Critics argue that this imbalance on dating apps, combined with historic societal expectations on men, have led to unhealthy viewpoints on the opposite sex.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have 2 daughters. I'd be interested to hear more, Robert, why you feel, I mean, I guess I can guess some of them, but especially in the context of being a father to 2 daughters, like maybe what is it you worry about more? Or, I don't know. It would be interesting to hear your perspective as a father on that. So only if you feel like sharing, you know.
If a man is not physically attractive, wealthy, or has some kind of other desirable status, success on these dating apps is unlikely. This has caused a select minority of men to develop extreme negative views towards women, and in some cases, it has even turned violent. It's hard to determine.
I wonder if, I forgot, you know, that supreme incel guy, if he ever, I don't even think he ever used dating apps. I don't know if dating apps were a thing when he was doing what he was doing, but an exploratory study of incels' dating app experiences, mental health, and relational well-being.
Dating apps' responsibility in radicalizing these men, but they are often cited as a contributing factor to their declining self-esteem and overall negative perception of the dating hierarchy. It's not just men, though. Some argue that women have developed unrealistic expectations for a potential partner, as dating apps have them swiping through thousands of men with only their photo and a small description to make judgments on. While historically women were the ones being objectified, dating apps have changed the balance of power, as women are also...
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, you can kind of say women are like men now. I mean, in the sense of like women got harems of men to choose from instead of how I guess you could say if it really was like that for men used to maybe have a bunch of women on the side. It really has flipped. I think AI enhanced profile pictures and AI powered filters are going to make dating apps less popular. Yeah, that's going to be super freaking annoying. It's just more crap to have to filter through. Thinking someone is an 8 online and meeting them only to realize they're actually a 4 isn't fun. Yeah. You know, I guess typically like most guys nowadays, like, I don't know, like if, you know, you try to like see their IG or other social media and then you try to gauge like, okay, is this person real or not? Especially when it comes to video. That helps, you know, but as technology gets better and like, say I can have this video where AI filters working on me at real time, you know, then that would be kind of misrepresentative, like digital makeup. And if someone's whole IG profile is enhanced, then you can't really tell. But yeah, I mean, if you can see video of them, then that really helps. I've had some women tell me that like, I don't tell anybody about my YouTube thing. And if I start dating a woman for a long, you know, longer period, I tell her explicitly, you are banned. It's kind of joking, but it's also not joking. I'm like, you're banned from watching my YouTube channel. Now, I can't stop them from doing that, but by banning them in speech, I've at least made it uncomfortable for them to bring up some of the things they might see on my YouTube channel to me. But I've had some of them say, like, after going on a date, like, oh yeah, like the fact that I had it, so they're able to click on this from my IG and then they can see some video of me as a real person, helped with their decision of then wanting to meet me later. So there are some positives to this, and I think we're just going to require a lot more proof at that point. The problem is there's going to be a heck of a lot more scammers that we just got to filter to, which is always so freaking annoying. I've never understood the in part of incel. That's the involuntary part. I mean, incel now is used as a pejorative, even as someone who's you might even be married with children and they'll call you an incel. Some people might even have more kids with more than one woman. They'll call you that. But yeah, it's supposed to be involuntary from back then. Involuntary celibate.
Also objectifying the men. But this isn't a victory against the patriarchy. Everyone just becomes more superficial.
Sorry, but this obviously isn't you.
Denzel Washington.
Obviously. You thought a young Denzel Washington was going to show up for your Tinder date? You should have just swiped left.
So funny.
An anonymous man, frustrated by online dating, created the female delusion calculator by using US Census data.
I don't know why. I'm kind of over this female delusion calculator. It's like, all right.
To illustrate how likely a woman is to find a man based on their expectations of their age, race, height, and income. Obviously, this data is somewhat contextually inaccurate as it uses nationally collected data, despite the fact that dating is done locally, where certain traits might be more or less common, but still, it does shine some surprising results at how rare it is to find someone with multiple of these specific traits.
Minimum height?
6'1".
6'1". How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5".
Damn, it sounds so gross when someone says that, like minimum height 6'1". I don't know.
Okay.
You go for like the Ferrari of guys.
All right. Exclude obese?
Yes.
Minimum income?
200.
Okay.
We've done this before. I know what it's going to be.
That's
The
0.028% of
There's cat bags. I guess it is kind of funny. Caesar says, not to backtrack, Shaw, but a common expression in Mexico is mejorar la raza, which means improve the race. It implies that you should marry a whiter person so you'll have better looking kids. Look into it. I believe it. I've never heard like much about it from Mexico. But I believe it. I mean, I could just think about from my own ethnic background. And, you know, I don't know if there's an expression for it, but I know it's a thing people do. Like the fair skin is coveted over there. So when it comes to like marriage and the marriage market, you know, you can have like two sisters or even men too on the brother's side. And if one of them is more fairer, it's going to be different than if you're the darker sibling. You know, it's one of those things you don't think about. And then when you see it up close, because it's like sometimes I feel like I've very much privileged to grow up in the U.S., which is true, however you slice that. But you also live in this bubble of where people really have tried to push back on those norms and things that might seem really weird. Then when you see that in real life, you're just like, oh, damn, like I'm being confronted with this right now. I don't know. It's like a surreal experience. But yeah, I believe that. Women who want tall men are, well, hopefully they don't breed. I think it's weird when a woman that's like 5'1" wants a guy that's like 6'1", or over like 6 feet, or has to be. It's like, what? Now, I'm 5'9", so I'm very biased here. But if you're a woman and you're 5'1", and it's like, and you want someone specifically over 6 foot, I think that's just weird. I think it's almost an insult to the 6 foot guy. Like the 6 foot guy walking around with the 5'1", it almost brings his value down. It's like, dude, I mean, you know, you couldn't pull like some 5'7" chick. I don't know. It's just really weird. It's like, even a guy that's 5'6" should be decent enough for a guy that's for a woman that's 5'1". It's just, it's kind of gross to me. Something about that is just weird. Funny that the white people are using tanning beds or tanning lotion. Never understood that too. There's always a joke about that, you know, where yeah, like white people, you know, you are trying to get a nice tan, and then the people from over there are trying to get whiter skin. I guess, you know, the end goal should ideally be to have healthy skin. I've had horrible skin problems growing up, but you know, if you got nice, just healthy skin, regardless of color, you're a blessed individual. You know what I mean?
Some men, perhaps attempting to beat those odds, end up aspiring to become high value, which is commendable, but often misguided. Don't get it wrong. Everyone should strive to be the best version of themselves, yet it seems certain influencers, preying on perpetually single men who become disenfranchised.
Man, I like what he's saying. I like what he's saying.
By the modern dating climate, have spun the meaning of being high.
Man, I want to get Fight Club on my YouTube Premium or whatever, just because I haven't watched that movie in so long, and that's such a good movie.
Value to really equate to being sexually marketable. Some are influenced to become alphas, frequently prioritizing superficial attributes of physical appearance.
God, bro, I feel like if I was on this plane, I would lose my damn mind. If I had to sit here on a long-ass flight, I just couldn't do it, man. You know, whatever. Call me low value. Call me whatever the hell you want. I can't sit here and be a part of this. No, thank you.
Using superficial attributes of physical appearance, bravado, and wealth, instead of just being a genuinely good person.
All these girls are gold diggers. No, they're not gold diggers. You're just broke. You're just getting by. Women want to live lavish.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we are exiting the, we're at the tail end of the hyper-masculine alpha things. And listen, nothing against the self-improvement. There's always been a self-improvement sphere of YouTube. And, you know, motivation, even tough love's important. But with that very specifically in the context of, you know, this kind of stuff, I'm just kind of tired of that stuff. You know what I mean? Robert says, Fight Club is the best movie ever. It's a dang good movie. You know, you should watch Paul Elam's series on Fight Club. He does a movie analysis breakdown. It's like 6 or 7 parts or so. And he has a really interesting take on Fight Club. But yeah, I love that movie. It's such a great movie. I have the book too. I literally have the book right here. I read this years ago. I was still in high school when I read this book, which is kind of crazy to think about. I think I read this my senior year of high school. Man. Oh my God. The whole spine's it's just destroyed. I almost want to read part of it right now. Let's read the end. How did this book end again? Nope, that's the afterword. We're not interested in that. In my father's house are many mansions. Of course, when I pulled the trigger, I died. Liar, and Tyler died. With the police helicopters thundering toward us, and Marla and all the support group people who couldn't save themselves, with all of them trying to save me, I had to pull the trigger. This was better than real life. And your one perfect moment won't last forever. Everything in heaven is white on white. Faker. Everything in heaven is quiet. Rubber-soled shoes. I could sleep in heaven. Sounds like a insane asylum. People write to me in heaven and tell me I'm remembered. Oh, he's in an insane asylum. That I'm their hero. I'll get better. The angels here are the Old Testament kind. Legions and lieutenants. A heavenly host who works in shifts, days, swing, graveyard. They bring you your meals on a tray with the paper cup of meds, the Valley of the Dolls playset. I've met God across his long walnut desk with his diplomas hanging on the wall behind him, and God asked me why. Why did I cause so much pain? Didn't I realize that each of us is a sacred, unique snowflake of special, unique specialness? Can't I see how we're all manifestations of love? I look at God behind his desk, taking notes on a pad, but God's got this all wrong. We are not special. We are not crap or trash either. We just are. We just are, and what happens just happens. And God says, no, that's not right. Yeah, well, whatever. You can't teach God anything. God asked me what I remember. I remember everything. The bullet out of Tyler's gun, it tore out my other cheek to give me a jagged smile from ear to ear. Yeah, just like an angry Halloween pumpkin, Japanese demon, dragon of avarice. Marla's still on Earth, and she writes to me. Someday, she says, they'll bring me back. And if there were a telephone in heaven, I would call Marla from heaven, and the moment she says hello, I wouldn't hang up. I'd say, hi, what's happening? Tell me every little thing. But I don't want to go back, not yet. So he ends up in an insane asylum, kind of different from the movie. The book is definitely better than the movie, and the movie was good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I only read the book once, but, you know, it was pretty good. I remember when Joe Rogan interviewed Chuck Palahniuk. God, that was probably like a decade ago now. Man, I remember seeing Joe Rogan live at the Crest Theater in Sacramento. This was right when his thing was starting to take off. I have a picture with Joe Rogan, and I have a signed dollar bill from Joe Rogan. So yeah, I'm a Joe Rogan fan.
So get the money first.
Even though I haven't watched the show in a very long time.
Might work to get hookups, but long term, those attributes are often not enough to maintain a relationship.
Man, this kind of sounds like what we talk about over here. It's good for the short term, but the long term's a different story.
These red-pilled men often share what Sigmund Freud described as a Madonna whore complex, where they categorize women in absolutes as either being pure and virtuous or promiscuous and manipulating.
A lot of girls want to seek financial security from their husband or boyfriend, as they should. But all we ask for, you don't fucking sleep around fucking 50 dudes.
On the other side of the...
Hey, Casino's a good movie. I don't know if you guys ever watched Casino. That's another movie I gotta get. I used to watch this a lot. Man, Robert De Niro movies were really good back then.
Dating equation, women attracted to superficial qualities are likely to be superficial themselves, so the blame can be pointed in both directions. Historically, women have generally strived to date up, also known as hypergamy. This is where they look for a partner with superior socioeconomic status. Interestingly though, in modern times, hypergamy, outside of dating apps, is now on the decline. This can mainly be attributed to the increase of women becoming highly educated and thereby achieving similar socioeconomic statuses as...
I want to see some numbers behind this. I mean, yeah, the education part, but that hypergamy is going down. We'll see.
Their male counterparts. Obviously, when the playing field is leveled, statistically, there's going to be a lot less men who will remain in higher status.
Okay.
Yet despite this, on dating apps, the concept of dating down continues to be viewed negatively by many women and men, as it's believed that this compromises their own status. Dating apps have completely misrepresented just how many high-value men and women even exist. Think about it. You're browsing through a bunch of complete strangers, and the only information you have about them is what they choose to put on their profiles. Of course, people are going to lie and deceive in order to increase their chances. These apps are perfectly designed for people just looking for hookups, but if you want to find a genuine relationship, it's a grueling task to sift through the liars, players, and commitment phobes, all for a slim chance at finding your true love. Over time, the earnest daters go on a bunch of bad dates, encountering people who have...
I think one of the issues that, I don't know, I see with women is that women are trying to get a sealed deal before like the date even starts, you know, like they want to be like, okay, and then this person wants marriage and this and this and that. But they have to do the work of putting the hook in, you know what I mean? Like they got to get you on the line. And I just feel like with like, what are your intentions? What are you looking for? It's just such a stupid question when it comes from women because they're just begging to get lied to. It's almost like if a guy was like, well, if I buy you dinner, then you're going to sleep with me, right? Like, wouldn't that come off so wrong? Yeah, I feel like women have an equivalent of that, and they haven't realized it yet. You know, which is, well, what are you looking for? And where, you know, they're trying to negotiate attraction in that kind of way and to get what they want explicitly. But it's like they should work on hooking you in and making you want to do those things, you know? So I don't know. It's just me ranting. Book's definitely better than the movie, and the movie was good. Yeah, ain't happening. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that I notice.
No interest in real relationships.
It's crazy how many profiles on the apps and of real women say like the exact same thing.
Or whose profiles are completely misleading. The sleazeballs.
There's a lot of catfish on the guy side too that are just trying to get money out of
great
women.
Catches out of dating apps and ultimately pollute the whole app experience. As soon as a new app starts up, hopeless romantics looking for real love begin flocking to it. But eventually, so do the sleazy types who lie on their dating profiles, so the cycle continues. When Tinder went downhill, users headed...
Yeah, I mean, because you're asking to get lied to. I mean, people are going to say anything that you want to hear. It's like, they have to just find a better way to get that.
To Bumble, and then many eventually migrated to Hinge. But now, there's a problem. There's nowhere else to go. The entire dating app market has become monopolized by the Match Group, which controls roughly 65% of the entire US market through strategically acquiring their competition. Now, any emerging dating app is likely to be swallowed up by the Match Group or Bumble to either stop their growth or to squeeze as much money from them before they fall out of fashion. That's a major problem, considering dating apps have one of the most backwards business models of all time. Their purpose is to have users fall in love, yet when they succeed in doing so, they lose those customers forever. It doesn't take a genius to realize the paradox occurring here. You probably know that one of the most popular dating apps addresses the paradox head-on with the tagline, "Hinge, the dating app designed to be deleted." What was once a clever marketing
You know what's interesting? They said that the dating app is 75% men and 25% women. I wonder if that accounts for the revolving door of people in and out of the dating apps. So maybe at any given time, there's only 25% of women on the apps, but those 75% of guys are like the same guys who either just never delete their profile and it's just on there, where women are more likely to delete their profile while they're in a relationship and then create a new profile when they get back on. So what if it was closer to 50-50? It's just that the way men and women use apps are just different.
Slogan has since turned ironic, as people are genuinely deleting Hinge, but it's not because they found a partner. Hinge, like most other dating apps, has a freemium business model, which means you can sign up and use the basic app for free, but extras, like a higher visibility profile or the ability to message people who have not shown interest in you, are gonna cost you.
Yeah,
the average paying user spends around $18 per month on either subscriptions or a la carte purchases. But Hinge's parent company Match Group and their investors are apparently not satisfied with the number of users who are choosing to pay for their services. With their stock prices in the gutter and their investors demanding more revenue, many dating apps have been shifting gears into forcing their free users to become paid users. Hinge, Tinder, Bumble, all these apps' free versions have become practically unusable, as any desirable matches are put behind a paywall as they hope tempting users with...
I feel like I'm not learning anything from this, sadly. So far, the last video, that guy presented some new perspectives.
Good-looking people will be enough to push users to pay for premium. On Hinge, they use artificial intelligence to determine who you would be the most compatible with, but it segregates those people to a special feed known as standouts, where you can only contact them by sending...
So I'll tell you, on Hinge, I go straight to standouts and I hit X on everybody. And I feel like it does something to the algorithm for the normal pool that you see.
Rose.
I always do.
You only get 1 rose per week, though, yet these standouts are refreshed daily. Hinge practically forces you to pay for more roses if you want to have a chance at connecting with these people before they're gone forever.
Hinge is probably in my experience, Hinge is the cheapest app you can use because it lets you comment on people's pictures a certain amount of times per day before you have to pay anything. And being able to say something on somebody's picture and costing no money, no rose or anything, I've felt like I've gotten a lot of responses based off of being allowed to do that, where Tinder will not let you do that. You can't comment on anybody's thing right off the bat. Bumble won't either. Hinge lets you, and so Hinge actually is way better, even without having to pay. You're limited in how many times you can do that a day, but if you just do that throughout the day and not pay anything, you can still make something happen.
Fine, don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day.
Many people have complained that they've become stuck in rose jail, an unofficial term to describe when Hinge blocks the people that you'd actually be interested in from your main feed.
The problem, you gotta go to this menu and you have to X all of them. That is the key. Just keep Xing these people, and then it makes the other.
It's pretty clear
better.
that the app is using attractive people as bait in order to get users paying for more roses, but the majority of users will not give in to this
50 plus likes. That might be Photoshop.
Because it's expensive and kind of cringy to pay to shoot your shot. Ultimately, users' feeds become polluted with only people that they would never go on dates with, and the attractive ones remain paywall. Not only do all dating apps follow the same pattern of enshittification, but many other tech companies as well.
Is that a real word? Enshittification? That's probably...
The term, coined by journalist Cory Doctorow, described how tech platforms initially create amazing, cheap, or often free services in order to become popular, but eventually they all turn terrible once they inevitably attempt to go after profit. It's a shame because dating apps originally did a lot of good. They allowed for people to significantly broaden their dating pool, finding them opportunities to connect with those they would have never crossed paths with. In the pre-dating app era, your choices were limited to those in your network or a random chance encounter. If you didn't partake in much socializing, your odds of finding someone similar were pretty unlikely. Dating apps are also particularly important for people seeking relationships outside of societal norms. For example, Grindr helped normalize queer relationships, and Ashley Madison helped your scumbag uncle cheat on his wife. The popular apps we are left with today have an enormous network advantage over newcomers for the same reason Facebook remains popular. It's not that these apps are amazing, it's that they're giant. Nobody will naturally join a new dating app if it has no users, and it's crazy expensive to compete in advertising. It seems ironically, what's been working best for small dating apps is waiting for the giant companies to inevitably destroy themselves by getting too greedy going after profit, commoditizing their most attractive users, and letting the sleazeballs and bots take over.
Klaus says, yep, enshittification is a term used in IT for declining service quality by cost-cutting and margin optimization. Damn. There is definitely a lot of enshittification going on in a lot of, even outside of tech, when it comes to food and stuff.
Unfortunately, it seems once a new dating app gains traction, they usually just sell out to Match Group or Bumble, thus repeating the cycle. If you want to see the future of these dating apps, you just have to look at their past. In the 2000s, OkCupid and eHarmony reigned supreme. In the 2010s, millennials invaded Tinder, Hinge, and Bumble. OkCupid and eHarmony are fossils of another internet age, only surviving today on middle-aged folks who've exhausted all other options. modern dating apps are starting to look like they'll have the same fate. These dating services are simply unsustainable business models. They might initially attract popularity, but eventually they'll be left for something new. With declining users and overall enthusiasm for dating apps dwindling, the solution for young people finding relationships might not be another app. These services will always remain for those that need it, but the truth is that most don't. The swipe era may have been nothing more than a fun relic of a generational experiment on finding love. As our world becomes increasingly connected by technology, perhaps some are realizing that when it comes to relationships, there's nothing wrong with the old-fashioned way.
The cowboy hat.
A chance encounter on a train or a smile at the bar might be all that you need to form a lasting connection. The opportunity to find love is everywhere. The question is, will you be willing to take it?
This video was okay. I'll give it a like just to support the guy. Just got a Tinder and a Bumble ad right before this. Delete the dating apps and go out and be social. You really have to be careful with some of these male dating coaches. They seem to have your best interests at heart, but most of them give you advice that will for sure keep you single. I'm actually happy dating apps failed. I always thought they were dehumanizing and disgusting. Human shopping catalogs. Hopefully more brick and mortar venues to meet people IRL start making a comeback. Well, damn, with the way prices are going for some of these places, I don't know if it'll bring back a lot of brick and mortar places. Damn, there's one other video. I don't know if I should save this. We're hitting 5 hours and 1 minute. I'll let you guys decide. You guys want to see one more? It's one I wanted to react to. It's like this 40s guy who gets a bunch of chicks and he's talking about kids or not having kids or whatever. It was kind of interesting. Only if you guys feel like it. I know we're going on 5 hours. I swear to God, I don't want to torture anybody. I feel like I'm cool. I can watch.
We opened the show yesterday with a discussion about the crisis.
I can watch this video. But only if you guys are down. Where is it at? No friends, no family, nothing. Here it is. 11 minutes. Let's see it. All right,
Life flies
Caesar.
by really fast.
Damn. No, thank you.
And if you...
All right, here we go. It's this guy. This guy kind of has some pretty good videos. I like his stuff. No friends, no family, nothing. I felt like this video was like a very real video. Like it was just like, I don't know. It was pretty authentic. So we'll watch this.
Life flies by really fast. And if you think about it, there's really only two phases of your life. The first phase is your childhood. And if you're lucky enough to make it to the second phase, that's parenthood. There's nothing else. That's it. And there's a major problem that most people in, the most developed countries, the United States and other countries that are similar to the United States face. And that is they have access to unlimited pleasure, and they also have access to unlimited self-improvement. Now, a lot of you might not think self-improvement's a...
All right. This is why I saved the video. I like what he had to say about this.
Bad thing. Improvement. Now, a lot of you might not think self-improvement's a bad thing because in some cases it can be a good thing. But self-improvement is one of the worst mental illnesses somebody can have. Never feeling like you're ready to get married. Never feeling like you're attractive enough to approach a woman. Never feeling like you've quite accomplished enough to graduate to that next stage in your life. That's what self-improvement does to you. It makes you feel like you're never good enough. You remember in the movie Fight Club when Brad Pitt said, self-improvement is masturbation.
That's another reason I like this. Man, I got to watch some Fight Club tonight. And I love that quote from Fight Club. They're looking at those Calvin Klein ads on the bus and, they see like those perfect models and they're wearing their Calvin Klein underwear. And Tyler Durden says, self-improvement. I think the other guy, Edward Norton's character asks, is that what a man is? Or something. And then Tyler Durden's like, self-improvement is masturbation.
It was a clever and witty line, and I know a lot of people remember that line. but most people don't understand the subliminal message behind it. You know, if you spend your whole life self-improving, working out, making millions of dollars, starting your own business, buying houses, buying cars, you know, developing yourself socially or any other way that you can possibly improve, at the end of the day, you know, if you don't have meaningful connections with other people, you might as well have sat at home and masturbated, because you accomplished the exact same thing. All you did was pleased yourself. You know, and that's the cold hard truth. That's a black pill that a lot of people have to accept. And I guess the main point that I want to drive home here is, if you're somebody out there that's never graduated to that second phase of your life, and you're an adult, you're in your 20s, 30s, you're 40 years old, no matter how much you improve yourself, no matter how much you develop yourself, at the end of the day, all that money you make, all of those life lessons, the houses and cars you buy, the property, everything you've established in your life, it all just disappears. It vanishes. It evaporates into the universe when you die, if you have no children to pass it on to. You know, and
you know, it sounds like he's kind of talking down to us, but he also has no children, so he's going to be very forthright about that. It's just I don't know, it's an interesting discussion.
And that's the brutal black pill that haunts the back of everybody's mind. Every adult that hasn't gotten married, settled down, and started a family, male or female, that's that haunting feeling of dread and hopelessness that just hides in the back of your mind. And it just pops up out of nowhere. You might be laying down at night, you might be driving down the highway, you might be sitting on the front porch, you might be on vacation, you might be at work, but it pops in your head. There it is. You've missed out. It's the fear of missing out. It's telling you you haven't accomplished what you were put on this world to do. And that feeling alone, you know, that can make you almost wish you were never born. I'll put it like that. We're not going to get too dark here, but it'll make you wish you just weren't here. I'm 37 years old and I don't have any children. Now, I've done a lot of self-improvement. I've made a pretty good amount of money. I've done pretty well for myself. I've got good social skills. You know, I've never had a problem in my life getting a girlfriend or anything like that. But something's led me to this place. And, you know, I suppose I can tell my story of how I got here. When I was 18 years old, I had planned on joining the military and following in my dad's footsteps. But
Klaus says, well, who cares? If I'm dead, I'm dead. That thought doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't, you know, he says everybody's worried about that. I don't know if that's true. You know, even if you leave stuff to, you know, kids or whatever, that can be a complete disaster or disappointment anyways. It all really, you know, I don't know. I'd hate to blanket situation it, but I guess I appreciate him just being real about it from his own perspective and what he feels and sees. And it's just interesting, you know, and he looks like a guy that probably could have made that decision, but really decided not to. And it's just interesting to hear his path, you know.
A couple weeks after I graduated high school, my dad died in an accident. So I decided, you know, maybe I wanted to do something different. And, you know, at this time period, the military wasn't really considered.
So, yeah, he wanted to go in the military like his old man. And then a couple weeks after high school, his old man died in an accident. So he started rethinking what he wanted to do.
Something heroic like it was 100 years ago. It was more of a career choice. You know, it's not like a patriotic and heroic thing anymore. That's just the way it is. You know, so I decided to make different plans. And over the course of the next 2 years, my 3 best friends all died for various reasons.
Dang.
And
that's interesting.
decided to move with my girlfriend to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I didn't realize at the time, but I had developed a really dismissive, you could say a dismissive attachment style. So when I'm with somebody, you know, it's very easy for me to just dismiss them and, you know, push myself away from them. So after about 8 years, 9 years actually, I just decided it was better off that we break up. I didn't want to waste her time. She was entering her late 20s. So, you know, I just decided to break up with her. And then I lived life and I went through the self-improvement journey.
Wonder if that woman hates him. I don't know. You know, she's in her late 20s and then he's just like, you know what, we're going to break up. I don't know. Anyways, got to head out. I'm getting an earful for being late. Bye, guys. Hey, man, I appreciate you for being here, man. Honestly, this is a long stream. I'm going to finish this up and then probably call it. But thanks for hanging out for so long, man. Means a lot. Makes the stream fun. Caesar says, poor guy has had a lot of lose in his life. Yeah, a lot of loss. Lose in his life. That's probably why he feels the way he does. Yeah, I mean, I think having those experiences, old man passing so early and losing his best friends like that, maybe there's a kind of guilt, you know what I mean? Especially with your friends that are your own age. So it's like, okay, you get the girlfriend and then you get married and have kids and have that, but it's like your three buddies that your close buddies that passed away didn't. I don't know. Maybe there's a kind of survivor's guilt there for him.
And I hooked up with a lot of women, you know, in my early 30s, tons of women. And it did absolutely nothing for me at the end of the day. You know, you think you want that. You think you want that unlimited pleasure. You think you want to improve yourself, make all the money, get the physique, have the social skills. But at the end of the day, that's not what it's all about. You know, there's somebody out there that's out of shape, broke as a joke, you know, socially awkward, and they're happily married with a family, and, you know, they're more satisfied in life than I am, you know, and that's something that I have to accept.
You know, I don't think what he's saying is the end all be all and that's how it should be and that's your only way to happiness. But what I do like about the video is that it's shedding a new light on this kind of self-improvement hamster wheel that the hyper-masculine alpha male gurus tend to, you know, shame the other guys into. So I just think it deflates a lot of that kind of BS that we keep hearing. And I don't know, I just appreciate that about this video.
I have to be brutally honest with myself in that situation. And I'm not embarrassed to say this stuff, you know, my life hasn't been that bad. It's been pretty good. I'm 37, hell, I could have 2 kids in the next 3 years and turn it all around. I understand that.
That's true.
But I do want to make this video and just tell people out there, you know, what it's really all about. And just share a little bit of wisdom with you. So if you're a grown adult with no friends and no family, you know, you got to let your guard down. You got to start meeting people. Because, you know, no matter what people tell you, when they say, you know, life is so enjoyable when you're single in your 30s or 40s or whatever, just single and financially free and all of that, that's cope. That's cope. If you don't have a family, you know, if you don't have children to pass your wealth on to, it was all for nothing. All that self-improvement was just mask.
He might be going through something, you know, I don't know. Maybe this will be me talking in 3 years. I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe as the years go by a bit, he'll probably find some kind of happiness. I mean, this is assuming he doesn't have kids or a family. It just sounds like it's bothering him right now for some reason. But again, I mean, you know, this could be me in a couple of years. It could be anybody. So I'm actually really interested in where his journey ends up.
Masturbation. I know it's a funny sounding line, but it's the truth. You know, I don't want to ramble on too much in this video, but I just wanted to make this video for all the people out there.
The comments are going to be interesting too, because there are people who agree and disagree with them.
That maybe are in the same category as me. And let you know you're not alone. There's plenty of people out there in this day and age. It's a very high percentage of people But at the same time, I want to steer you in the right direction, because I'm telling you, there is nothing out there in the world that can replace meaningful connections with people you love, a spouse, children, no amount of money, no career, no resources, no experiences in traveling. Nothing compares. And in the back of your mind that that's true.
It's funny because, he's saying that, but this is a guy who doesn't have kids and doesn't have a family. It could be a grass is greener on the other side syndrome. There could be a guy with 2 kids watching this that's like, dude, you got no idea what you're talking about. I'm freaking miserable. But I do think most people with the family would probably be like, or with kids, even if it ended up in a divorce, hopefully some of them might still be like, yeah, I mean, I'm grateful for it,
So get out there and talk to people. Even if you're socially awkward, ugly, unattractive, broke, who the hell cares?
Caesar says, I don't know. Even though I have a son, I think a man can find meaning in life besides a family, especially in today's environment. I'd like to believe that too. I mean, I guess I'm biased in believing that only because that is my situation. But I still believe that to be the case. And that's why, I mean, I'm interested in what he has to say. I like what he says about self-improvement. And, that sort of never-ending chase is kind of pointless in the end, I guess. Now, up to a certain point, it can definitely help and change your life. But, at a certain point, it's masturbation, as he's been quoting there from Fight Club. But again, I think if there was this guy and there was 2 versions of him, I wish I could see a podcast between this guy and his like twin brother who looks exactly like him, who went the route he's regretting not going now. And I wish they can have a conversation.
There's plenty of other people out there that are just like you. Just make it happen. The worst part about the self-improvement space is they spend all this time teaching people how to be physically attractive, how to have these, how to turn people on, how to be socially attractive, how to learn game, and how to, seduce people and all of that. But at the end of the day, none of that really does much for you when it comes to, having close connections with people that really care about you.
This is the short-term versus long-term conflict here. And, we talk about that a lot. All that stuff they recommend is good for the short-term engagements. Not that you can't do a short-term over an extended period, but when I say short-term, I mean like low-commitment engagements. And he's had plenty of them. He's just told us earlier in the video. But the long-term investment, the high-commitment, high-leveraging investment situation is something all that stuff really can't help you with. And once you've done that much self-improvement, you're kind of paying a very high price for something, which I think makes you resentful and uncomfortable. I was talking about this the other day, somebody, about how if I overpay for something, I can't really feel that good about it, even if I originally really wanted the item. Like if I really wanted a sports car and I had to pay an extra 70 grand to get it than what it's worth, I don't think I could truly enjoy it, even though I did want that thing. And if you self-improve to such a high degree for this thing and you're essentially overpaying it, I think there's a bit of, something that's going to bother you there. Oh, shoot, I missed one of your messages. I am a contractor for the Department of Corrections. I work closely with parole officers. You probably see some interesting stuff. I know a few unmarried ones who are basically married to their jobs. They seem fulfilled, especially when they are hunting down a dangerous dude down. I bet, I'm sure there's a kind of thing there. I asked my dad once and I asked my dad if he can think of all the people in his life from growing up all these years and that of his buddies that he knows that didn't have family or kids. And I asked, like, are they miserable in their old age? And he thought about it and he was like, no, not the people I know, not really. So, I don't think you're going to be miserable in your old age, especially as a man if you don't have it. I don't think so. I mean, I think if you're just like this hyper competitive ego type person, then maybe if you're going to compare yourself to everybody and the bloodline and this and that, I don't know. But I don't know. It was something it's a conversation to have with older people. Some older people might say different, but it was just something I remember asking my dad and him telling me. So, I do believe that it's probably not as bad as they make it seem, a lot of these folks. So
The way to establish that is by being yourself, letting your guard down, getting out there, not being ashamed to be who you are, meeting like-minded people, and connecting with people. If you're a guy out there, you need to find a woman. If you're a woman out there, you need to find a man. Maybe you shouldn't be so picky. Maybe you should look at people for their personalities. And I'm sure, when you look at somebody, there's going to be something about them that eventually you'll find attractive. Maybe
I used to call it walking through the fire, and when I was working at child support, I kind of always had this thought, because I'd look at all the BS. I'm like, man, that's not worth dealing with. And sometimes I'd tell myself, well, one of these days, I mean, you might just decide to walk through the fire and basically gamble it, just throw it all to the wall and say, hell, however this turns out, it turns out. Seems like he's kind of ready to walk through the fire at this point.
People for their personalities. And I'm sure, when you look at somebody, there's going to be something about them that eventually you'll find attractive. Maybe they have, some nerdy mannerisms or behaviors that grow on you, and eventually you find them attractive, and likewise, they'll find you attractive as well. Because, hey, if you don't get out there and take that second step, you will surely regret it. Now, you're free to disagree with that, but when that feeling of hopelessness, that feeling of dread rears its head around in the back of your mind, and you can feel it in the pit of your stomach and you can't sleep at night, you'll know I'm right. But anyways, guys, I guess I'm going to go ahead and shut this one off.
I think sometimes when I feel like that is usually when I get sick. Like I got sick last week, and sometimes when I get sick, I really get sick and it sucks. And, it would suck being older and alone and having to be sick by yourself. But I don't know. I've seen my parents in that situation, especially if my dad's overseas and being sick by themselves and not really having anyone to take care of them. I think that's going to happen to us regardless when we're older. But sometimes I think like that would suck and there's nobody around to help in that situation. But, I guess that's never a guarantee to begin with kids or without them. But I'd like to think there's a higher chance with it. But sometimes when that happens to me, I think about that. Like, dang, I wonder, but, that's something you got to do.
Video was somewhat informative, but that's about it for today, guys. Until next time, see ya.
Let's see what the comments said. So not everybody agrees with them, but a good video nonetheless. But I also have great friends, an amazing family. Oh, this is his own comment. And everything I could ever ask for. It just depends on how you choose to look at it. Yeah, so I mean, this, it just seems like he's kind of feeling a certain way here in this video, and I think it's a genuine feeling. But then when he takes a step back, then he's just like, it's not so bad. And he said that in the video. Well, got married, had kids, built a nice home, had 3 kids, and here I sit by myself. No friends, ex-wife, family, nothing, paying child support. That's the top comment. Oh, man. Yeah, see, I knew, and I read the comments, but I forgot them. It's been a while since I've seen this video, but I knew that's the opposite part that he either hasn't experienced or just, if there was a guy that was just like him, that was his twin and made those decisions, I wish those two can have a conversation. You know what I mean? But anyways, 45, no kids, no real friends, no family, just working to keep a roof and a car. Honestly miss my mom. Never felt love since I was 21 when she passed. I already put the thumbs up on that, man. I'm 28. My whole life was literally just trying to survive. I've never had these thoughts of leaving something behind for my next generation because my mind is always preoccupied with trying to leave something for myself. Yeah, they're younger and it's tough out there economically. I have no friends, no family. I don't get any phone calls. I don't bother with anything. Just stumbled onto this video, unfortunately, but it really is peaceful and free life. Hell is other people. I didn't expect his comment to go there. I thought he was going to say, yeah, I'm feeling lonely. Went somewhere else. This is why people in tribes are often genuinely very happy. They don't have a lot, but they have each other. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the key, is to kind of develop a tribe around you. Like, even if you don't have kids, if you have some genuine connections in your life where you're actively helping each other, these could be extended family members. It could be anything, but I think having that is going to make this experience a hell of a lot more easier to deal with. I'm 62 and I will die alone. I've accepted that reality. People don't care about me because when the chips are down, nobody will be there for me but me. Next comment. All of us, even your children, will eventually be forgotten. Most wealth doesn't last 4 generations. Everything you do will fade away, family or not. Enjoy life while you have it. You know, some lady at the farmer's market told me that today. There's this guy that sells bread, and he makes a great sourdough. I got an olive sourdough today with little pieces of olives in it. And I wanted my rosemary lemon salt bread, but he didn't make that. And he sells this brown sugar cinnamon bread, and I always get a sample of that because it's really good. And I was telling him, I was like, oh man, I want to buy that, but I know if I do, I'll eat that whole loaf in a day. Then some lady next to me was like, hey, something about, she gave me some little thing about like, not knowing what happens tomorrow. Nothing's guaranteed. She's like, you buy that bread. I didn't buy the bread, but maybe I'll get it next week. It was going to be a lot of bread. Had a family, lost the money, found video games. I am 45, single with no kids. I retired early and own property and indulge in things I love to do. I am the happiest I have been my whole life. And this might happen to this guy in the video. Like, he's 37 now. This might be him at 45, all the relationships I have been in, I felt alone and was very unhappy. Once I worked on myself and decided to go solo, I don't have any regrets. This is a free agent right here. If I am single for the remainder of my life, I am fine with that. It's about self-love. If you have self-love, no one can take that from you. Life is always beautiful. 1.2 thousand upvotes. Well, that was a bitch slap of truth if I ever heard it. 60, broke as a joke, 50K medical debt, unemployed, alone with no children. May God have mercy on me. Man, that's tough. Let me just give him a thumbs up just to do something for him. I am 42. I have no family, no friends, and no kids. He doesn't say if that's good or bad. Someone's like, and should we feel bad or happy for you? Is this a warning? Is it advice? Why even start typing if you're not going to offer your 2 cents on the issue? I want to see if he replied. He never replied. I was a party boy in my younger years. Then I moved to the US by myself and started becoming more and more of a loner. Now I'm 44. No GF or wife, no kids. All my family and friends are back in Europe. I thought it was a good idea to build a cabin in the desert by myself and document it here on YouTube. I thought people would watch my videos and make a friend or two. Boy, was I wrong. Nobody is watching my videos, which put me down even more. Man, that sucks. I am now starting to accept that I'll probably stay alone till the end of my life, which I hope won't last too long. Anyhow, not trying to cry here, just sharing a quick story. Good luck to all of the loners out there. That's tough, man. 35, recently divorced, no family. This one hits right in the feels. Well, I mean, he was married. Just looks like they didn't have kids. Caesar Cortez, many times kids just fight each other for the spoils when the parents die. Oh God, yeah, that's another tough thing right there. I know that, that does happen. That is true. Very true. Not everyone is meant to have children, and that's okay. Better to have no family and friends than to have family and friends who feed off your downfall. I'm 62 and my family has died off. Recent close friend died, and now it's hard to make new friends. But I look forward to wake up and find the positives of life. Man, that's a real positive comment. I'm glad he said that. That's tough. This person says hi. Hey, man, maybe they'll become friends. Growing up in a narcissistic home, rest of my life was coping and surviving. After probably 8 years of trying to figure this life out, at 35, I can finally say that I have found myself again. There you go, man. We live in a world full of loneliness. Okay. Passing my wealth on to my nephew, no problems, no cope. Never wanted kids since the day I was born. I still watch all your videos and agree with 99% of it. You know, I think this is a good option too. If you got, some kids in your family, who knows? Maybe I'll grow up to be kind of like Dracula and, somebody's uncle, and they won't even know me. And maybe they'll just get a telegram one day, and they'll be like, yes, you've inherited Count Shah's extensive property and businesses. You should report here to accept your inheritance. So, very possible. I think that's enough comments for that. Man, this cat, she's like lights out. She's straight up lights out right here. I probably won't even get up when I end the stream just to let her sleep. See, that's the thing. The cat comes and then sleeps on me, and then I'm afraid to move because, I don't want to wake the cat up. And she's been sleeping a lot. I don't know if it's because it's wintertime or what. So I'll probably just listen to music after this. But man, it's been one hell of a stream. I mean, I could probably go for a little longer, but 5.5 hours, I get it. Count. Yeah. Count Shah. That would be pretty freaking cool, huh? And I live in like a castle or something. Or like a Bruce Wayne style Batman lair. Damn, that'd be pretty sick. It's fun dreaming sometimes. I had some strange dreams last night, if I'm just going to talk about random things. And I think it's finally because I got, some good sleep. I can't wait to get some good sleep tonight. That's going to be really nice. But yeah, I might do a game stream tomorrow. I probably won't do it on YouTube. I'll probably just do it on Twitch. Just to test out this freaking thing. I got the Rodecaster Pro 2, and I love this thing, but I don't know why the hell I was having headphone issues. So I'm a little worried about that. So it's probably as easy as turning on and off. But I don't know what that problem was. So I'll probably do a video game stream tomorrow. I say this every time, and then I never do the video game stream. But just to see if I can get this working. I don't want to have issues next time. I think I know what I'm going to do next time. I'm just going to make sure it's all working before I hit stream. So that was my mistake today. But overall, I had a fun stream. I appreciate the donations too. And Caesar, thank you so much for the generosity. Robert Spencer, thanks for the donations. If anybody else donated that I'm missing, thank you. Man, I have a huge desire to watch foreign films right now. Like, I want to watch just some foreign films. What's up, Mimi? She's being kind of funny. Mimi. I'll probably eat a little bit and head out. Part of me wants to keep streaming, but, I think we covered a lot today. Feeling a little tired. But it just doesn't matter because it's Saturday. I kind of want to watch this movie right here. I discovered it from a song. And it's this movie called Fallen Angels. Damn. You gotta buy it. I don't know what it is, but it's a romance movie from 1998, and it looks like it's a Japanese movie, or I'm not even sure what kind of movie it is. But I love these movies, like this type of stuff. So, yeah, that's about it. If I stay on longer, I'll probably just spoil Gladiator 2 for everybody here. Hey, there's a new Dracula movie coming out, by the way. I forgot what it's called. It's like Nosferatu something. Oh, crap. Oh, damn. Nosferatu. Come on, man. 2024 film. Nosferatu is a 2024 American Gothic supernatural horror film written and directed by Robert Eggers. It is a remake of the 1922 German film, which was in turn based on Bram Stoker's 1897 novel Dracula. The film stars Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult, Lily Rose Depp. I wonder if that's Johnny Depp's daughter. Probably. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Emma Corrin, Ralph, I don't know. Well, Willem Dafoe's in there. I think Willem Dafoe's playing Nosferatu, so I'll probably go to theaters to watch that. And yeah, man, so I think I'll call it, guys. I appreciate everybody that came in today. I had a blast. And I'll get something going for next week. And I say this every week, but I'm gonna try to get some standalone videos this week. So hopefully we'll get some of those. And yeah, I hope everybody has a great night. Caesar says, I'm glad I caught this. Do you work Monday through Friday? I know you said you don't work at the child support office anymore. Yeah, I work Monday through Friday for the most part. It's a little more flexible. I don't really make more money than when I did there, but I work a hell of a lot less. And that was just kind of what I decided to do. And as crazy as this sounds, in the last, since I quit child support up till now, it's been a few years. I have never lived more in my life than in these last few years. So yeah, I do, photography work, a lot of product photography for different cannabis products, nothing to do with child support. So I've been managing with that. I keep it a little bit on the low, but that's pretty much it. So, but yeah, typically Monday through Friday, I do, I am busy, I'm not home. And then, sometimes I'll work on a Saturday or Sunday. It just really depends kind of how much I got. So, sometimes things come up, like next week I'm doing a baby shower for one of my buddies, but that'll probably take up a good amount of time. She's licking my hand. What in the hell? Like as soon as I move it, she's just going to start licking herself somewhere. Like and then somehow she finds my hand and then she just starts licking the hell out of it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So I kind of get to keep up on some of the child support stuff. I just from old coworkers or just there's different sites and things you can go to read, like Child Support Directors Association. Will sometimes have publications that kind of tell you where the program's going. So you can kind of keep abreast of a lot of things. For me, it's a little easier to do that just because sometimes I can reach out to folks, and I'm grateful that I can do that. And my old coworkers will fill me in on things sometimes, or I kind of like know where to look on some things. So even though I don't work there, I kind of have this weird thing where I am always very interested in what's going on. It just kind of comes with I guess once you spend a good amount of years doing something, you're always kind of interested in it weirdly. So, but yeah, man. So you have a great night, bro. And anybody else who's still watching. And maybe I'll see some of you guys tomorrow if I sit down and actually play some video games. I really do want to do a video game stream. I just have trouble sitting down and doing it, but I'll probably just play like some online Halo matches or something. That's what it always ends up being, even though I should play other stuff. But so yeah, take it easy, and I will see you guys next time.